Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Spider Nomu Deku Got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Deep in downtown Tokyo, inside a dimly lit bar that was never open to anyone, two strange individuals stood. In front of them sat 20 or more test tubes filled with a strange black glowing substance that bubbled every so often. These two individuals were Tamura Shigaraki, a man who had hands covering his body and face, and Kurojiri, better known as Black Mist. Both men were villains that were a part of the League of Villains, and they were currently in the middle of creating their masterpiece that would finally stop the symbol of peace. Finally, we're drawing near to the end of All Might thanks to this beautiful thing right here, Shigaraki said in a creepy voice with a smile as he held up one of the test tubes. Pardon me for asking, but what do those do? You never actually stated what these are, only that they help this Numu. Kurojiri asked, trying not to annoy the other man as it was never pretty when Shigaraki was angry. Shigaraki only snickered as he turned to Kurojiri. For once, I'm actually glad you asked. This here is our power-up for the final boss that is All Might. It's the combination of a super strength quirk, a high stamina quirk, a super effective regenerative quirk, and a quirk that naturally hardens the bones so large objects heavier than the user don't snap the body in half. I call it the Noumu serum. Kurojiri looked shocked at him. And you have more than 20 of these? We could make a small army out of these. Shigaraki merely shook his head. As if it would be that easy. Any human that consumes this formula dies after 1 week due to the pure power of the combined quirks. These formulas are all being used on one creature, an artificial body that was made for these quirks, a creature made of an organic substance we were lucky to find a couple of months back. Kurojiri nodded in understanding but then asked one more question. What if this was used on an animal or insect? Shigaraki thought for a second before looking down at the floor to see a spider. Only one way to find out. Shigaraki let 3 drops of the Noumu serum fall onto the spider and almost instantly the spider freaked out, shaking violently before turning over with its legs curled up, effectively dying. That happens. Both villains left the room so they didn't see the supposedly dead spider turn itself over and go through a crack in the wall, leaving the building. A few days later. It's not wrong to dream. But you need to dream realistically, kid. Izuku Midoriya, a 14-year-old, third-year middle school student who was born with no quirk in this world of weird, had just been told he can't be a hero by the very person he looked up to, All Might. Well, a deflated All Might. Izuku had just been emotionally destroyed. He thought that if he at least heard something inspirational from All Might then he could finally push himself to be a hero, but instead he got told the opposite and all he could think about was every demoralizing thing he'd ever been told. You should just give up. What can you even do? You're totally useless. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku felt so sad and zoned out. He didn't even notice the spider crawling up his trousers and onto his black school jacket. What did grab his attention, however, was the massive explosion that happened several streets away from him. Izuku's eyes even lit up a little bit. I wonder what hero will show up. Izuku said to himself with wonder in his voice. He was about to run for the exit to go and investigate the explosion for himself but was stopped by a massive piercing and burning pain hitting the back of his neck. Izuku winced in pain and said to himself with a sad smile, guess that's what I get for being optimistic. And with that, he continued to go towards the exit of the roof of the building, walking slowly with a sad look on his face while he thought to himself. Even the best of the best said it. Izuku raised his left hand up and rubbed his nose and eyes. Don't cry. You already knew this is reality. It's because I knew that I tried so dim and hard to ignore the reality of it all. Izuku continued to walk while fighting back tears when he was hit by a massive amount of dizziness, causing him to stumble and rest against a wall to stay standing up. Where did that come from all of a sudden? Izuku then turned to his right and saw a group of people surrounding the entrance to a shopping district that was currently on fire. I guess I just walked here subconsciously. Izuku regained his balance and made his way to the crowd to see what was happening. To Izuku's surprise, He saw the dark green sludge villain that almost killed him earlier. Why is he here? I thought All Might captured him. The realization hit him as he thought back to earlier when he and All Might had a struggle midair. Izuku covered his mouth with his hands and went wide-eyed in shock. This is my fault. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? One of the watchers asked. Apparently the villain grabbed a middle schooler. Izuku felt sick. Someone else is enduring that same pain? He felt so guilty. It was because he wanted to ask questions. It was because... It's completely my fault. It's my fault All Might can't do anything. Izuku merely prayed that the hostage would be able to hold out until a hero with the right quirk came along. But then he saw the eyes. The eyes that belonged to Katsuki Bakugo, to Kaken. The eyes that were filled with complete fear of death. In less than a second, Izuku went from the back of the crowd watching the scene playing out to dashing towards Bakugo as fast as his legs could carry him. Everyone was shocked at what Izuku was doing, including Izuku himself. Get back here, you fool. Stop. The hero's strong arms yelled out to Izuku, which he ignored completely. What am I doing? Why am I running? The villain laughed and started to move his body, preparing to strike. Izuku felt a massive sting in the back of his brain and jumped on instinct, dodging a fast swinging sludge arm. How did I do that? Izuku wondered as he landed back on the ground. Remembering page 25 of his notes, he threw his school bag at the sludge villain, temporarily blinding it. Izuku started clawing at the sludge surrounding Bakugo even though he knew it was pointless to do so. Bakugo gave Izuku a confused look as he shouted with tears nearly coming out of his eyes. My legs just starting moved on their own. And, you looked like you were asking for help. That one line hit All Might hard. He had been lecturing this kid about how he couldn't be a hero, and here he was risking his life while All Might just sat on the sidelines doing nothing, only thinking about himself. In his self-directed anger and disappointment, he slowly forced himself to transform. Pathetic. Pathetic. Just as the sludge villain was about to take another swing at Izuku, All Might appeared in front of him in the blink of the eye and stopped the attack with his whole body. I really am pathetic. He didn't sound big and proud like he always did, but instead he sounded annoyed at himself. Even when I admonished you, I wasn't putting what I said into practice. All Might shouted, gripping Izuku's and Bakugo's arms with his massive left hand. With blood shooting out of his mouth, All Might yelled, a pro should always be ready to risk his life. He punched the air in front of the sludge villain with a mighty force as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Detroit Smash. The villain scattered into pieces from the sheer force of the punch, a punch which also created a powerful wind tornado that made all the clouds swirl around in the sky and slowly let down droplets of rain that progressively got heavier. He changed the weather with the air pressure of a single punch. One of the civilians in the crowd shouted in amazement. The rest of the crowd began shouting in joy that All Might defeated the villain with ease. After the whole sludge villain fiasco, All Might dealt with the many questions from the press while all the other heroes helped collect the scattered pieces of sludge for the police. Izuku had to deal with the shouting of heroes such as Strong Arms and Kamui Woods who kept telling him what he did was suicidal. He also had a few paramedics ask if he was alright because of how unnaturally pale he was. On the other hand, Bakugo was getting praised by the heroes saying he was so brave and his quirk was amazing. It's amazing how differently you're treated because of quirks. It's been about 5 minutes since the villain had been defeated and Izuku was on his way home to finally get some rest. I wanted to apologize to All Might, but the reporters didn't make it easy. Plus, I'm not feeling so good right now, Izuku thought to himself as he put a hand to his head when he started to feel dizzy again. Hey Deku! Izuku turned at the sound of his nickname from Bakugo and thought he'd say thanks or something along the lines of that. Instead, he was met with a very angry Bakugo that looked like he wanted to murder Izuku. I never asked for your help. And as if you could. You did nothing. You're a fing quirkless failure. How dare you pity me, you nerd. Bakugo yelled before storming off. Izuku felt even worse now because he knew Bakugo was right. He couldn't do a single thing to help the situation. I guess I should really focus on a realistic future instead. I am here. All Might suddenly rushed out onto the street and appeared dramatically in front of Izuku, as he always does, shocking Izuku and making him nearly jump out of his skin. All Might, why are you here? I thought you were surrounded by reporters. All Might merely laughed loudly and stated, shaking them off is nothing to me. After all, I am all Emil cough. All Might was cut off by a stream of blood shooting out of his mouth and deflating down to his true form. Izuku screamed a little, but All Might regained his composure and calmly spoke to Izuku. Kid, I've come to thank you, apologize, and I have a proposal. Izuku looked confused but said nothing. If I hadn't heard your story, I'd have been nothing but fake muscles and fake sincerity, and for that, I thank you. Izuku felt a little better but still looked down in sadness. No, it was my fault from the start. I got in the way, and even though I'm a quirkless failure dash. You're wrong. All Might shouted, cutting Izuku off. Of all the people there, it was only you, a timid and quirkless kid, who acted. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness even as children. Many of them claim that. Izuku mentally pieced together what All Might was saying and slowly broke down. Please don't say it. I don't deserve to hear it. Please. Their bodies moved before they could think. Please don't. That's what happened to you, yes? Yes. Izuku unconsciously answered All Might's question despite being a complete mess on the inside. All Might smiled and said, with no hesitation, the two lines that would change Izuku's life forever. Kid, I believe you can become a hero. And that you are worthy to inherit my power. Ha! Ha! All Might burst out laughing when he saw Izuku's confused face. What's that face for? All Might then pointed at Izuku as blood shot out of his mouth. I'm asking you, if you want to try accepting my power. Izuku looked confused and thought this whole thing was a dream. You really doubt me that much? Izuku panicked and tried to deny it, saying that he actually believed him, but he was cut off by All Might. I have many secrets, but I never lie. All Might then held out his left hand and let his palm glow slightly as he continued. I have the ability to transfer my power. That's the quirk I inherited. It's called One for All. Izuku was shocked. He'd never heard of a quirk that could be transferred from one person to another, and why was it being offered to him of all people? But why me? All Might smiled at Izuku and pointed at him as well. I've been searching for a successor for a long while now, and back there, you were more heroic than anyone else. That is why I believe you are a worthy successor. All Might made a loud cough sound and spurted out more blood. Of course, this depends on your answer. Izuku didn't know what to say. He'd just been told All Might's greatest secret and been offered his power because he was seen as worthy. His head was spinning from all this. Do I have a reason not to accept this? No. Izuku rubbed his eyes with his school jacket sleeve and looked up at All Might with complete seriousness. Yes. I accept dash. Izuku was cut off by himself suddenly passing out and falling face first into the ground. Hey kid, you alright? All Might shouted as he rushed to Izuku's side, shaking him a little. A few hours later, Izuku awoke to see the ceiling of his own room. Ugh, I feel like shit. Wait, was that all a dream? Figures. Izuku put his hand to his mouth and ran to the bathroom where he felt like he threw up his guts into the toilet. After Izuku vomited, he washed his mouth out and turned around to see his mother, Izuku Midoriya, standing there. With a slight look of relief, she ran up and hugged Izuku. I'm so happy you're okay. When that blonde skeleton-looking man showed up with you passed out, I was so worried and... Izuku went wide-eyed as he realized All Might saying he could be a hero wasn't a dream at all. Izuku, did you hear me? Izuku looked at his mom and smiled. I'm sorry, I zoned out there. Izuku held out a small piece of paper that was folded and had for only Izuku to read written on it. He wanted me to give you this. Izuku took the letter and headed to his room. Do you need anything, sweetie? Water. Izuku stopped and smiled back at his mother. I'm fine, Mom, I just need some sleep. Izuku smiled worriedly back at her son. Okay, just let me know if you need anything. Izuku entered his room, closing the door behind him, and opened his letter, reading it mentally in All Might's voice. Hey kid, You really had me worried there when you passed out on me. I had to look through your bag to find your address so I could make sure you were safe at home. Make sure you get rest tonight as your training starts tomorrow 10 a.m. at Toga Municipal Beach, and it won't be easy. Izuku set his alarm for 8 a.m. and took off his clothes so he was only in his underwear and walked towards his bed, but he stopped when he walked past his mirror. Izuku turned slightly so his back was visible to him. On his neck was what seemed to be a deep spider bite that had a string of web leading out of it. At the end of it was a dead, shriveled-up spider which swung from side to side like a pendulum. Izuku looked at it in shock before pulling the surprisingly strong web out of the bite in a hurry and putting it in the bin. Hopefully that thing wasn't poisonous, and why did it look like it had all the blood drained out of it? Was the last thing Izuku thought to himself as he jumped into bed and drifted into sleep. The next morning, as Izuku slowly stirred from his deep and restful sleep, he was surprised by his alarm clock that made him jump in shock as the clock seemed louder than usual and further away and below him. Wait, what? Izuku looked at what he thought was up and saw that he was centimeters away from the ceiling, being held up by his fingertips and toes. He had literally jumped onto the ceiling. What the hell? Izuku said to himself as he dropped from the ceiling onto his bed with a soft thud. Izuku jumped out of bed and rushed to his mirror. In it he saw that he wasn't the same wimpy-looking Deku from before, now he was muscular as hell. He must have actually thrown up his guts last night because he had no fat on his body and, instead, he was half a head taller and covered in sleek muscles that made it look like he'd been body training for years. The thing that looked more out of place to Izuku than the muscles was the little, almost tube-like things coming out of his wrists. As if he knew what to do, he pushed his right middle finger and right ring finger into his palm for less than a second and on Izuku's mirror, a small splatter of webbing appeared. What the F was that spider? Just as Izuku said that, his mother entered, doing her usual routine of collecting his washing from the day before. Morning Izuku. Breakfast is on the tea-dash. Inko dropped the clothes she was holding and stared at her son in shock. Izuku, what happened to you? Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. I honestly don't know, Mom, I swear. I just woke up like this. I don't know what happened, honest. Both Izuku and Inko were confused as to what had actually happened to Izuku overnight. Inko was the first one to break the tension. Well, your breakfast is on the table and I'll see if I can find some of your father's old clothes as you seem to be about his height now. Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously and sat on his bed waiting for some clothes while he figured out what exactly had happened to him and what powers he actually gained. 10 a.m. the same morning. All Might sat on a fridge in his normal form, waiting for Izuku to turn up to his first day of intense training. All Might heard fast footsteps not too far away from where he was sitting, and when he saw a mop of black and green curly hair, he knew it was Izuku. Midoriya, my boy. You finally showed up for your training? All Might had buffed up and jumped down to meet Izuku but was met with a completely different-looking Izuku wearing a not-so-baggy white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Midoriya, I swear you weren't this tall yesterday. All Might laughed as he patted Izuku's head. I don't know what happened to me but I've gotten stronger, faster and more flexible somehow. I think I might have gotten a quirk. All Might smiled at Izuku and patted him on the back as he began to laugh. Well, that makes giving you my power much easier as you'll probably be able to handle the power now. Izuku just shook his head and looked at All Might with complete seriousness. It was the same look in his eye that he had when he was about to accept All Might's power. No, I want to master this quirk before I start using one for all. All Might laughed up at the sky with his hands on his hips and then pointed at Izuku's chest. Then show me what you can do. Izuku smiled and looked at a broken truck 20 meters away from him. He fired 2 web lines out of his wrists that attached to the truck and held them tightly in his hands. That's certainly new, a now deflated All Might stated. Izuku ran at full sprint, which was incredibly fast. It was probably as fast as All Might at about 4%. He then jumped several meters in the air and did a forward flip so he was holding his webbing above his head. As he went over the truck, he pulled as hard as he could on his webs, lifting the truck into the air. When Izuku landed, he pulled his webbing to the ground and had the truck fly over him and slam into the ground with a colossal amount of force. Izuku turned around to look at All Might with a tired but smiling face. Kid, You exceeded my expectations 10 times over. And with that one showcase of power, the training of Izuku Midoriya's spider powers begun. 6 months later. Ochako Uraraka was an incredibly cheery girl who always saw the good in everything. When she got moved closer to UA early because her parents convinced her to get to know her surroundings, her first plan was to view the beach in her now local area so she could maybe get a tan. However, that went to hell when she got told the state of the beach by one of the neighbors. She had nothing to do, though, so she went anyway. When Uraraka actually arrived at Toga Municipal Beach, it was nothing like the neighbors had described because there was barely any trash to be seen on the beach. Uraraka rested against a metal railing as she admired the beautiful scenery of the sun reflecting on the sea. Her admiring of the scenery was cut short, however, when she saw a black and green-haired boy in a sky-blue tracksuit run across carrying a large freezer above his head as if it was nothing. Running behind him was a blonde, skinny man who was struggling to keep up but shouting encouraging stuff to him as he ran. Uraraka chuckled a little as she watched the two run past, but she lost her smile when the railing broke, causing her to fall forward and straight towards a pile of sharp trash. "I can't use my quirk in time," was the only thing she could think to herself as she screamed and squeezed her eyes shut, preparing for the worst, which never came. "Hey, you all right?" A soft and concerned voice spoke as Uraraka opened her eyes to see that it was the same green-haired boy that ran by earlier. How did he move so fast? Uraraka then noticed that he was carrying her in a bridal position and gained a small blush which Izuku noticed. "Oh, sorry." Izuku panicked slightly as he let Uraraka down onto her feet. "Thank you so much." Uraraka bowed as she thanked Izuku. It's fine, why don't have to bow," Izuku stuttered out as he slowly started hiding himself with his arms. He just now realized he was talking to a girl properly for the first time. "But how did you move so fast? You were way over there when I last looked?" Uraraka asked as she pointed in the direction of where Izuku was running. Izuku looked away and scratched his head nervously. "My quirk increases my reaction time along with speed, so it was nothing really." Uraraka just looked at Izuku in shock. "Just who are you?" Izuku moved his arms to look at her, but an out-of-breath All Might walked to the two teens and talked for him. "His name, Pant, is Izuku Midoriya Pant, but he has the nickname Deku." Izuku faced All Might and explained what that nickname actually meant. "That nickname is meant to be an insult from Kaken." All Might went wide-eyed and apologized to Izuku, but Uraraka spoke up. "But I kinda like gotta you can do it ring to it, plus it sounds kinda cute." Izuku's whole face went red as a tomato. "Deku's fine." All Might just sweat dropped as he thought to himself, didn't he just say it was an insult? Uraraka giggled a little at how embarrassed Izuku was. "I'm Ochako Uraraka and thanks for saving me. Hope we meet again." To Izuku's surprise, Uraraka hugged him and then ran off with a big smile on her face. Izuku, on the other hand, just turned into a blushing mess with steam coming off his head as he muttered that was the first time a girl talked and hugged him. All Might, on the other hand, just face-palmed at the sight of his successor. He's gifted with incredible power, yet he can't handle talking to a girl. His future is going to be interesting for sure. As a spider spun its web in the corner of Izuku Midoriya's room, he watched it fascination and pure concentration with a notepad in his hands, writing every little detail he thought was necessary about the spider's movement. He also alternated so that he wrote information about his new powers into a notepad that based solely on him. Costume, moves and powers mainly. Powers-wise, I only have a few powers that represent a spider, but as it currently stands, incredibly grip hairs on my hands and feet, allowing me to crawl on near all surfaces. Other uses of this have yet to be tested. Side note, my feet can't stick to surfaces when wearing thick-soled shoes. Custom shoes boots are in design process. Spider sense, temporary name, that gives me a nerve jolt that warns me of any attacks aimed at me. Other uses yet to be discovered. Web shoot, organic yet incredibly strong webbing that shoots from an approximately 3 mm wide bone tube that protrudes from both wrists that are triggered by what seem to be palm pressure points. The longer these are presses on, the longer the web. Combat-worthy moves regarding the webbing are in progress. Side note, webbing is still very spread out and splatter-like. Web filters and enhancements are also still in design stages. Web zip. Previously mentioned webbing used to be shot at an object or surface then pulled by me so a large amount of distance is covered in a matter of seconds. Izuku tapped the bottom of his pencil against his chin as he thought to himself about the other limits of his quirk that weren't spider-related but still obviously useful and continued to mutter to himself as he wrote them down. Other powers included enhanced strength, which allows me to carry 1 ton above my head for approximately 10 minutes. 2 tons for 5 minutes if I push myself. Enhanced reflexes, making my reactions to my surroundings 5 times faster than they were before. These are not completely confirmed. Enhanced physical speed, making my body able to react my new reflexes and also makes it so sprints and quick succession punches can be pulled off with ease. Stamina has been increased to support these physical changes. A very big change that has been noted is that I am now a lot more flexible than before and I am able to pull off advanced gymnastic moves with ease and maneuverability is much faster than before. Izuku set his notepad and pencil to the side and stretched his hand out to ease the cramp in his hand and continued to do so as he lied back on his bed still looking at the spider's movements. Izuku had started observing spiders alongside his training for about 2 months now, studying one spider's movements and repeating this process whenever a new one entered his room. The one he was currently observing was the most web-based spider so far. As the spider crawled across its web, it held on to a stray strand of web attached to the ceiling. Izuku sat up in interest as he watched the spider swing across from one wall to another with complete ease. Izuku quickly grabbed his notepad and wrote down one last note with a question mark next to it before setting it back down and going to sleep. Web swinging? The next morning, Izuku changed into a casual outfit consisting of a black hoodie and dark gray baggy cargo pants with his iconic red sneakers so that he was comfy while he did his training. Mom, I'm heading into the city center today for some training. I should be back by 5. Izuku shouted out as he packed his notepad and some other bits and pieces into his backpack before heading into the kitchen where a little bento box was set on the kitchen side table. I had a feeling you'd be out for training when I heard all that mumbling coming from your room last night. Izuku laughed nervously as he put the bento box in his bag, walked to the door waving back at his mom. Don't do anything stupid. Izuku froze on the spot but continued to walk out after a second passed, and he thought to himself, I can't promise that. Elsewhere at Takoba Municipal Beach, a deflated All Might was carrying small bits of trash and putting them into the back of a pickup truck. That kid's been working hard to inherit one for all. I think I'll help him out a little on his day off, All Might thought to himself as he threw a microwave into the back of the truck before giving out a small grunt and holding his back in pain. Sheet my back. I don't know how the kid does it for hours on end. All Might turned around to see Uraraka looking around on the beach as if she was searching for someone. Hey, aren't you the girl from yesterday? All Might asked as he walked over to her. Uraraka's face brightened when she saw the unknown to her, All Might, and smiled at him before asking, You're Dekukuin's trainer, right? Do you know where he is? I thought he'd be training here. All Might gave a breath of relief that she didn't ask what his name. It'd be a bit awkward if some random girl knew what his real name was even when Izuku doesn't know. He's got the day off form training, but you seem like a nice enough girl though, so I'll give you his address. All Might pulled out some paper from his back pocket and a pen from his left side pocket and scribbled down Izuku's address, which he remembered from when he had to carry the poor boy home when he passed out the same day he met him. Uraraka's face lit up in excitement as she took the paper and ran off to find Izuku but looked back at All Might shouting, Thank you, Dekukuin's trainer. Achoo! What was that about? Izuku thought to himself as he scratched his nose and wandered around the city center where he was surrounded by what seemed to be a forest of skyscrapers and high-rises, some of which were under construction. Izuku looked towards a high-class apartment building that was tall but definitely smaller than the other buildings around it, and it conveniently had a crane near it. Hopefully that will do for these tests, Izuku thought as he neared the apartment complex, but stopped when he saw the doorman blocking the front entrance. I guess I'm taking the back route then. Izuku made his way to the back of the apartment building so that he was now in an alley and no one could see him. Izuku lifted his left foot up and shot some webbing onto the sole of his shoe and the tip of his shoe, then repeated this process for his right foot. In one swift jump, Izuku went from on the ground to 5 meters up the wall, being held up by his fingertips and the tips of his shoes. Okay, just like practice. Left, right. Izuku followed his words by moving his arms and legs with what he said until he got a steady rhythm going where he could climb without complete concentration on his climbing. Back at Izuku's home, his mother Inko was slightly shocked to be met with several soft knocks on her door as she thought Izuku wouldn't be back for several hours from now. When Inko opened the door, she was met with Uraraka, who had a beaming smile on her face. "Hello, can I help you?" Inko greeted welcomingly with a smile. Hi, I was wondering if Deku-kun lives here," Uraraka replied back with what seemed to be a sound of nervousness in her voice. "Deku? Oh, you mean Izuku? I'm sorry to say, but he isn't here right now. He's off in the city trying out something new with his quirk," Uraraka held in her annoyance as she thought to herself. "I walk all the way over here, now I've got to walk into the city just to talk to him." Izuku felt his nose twitch as he got to the very top of the apartment building wall and threw himself upwards and forwards so that he could pull off a little forward flip before landing on both feet with ease. "That's still so cool to do," Izuku said to himself as he grinned like an idiot before walking to the left side of the roof where a crane arm was visibly in range for Izuku to shoot webbing at. He took out his notepad and wrote the following as he spoke it out loud. Attempt 1. One simple swing out and back in to see if the webbing can support my body weight for an slightly extended PRD of time. Izuku rested his notepad and bag on the small wall that was on the very edge of the roof and took out a pair of sunglasses in his pocket and put them on along with putting his hood up, hiding most of his face and hair. "I don't want to worry Mom by showing my face while swinging around the city with the possibility of death." He stepped towards the edge and pulled back his sleeves a little so that he wouldn't have any interference from his clothing when firing a webline. Izuku aimed with his right arm at the crane's arm and pushed into his palm with only his middle finger and right ring finger and held them there until a clear line of webbing shot out from his wrist and hit onto the crane. Izuku quickly stopped pushing down onto his palm, which stopped and disconnected the webbing from his wrist, and held onto it with both hands and started trembling. "This is a lot higher than I'd thought it would be," making the mistake of looking down and was hit by a wave of fear making him tremble and shake. Izuku took several deep breaths and closed his eyes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. On 3, Izuku jumped off the edge and started screaming at the top of his lungs in fear as he held his arms out in front and started to swing forwards. The second Izuku felt himself slowing down as he swung. He opened his eyes and tried his best to turn around and succeeded mostly as he was now facing the apartment building but didn't have the momentum to make it back to the roof. Izuku went into a panic, fearing that he was going to be stuck on the crane and get into trouble, but with some split 0-second thinking that he knew would be stupid, he let go of the web line at just the right moment, so he went upwards into the air and with his left arm aimed at the roof shot a web line straight onto it, and web rushed back onto the roof and landed with a roll but lied down on his back immediately after clutching his chest, feeling his heartbeat, which was beating at an insane pace. Pant. Attempt. Pant. 1. Success. Izuku caught his breath, then grinned like an idiot up at the sky before punching his fist up in the air and stating, "This is the kind of rush I need to push me forward." Hours passed as Izuku practiced web swinging to the point where the heights didn't bother him that much. Alright, attempt 38. Swing from building to building and test different moves in midair to see if they change speed. Izuku finished writing down what he had just said and set his notepad down, then took several steps back ready for a run-up. With a burst of speed, Izuku ran towards the edge of the roof and leapt off, throwing his arms in front so he got more distance out of the jump, and was ready to fire a web line straight at the crane, which he did with only his right arm but held onto the web with both hands above his head and let his body relax so that his momentum stayed the same as he swung with incredible speed and letting go at just the right moment, sending Izuku flying upwards feet first. As he traveled upwards through the air, Izuku did a small backflip in the air so that his arms were now behind him as he dived down head first, but it didn't last long as he fired another web line from his right wrist onto the roof of a building high above him to Izuku's right. Izuku only let himself swing right a little bit before pulling the web below him so that his entire body was above the web itself, gaining higher ground, and then immediately shot to his left so that he wasn't traveling one-sided to the right. Izuku repeated this process in no particular order and occasionally shouted, "Woo!" with every big swing he did. After about 10 minutes of non-stop swinging, Izuku made his way back to the apartment complex 0 and landed on the roof in a crouching position and looked at the edge of the roof but didn't see his notepad by his bag. Wow, the research you've done on your own quirk is outstanding. Izuku turned round in an instant and aimed his right wrist in the direction of where he heard the voice, but was surprised to see a somewhat tall girl with black hair in a spiky ponytail and side fringe standing there reading his notes in a thick jumper and shorts. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have startled you like that. The girl threw her hands in the air, still holding Izuku's notepad. Izuku got out of his crouched stance and lowered his arm down as he became embarrassed that he was talking to a girl he's never met for the second day in a row. And no, it's my fault for being so jumpy. What are you doing up here anyway? The black-haired girl laughed a little before stating, well, when you see someone swinging around your apartment building for more than 2 hours, you tend to get a little curious. Izuku looked away a little and tried to hide himself in embarrassment even though he was still wearing his hood and sunglasses, effectively hiding his identity from the girl. Who are you anyway? With a quirk like yours, you would be pretty popular even if you're pretty young. Izuku just removed his hood and moved his sunglasses onto his forehead as he stuttered out his name. I am Izuku Midoriya. See, can I please have my notes back? Izuku's face immediately went to one of shock as mentally regretted what he just said. I was meant to say nice to meet you, not that. Why am I such a mess? A loud laugh came from the black-haired girl as she walked over to Izuku. You know, when I first saw you land and act so hostile, I thought you were going to be all serious and edgy, but instead you're funny and very smart judging from your notes. And you're actually kinda cute. She obviously thought that last part in her head with a small blush across her face. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, by the way, but you can call me Momo-chan. Momo handed Izuku his notepad back and he just smiled as he took it, trying not to break down like he did yesterday with Uraraka. Thanks, Izuku stepped back and put his notepad back in his bag. Can I make a suggestion about your costume design? Momo asked as Izuku headed to the edge of the roof, trying to leave the awkwardness in the convocation. Yes, sure. Momo smiled and lifted up Izuku's arm and pointed to a point just above his elbow and just above the halfway point of his ribcage. You should add something to underneath your arms, about here, so you can glide for a short period of time before swinging again. Izuku thought about it for a second before moving his arm back down and replying. Wouldn't it have to be made of a stretchy material so that it doesn't flap about when I'm not using it to guide? Momo started to get a little excited that she could finally talk to someone about a smart topic for once, but both her and Izuku's attention were caught by a loud high-pitched scream that came from about a block away. What dash? Momo couldn't even finish her sentence as in an instant Izuku brought his sunglasses over his face and put his hood up before jumping off the roof and web swinging towards the scream. Midoriya-kun. Damn it, he forgot his bag as well. Slightly annoyed, Momo picked up Izuku's bag and ran to the roof exit so that she could get a chance of seeing where Izuku would be swinging off to in such a hurry. Gotta move faster. Where did that scream come from? Izuku swung himself into the air with as much momentum he could use and looked around quickly to see any sign of where the scream could have come from, and found it when he saw a panicked-looking man on the phone occasionally peeking into the alley. Izuku took that as a sign that was the alley where the scream originated and swung above the alley entrance and went into a web-crawling position on the wall to the left of it before climbing around the corner and focusing his eyes to see what was happening in the shadows further down. Deep down the alley, Izuku could see a man in his late 20s wearing mainly dark clothing and had a bandana covering half of his face as he held a gun in his right hand while his left hand was grabbing the shirt of his hostage. I can't see the hostage and I don't know the attacker's quirk or if they even have one. I'll use the shadows to sneak up and attack by dash. Izuku's thoughts were cut off by his body suddenly sliding down the wall. Izuku couldn't stop himself from falling down with his webbing and relied on his instincts to do a front flip so he could land on his feet in a crouched position and making a soft thud, gaining the thug's attention. Izuku then had a quick glimpse at his feet and saw that there were only 1 or 2 little splatters of web on the sole of his shoe. Oh crap, I forgot to apply a new layer of web on my shoes before I ran off to here. Izuku slowly stood up because he knew that would give him an intimidating impression to the thug, which it did. What the F dash? Heroes don't act that fast. It was clear that the thug was terrified as he shaking with fear and held the hostage in a headlock with his left arm while shakenly pointing his gun at Izuku with his right. Stay where you are. I don't know who the F you are, but I will put a bullet through your effing skull. Izuku thought about his options here. Negotiations are out the window, I guess. Fighting him. Wait. I don't even know how to fight. Okay, relax, I could try running at him and pulling his gun away with some web, and maybe if I'm fast enough I could dash. Izuku couldn't even finish his thoughts before his spider sense screamed at him as he heard a gunshot, making him shift his whole upper body to the left, dodging the bullet in less than a second. What the F dash? What are you? The thug panicked and started firing rapidly, not bothering to aim, making it easy to dodge bullet after bullet, moving from left to right and taking small steps forward between dodging each bullet with almost perfect ease. The second Izuku heard the click, meaning that the pistol's magazine was empty, he broke out into a sprint towards the thug, who pushed his hostage towards Izuku and ran away as fast as he could, yelling, "Start up the engine! It went to shit! We need to go now!" Izuku ignored the thug, who went round the corner and dived to catch the hostage and let them stand up. Know that he was close enough and his eyes had adapted slightly to the darkness. Izuku could finally see the hostage and saw it was actually a girl around his age with bright pink skin and hair with 2 white horns sticking out of her head. Izuku decided to run before he became a panicking mess for the 3rd time in 2 days. Wait! Slightly startled, Izuku stopped running and looked back at the girl. Just who are you? Izuku didn't show it on his face, but he started mentally panicking. What do I say? I can't say my name, or the police might come to my house, or even worse, I might have these thugs come back and hurt Mom. What if? Izuku then had an epiphany and for the first time in his life raised some confidence in his voice, as well as deepening it, in front of a girl. I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And with that, Izuku ran off after thug, leaping into the air and web swinging around the corner, leaving the pink-haired girl in awe. Spider-Man? His dodging was so cool. Back at the beach, All Might was just sitting calmly on some rocks looking at the beach's sunny horizon, but his peace and quiet was ruined by the ringing of his phone coming from his pocket, which he took out and put to his ear. Hello. To All Might's surprise, he was met with a rather familiar voice. Hey, All Might, been a while, hasn't it? Tsukachi. I didn't expect to hear you at all. Well, I phoned because of business. This piqued All Might's attention. Oh. We just received a call about a mugging near the Central District. You usually don't phone me to report muggings. What's happened to make you phone me? Approximately a minute after we got the call reporting the mugging, we got a call from the same person stating a vigilante had appeared, a vigilante fast enough to dodge bullets. That really caught All Might's completely. I'll make my way there now. All Might hung up because he knew Tsukachi was going to do the same thing regardless, and turned into his buff form, leaping into the air with as much strength he could muster, and went flying off into the air with incredible speed towards the Central District. Die, you web-swinging motherfucker. Said web-swinger was chasing after the thug from earlier along with 3 other accomplices in a high-speed chase through the city, causing quite a commotion that the police were trailing behind Izuku at a distance where they were avoiding any gunfire. Izuku had already figured out the quirks of 3 of the thugs shortly after he caught up with them. Okay, the driver is just a standard human with no quirk. The person sat next to him has some form of arm cannon that shoots an acidic substance up to approximately 25 meters. The backseat passenger on the left is the thug from earlier and has a marksman-type quirk, giving him an advantage for shooting, although he clearly didn't show that earlier, and the guy on his right is the most dangerous as he's able to breath concentrated fire like a flamethrower out of his mouth, which could cause explosions because of nearby cars. Izuku found it moderately easy to dodge the bullets because he was now able to move about in the air with ease, now being able to bend his body and do flips with complete ease compared to a few hours ago when Izuku struggled to do a single flip in the air. This guy isn't backing off. The marksman thug shouted to the others. Who the F is this guy? The diver shouted back, making a hard right, Izuku following slightly closer behind now. I don't know, but just shoot him down. Izuku used this chance and shot to web lines further up the road where the car was traveling, and web zipped himself with enough strength to land him on the roof of the car in less than 2 seconds with a loud metallic thud. Izuku felt his spider sense scream at him in his mind, and he responded by crossing his arms across his chest and shooting out some web from both wrists, which covered the mouth of the fire breather and the barrel of the marksman's gun. Both of them tried to poke out the window as soon as Izuku landed. Before Izuku could even move to deal with the acid guy, the car came to a completely abrupt stop, causing Izuku to fly off the roof of the car and hit the tarmac on his back, so he was just left staring up at the sky. Everyone around Izuku started cheering and applauding as more people joined in, giving Izuku a slight smile on his face. Did they really think I did go dash? Yeah. Well done, All Might. Thanks from saving us from those thugs, All Might. What? Izuku sat up, holding his sunglasses on his face with his palm of his and holding the hood within between his fingers of the same hand, and turned around to look at the car to see that All Might had punched the front of the car to a complete stop and thugs were being dragged out of the smashed car by the cops. Hands in the air. In complete shock, Izuku looked around to see about 4 cops surrounding him with guns, all pointing guns at his head. Izuku deepened his voice again like he did in the alley and questioned what was actually happening while he tried to stand up. What's going on? You're under arrest for acts of vigilantism. This was something Izuku didn't even consider. Becoming a vigilante, someone that everyone despises, even heroes themselves hate. Maybe the public will have my SI dash. Boo! Just turn yourself in. FNG vigilante. Rage and betrayal. These were the only immediate emotions Izuku felt. He essentially risked his life to stop these thugs and everyone was booing and being completely against him. Well, except for 2 people. The first person was obviously All Might because he knew Izuku's quirk was really one of a kind compared to some quirks he's seen over the years. It was obvious that All Might wanted to step in as his whole body was shaking a little bit out of anger because he knew he couldn't say anything to withhold his heroic symbol of peace stature. To Izuku's surprise, the second person not hating him right now was Momo, who was standing near the back of the crowd looking angry at everyone else except Izuku himself. What do I do? What do I do? I can't talk my way out of this. I need a distraction, anything will do. Almost as if someone read his thoughts, a shadow went over his face and he looked up to see that his bag was thrown up in the air, luckily enough distracting the cops, allowing Izuku to run and quickly jump away into the air. The cops wasted no time in turning their attention back to Izuku and firing their guns at him with no hesitation at all. I knew some vigilantes were hated, but I didn't think it was this bad. Izuku did a quick mid-air 180 turn and shot a web line at his bag and pulled it towards him before turning back and landing on the roof on his feet and rushing to take off his hoodie and sunglasses and stuff them in his bag. Until he heard a loud drip that echoed in his ears and made Izuku go completely pale. Scared to look down at his own injury, Izuku lifted up his t-shirt and just shot a bunch of small splattered webs across the left side of his abdomen before letting go of his shirt, and with a blank expressionless face Izuku just started to walk to the but stopped at the sound of a booming voice. Midoriya, my boy, you have my sincerest apologies. I had no idea that they would actually open fire on you, and I'm sorry I could not step I dash. All Might looked up from his apologetic bow and saw the little drips of blood on the ground and the small red stain on Izuku's shirt. He deflated and ran to Izuku, completely worried now. He kid you alright? Say something to me. Izuku just stood there in silence, not even looking at him with his lifeless-looking expression, but All Might couldn't utter another word before Izuku just fell forwards, passing out. All Might quickly rebuffed and grabbed Izuku, checking his pulse as well as other signs on him that all lead to the same conclusion. Izuku went into shock and his webbing isn't stopping the blood. Sheet. What do I do? I can't take him to the hospital. The police would have taken priority in looking at hospitals with recent bullet wounds, and recovery girl is out of town until the entrance exam. Sheet. Hold on. All Might then thought back to when he dropped off Izuku after he passed out, when All Might told him his secrets. Oh my god. Izuku. What happened to him? Inko immediately ran towards the kitchen and made a weird hand motion so that the phone levitated towards her. His mother can pull small objects towards her. That can be used to take the bullet out. All Might squatted down and leaped with tremendous strength towards Izuku's house. Back at the Midoriya household, Uraraka was sitting on their couch watching the TV while Inko worked in the kitchen humming a little tune to herself while she walked out to the living room holding a tray and eventually handing a cup to Uraraka. Here's your tea, sweetie. Uraraka turned around and gave a bright smile. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya, and thank you again for letting me stay here until Deku-kun gets back. Oh, it's no problem, dear. I wouldn't want a sweet girl like yourself to wander aimlessly. If you could just wait for him to come to a place you know he'll be. The conversation drifted away as the TV caught both of their attention. Breaking news. Earlier today, a high-speed pursuit went haywire when 4 common thugs attempted mass muggings across the higher-class district of the city. These thugs were put to a stop by none other than All Might himself. According to eyewitnesses and several police officers, a vigilante appeared around the same time of these thugs and was cornered by the police, and while they say that they merely wanted to question and state a warning to the vigilante, they still fled when they had the chance, leading one officer to shoot them. We have no word from the officer who shot the vigilante. I didn't think vigilantes were still a thing. Inko started the conversation back up only to be met with a confused Uraraka. Wait, what are vigilantes? Inko smiled at Uraraka's innocence and began to explain. Well, to put it simply, they dash. Mrs. Midoriya, we have an emergency. All Might suddenly burst through the front door in his deflated form, out of breath, breaking the lock on said door, and rushed into the living room holding an unconscious Izuku in his arms. The room was filled with only pure silence for approximately 3 seconds, with Inko and Uraraka wide-eyed in shock and horror, then a loud crash of Inko dropping the tray she was holding. Izuku! Inko ignored the mess she dropped on her floor and ran over to All Might while Uraraka set her tea aside and quickly moved off the couch, but All Might took the opportunity, dashed past them and rested Izuku on the couch and pulled up his shirt to show most of the webbing had been stained red with his blood. Sheet! What happened to him? Inko rushed to her son's side and was almost brought to tears at sight of him being covered in blood-stained clothes, while Uraraka could only stand a few steps back, hands over her mouth, staring at Izuku as if he was at death's door. I'll explain later. You there, get some bandages while we deal with the bleeding. All Might boomed out, pointing at Uraraka, setting her out of her daze and making head to the kitchen, searching, although she had no clue where the bandages were. I mean, this wasn't even her house. Mrs. Midoriya, I need your help right now. Inko didn't even let All Might finish. Help. Take my son to a hospital. All Might cringed and started to doubt whether or not he should say why he can't take Izuku to the hospital. My apologies, but I can't. Now Mrs. Midoriya, I need you to use your quirk to get the bullet out of your son's wound. Again, for the second time in a row, All Might was cut off by Inko. What? Why did you assume I could do that? Considering you're Izuku's trainer, you're not that smart when it comes to ideas. All Might just sweat dropped and felt kinda hurt. I thought this was a pretty good idea. The sound of Izuku making a discomfited grunt snapped All Might out of his thoughts and made Inko realize the true seriousness of the situation. All right, you said just try and pull the bullet out, right? All Might nodded and grabbed the center of the blood-soaked webbing covering Izuku's abdomen. On 3, 3. On 3, All Might ripped the webbing off Izuku with as much strength he could muster without turning into his buff form on accident, while Inko shot her right arm out above Izuku and was about to make the hand gesture to try and pull the bullet out, but there was no wound, only a scar of a slightly lighter color than Izuku's normal skin color. What, how? It's only been less than 15 minutes and it's turned into a scar. All Might then flipped the webbing over and saw the bullet was on the webbing as if it had been pushed onto it. Inko, on the other hand, immediately broke down into tears to see that her son was fine and hugged Izuku, crying out about how worried she was even though he was still unconscious and couldn't hear a word she was saying. Uraraka, on the other hand, took a breath of relief and smiled at the fact that Izuku was fine and slowly made her way over to both Inko and All Might and handed All Might the bandages. He has so many different powers rolled into one. All Might then looked at Izuku's now peaceful face before looking down at the bloody web to see that there were what seemed to be small black spots of blood underneath where the bullet was. All Might just looked at the blood with no emotion. Black blood? There was no way that this was because of low oxygen levels. Izuku had nothing wrong with him. It must be some form of oil from the bullet, but All Might still had his doubts in the back of his mind. Stories and jokes about black blood are told among heroes to frighten each other or insult one another, but the term that it has meant since the first day it was made has remained the same. The monster. One for all will truly show whether or not this much power makes him the hero to replace me, or the monster to end me. God, I hope I'm wrong about the latter. Izuku awoke to see the familiarity of his bedroom ceiling and the sound of a paper being flicked every so often. Finally up, huh, kid? Izuku sat up slowly and saw that All Might was at his desk reading through the different notes Izuku had made on different heroes for the last couple of years. I guess so. His stomach hurts a little but I'm fine. Then it hit Izuku like a brick wall at the situation. All Might was in his room, which was covered in All Might posters and All Might merch. Oh, sorry about the room. All Might laughed a little but then pointed at the bandages around Izuku's abdominal area. It's fine, kid. But do you want to explain what happened back there? You said to me when you figured out this sixth sense that it sends an impulse to your brain to warn you of incoming attacks. The blood on your clothes say otherwise. Izuku thought about it and realized All Might was right. He didn't sense anything when he was actually shot and he didn't feel any pain until he knew about the wound himself. I don't know. I just didn't feel a thing when it happened. Izuku then put a hand on where he was shot but felt nothing. How am I healed already? Don't gunshot wounds take a good few days to heal? All Might stopped looking through Izuku's notebook and closed it and looked at Izuku with a completely serious face. You have a healing factor quirk as well as your others. What should have taken about 5 days to heal happened in 15 minutes. Your body seemed to have pushed the bullet out of your muscle tissue and healed it. Izuku went through a few phases during the time All Might spoke. Shock, excitement and finally confusion. Wait, why are you so serious about this? Shouldn't this be something to be happy about? In normal circumstances, yes, but the bullet and part of the webbing was covered in black blood. Izuku went pale and panicked. Wait, what? What does that mean? All Might shrugged his shoulders. I have no clue, but we're gonna go see someone who's come to Tokyo recently and he should help us figure out where this blood has come from. All Might stood up and headed for the door. Be at the beach at 7 a.m. if you can. With a half-hearted smile, Izuku nodded at All Might as he left Izuku's room but looked back to say one last thing. I'm glad you're okay, kid. Rest up, okay? Again Izuku responded with a nod and waited for All Might to leave and closed the door and got up and headed to his computer, slowly clutching his abs as they were still a little sore. I need to research different martial arts and make my own type of style, something that can be fast and effective in combat but be able to capture or limit my opponent's movements. Izuku started to browse the web, looking at style upon style of fighting, mentally noting everything he saw of use or could be useful later on with more information and practice. He continued to do this until he literally fell asleep on his keyboard. Falling asleep on the keyboard was a bad move on Izuku's part as he now had lines all over the left side of his face where he fell asleep. Izuku groggily opened his eyes and looked at the clock to see the time, and when he did, Izuku felt wide awake almost instantly. 6:45. I'm gonna be late. Not wanting to waste any more time, Izuku ran around his room finding any clothes he could find and burst out of his room, not even bothering with breakfast. Izuku! Said person stopped dead in their tracks and turned around to see his mother Inko standing there with a face that almost had a mixed expression of happy, sad, annoyed and tired. Why, Mom? Izuku had a feeling. What about what she was angry about? Yagi-san told me the full story about what happened yesterday. Izuku just looked slightly confused at the sound of that name. Yagi-san. Oh, that must have been a name All Might gave her to use so that she wasn't suspicious. Then Izuku remembered what his mother actually just said. Off being a vigilante and getting shot, by the police no less. I thought you wanted to be a hero. Being a vigilante is near enough the opposite of that. All Might must have known that Inko would tell this to Izuku, otherwise it would have made no sense that he said nothing to him about becoming a vigilante. Mom, I'm sorry, but I still want to be a hero. Being a vigilante was never my intention. Inko's expression softened a little at the sound of that but still kept a slightly stern face. You've already been given a vigilante name by the public. You're now Spider-Man in the eyes of the people. Izuku looked down at the floor a little as he knew he was more than likely responsible for that name because of what he said to that girl in the alley. Mom, I can't just stand around and do nothing when I have this much power. Inko started to look sad at what her son just said. But it's not your responsibility to help ye dash. This power makes it my responsibility to help. After Izuku shouted back, there was nothing but silence in the room while shocked expressions remained on both Izuku and Inko. Izuku was shocked at himself for talking back, to his own mother no less. It was just something that he never did. Maybe the stress and anger he's been holding in for all this time is starting to get to him. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Izuku was only met with a hug from his mother who had tears in her eyes. No, I should be sorry. I can't stop you, but promise me, you won't come back hurt like that again. Izuku smiled and hugged back. I promise. I need to head out again. I'll be back later. Izuku backed out of the hug and looked around for his phone to no prevail, only for Inko to hold out his phone smiling, although you could still tell she was hiding her sadness. Here, it was in your bag, but I let Uraraka-san have your number when she arrived here yesterday. Izuku just put the phone in his pocket and questioned his mother. Wait, Uraraka-san was here? When? Yesterday, but you were passed out, so I asked her to leave when you were healed and carried into your room. With a nod and a wave, Izuku thanked his mother and left through the front door, which had certainly seen better days, and ran off to the beach. Well, for about most of the way there, Izuku had forgotten how fast he really was, and now he was already 2 minutes away from the beach, and Izuku was 90% sure that it had only been about 5 minutes since he left the house, so he had some time to kill and went on his phone, surprised to see that he had several messages in his phone when he turned it on. Contact. Momentan. Messages 5. Contact. Messages 3. Stopping completely in his tracks with a red face, Izuku panicked about the fact he had Momo-chan saved on his contacts, even though he didn't even remember adding her to his phone, but decided to read her messages before panicking further. Momo-chan, 2:34 p.m. Hey Midoriya-kun, sorry that I looked through your bag and your phone, but I had no way of contacting you and I didn't know if you'd come back, so, yeah. Momo-chan, 2:36 p.m. Oh yeah, I remembered I had some more ideas for your costume design and web shooters, so let me know when you're coming over by the Central District again. Momo-chan, 2:45 p.m. What the hell is wrong with those people? You were just trying to help them and the police try and arrest you. And not to mention they try and shoot you. Let me know if you're okay and not hurt. Momo-chan, 5:03 p.m. I've been watching the news and I guess you're somewhat famous now considering you're the first vigilante to appear in several years supposedly. One of the news broadcasters really has it out for you on Channel 6. I think it was Joanna Jameson or whatever her name was. Momo-chan, 8:42 p.m. Please let me know if you're fine, Midoriya-kun. I'm really starting to worry now. It's been more than 6 hours now. Izuku just stared at his phone in a slight daze, cheeks slightly tinted pink, only taking in half the information he just read. Momo-chan was actually worried about me? First Uraraka-san and now Momo-chan, what is it with me and girls suddenly being friendly to me? And it doesn't help I can't even talk to them properly without panicking or stuttering like an idiot. Izuku used process of elimination and determined that the unknown number was probably Uraraka and read his remaining messages. Unknown, 6:27 p.m. Hi Deku-kun, it's me Uraraka, your mom gave me this number, I hope you don't mind that. With a few taps on his phone, Izuku added the number to his phone and changed the contact name before reading the other two messages. Uraraka-san, 6:28 p.m. I hope you get better, Deku-kun. When your coach came in carrying you covered in blood, I was honestly so terrified. I decided to leave by my own choice as you needed some time to recover and your mom seemed a little unstable. I hope she's doing okay. Uraraka-san, 7:35 p.m. Let me know when you're able to hang out or when you're down by the beach. I don't have anyone else that I know in the area apart from you, and I like the company. Smile plastered on his face, Izuku now continued to walk towards the beach and replied to both messages saying roughly the same thing with a few words changed here and there, saying that he was grateful for their concern and that he would meet them as soon as he could. Hey kid, glad to see you're okay. All Might greeted the green-haired boy and then looked at the time on his phone. And you're actually early as well. Izuku just remained silent, mentally debating whether or not to bring up that All Might told his mother about the incident concerning the day prior, but instead decided to act like his normal self. Yeah, I took some rest now, it's just a scar now. Yeah. All Might just laughed at his disciple's nervousness as began to walk with Izuku following behind. So where exactly are we going, All Might? Who are going to meet? Letting out a loud laugh which resulted in blood spurting out of his mouth, All Might turned to Izuku with a big grin. We are going to visit a friend of mine who moved from a big company in New York. Izuku just looked at All Might to say, yes, but who? My boy, does the name of Dr. Curtis Connors sound familiar to you? Dr. Kurt Connors. As in the Dr. Connors of Oscorp Industries. Izuku looked as if he had just heard the impossible. which is weird considering what he's experienced in the last 5 months. "Oh, so you've heard of him then, my boy?" All Might sarcastically asked with a grin on his face. Let's see how much Midoriya knows. Actually knows about Connors, All Might thought to himself as started to walk with Izuku following behind them. Heard of him? He's basically the scientist version of you. His work with Dr. Otto Octavius helped figure out how quirks work on a genetic level. But what is he doing in Tokyo? Shouldn't he be in New York City or Dash? All Might shushed Izuku before he could start mumbling to himself for the entire journey. I regret asking you that, but never mind that we need to get moving and you're still training, and if I remember your training schedule it should be cardio today, so let us run, young Midoriya. Taking Izuku completely by surprise because of his burst of all-mightness, All Might turned into his buffed-up state burst in the direction his was walking before. Leaving Izuku in a dust cloud of sand, All Might continued to run across the beach at an incredible speed, with Izuku only now just reacting and starting to run after him, going into an all-out sprint, reducing the distance so there was only about 20 meters between him and All Might. Aren't we going to draw a bit of attention running like this? Izuku shouted out to All Might, trying to keep his breath at a steady rate. You're right, my boy. We need to cover more distance. Taking Izuku's question in a way he didn't expect, All Might leapt up into the air and landed on a nearby roof, then jumping again into the sky. That's not what I meant. Izuku yelled as he attempted to leap up the wall of the same building All Might jumped onto, but was only able to grab onto the edge of the roof. With his instincts kicking in, Izuku kicked his feet off the wall and flung the lower half of his body backwards until he was almost doing a handstand and pushed off the edge so that his body followed his momentum, doing a flip in the air, putting Izuku in a semi-perfect landing so that he was able to back into a sprint. As he ran though, Izuku just looked shocked at what he did. I'm definitely going to have to remember that. Izuku then looked ahead and realized that All Might was already several buildings ahead and ran full speed and continued to leap over buildings to catch up with him. We are here! All Might exclaimed, landing roof of an fairly well-built apartment building not too far from the city center. All Might, this is an apartment building? I thought we were gonna visit Dr. Connors? Izuku asked as he climbed up the last part of the building's wall, joining All Might on top of the roof, hands on his knees, slightly out of breath. We are young Midoriya. All Might shouted as he pointed downwards at the floor, making Izuku look really confused. Why are you pointing at the dash? Before Izuku could even finish his sentence, his spider sense flare up, making Izuku jump to the side as the floor beneath All Might opened up like a trap door, causing Izuku to rush to the edge of the new formed hole and jump down without any hesitation. Izuku landed at the bottom of the trap hole and in a crouched position and looked around to see everything was pitch black and silent, making Izuku cautious and standing up, taking a few steps forward only for lights to be turned on around Izuku, causing him to raise his arm and be met with a figure right in front of him. You certainly weren't wrong when you said he had some extraordinary reflexes, All Might, the shadowy figure said, seeming rather impressed at what Izuku just pulled off. Izuku lowered his arm and let his eyes adjust to the lights to see a man in his late 20s with brown hair in a long white scientific coat with the right sleeve folded and pinned due to the lack of a right arm the man had. It was Dr. Connors himself. Dr. Connors. It's an honor to meet you, Izuku stuttered out in nervousness, similar to how he did when he met All Might for the first time 5 months ago. Connors only just laughed at Izuku's speech and actions before turning to the deflated All Might to his right. You also weren't wrong when you said he was brave and a nervous wreck at the same time. Connors laughed as he held out his left hand as a greeting, which Izuku quickly and nervously accepted by shaking it with his own. I've heard a lot about you, Midoriya, and might I say good work with those muggers yesterday, Connors said, making Izuku laugh nervously before Connors let go of his hand and turned around to a table that had a variety of different scientific instruments. Izuku then looked around the room to see that it was actually a fully functional laboratory with most of computer screens turned off. So, Izuku, would I be correct in saying that your quirk was not one from birth? Connors asked, picking up a syringe and taking the protective covering off the needle. Yes, but I can't really give that many details on how I got them, as they just kind of showed up. Izuku started thinking back to the day his powers had awoken. I see. Could you show you where you were shot yesterday? Connors asked as turned around, showing the syringe he was holding. Izuku lifted up his shirt hesitantly to reveal his abdomen and the scar he acquired yesterday. This shouldn't hurt, Connors said as he crouched down and slowly inserted the needle into the flesh just beside Izuku's scar and pulled back on the plunger, making blood slowly fill up the barrel of the syringe. Connors then stood back up before taking the syringe and placing it in one of the many machines in his lab and then turning back to Izuku. My apologies, Izuku, but the machine will require time to splice then analyze your blood sample. If you would like, I prepared a combat training room that you can use to your leisure, Connors suggested, pointing to the opposite side of the lab, which had a strong and secure metal door and a viewing window next to it. Izuku thanked Dr. Connors before heading through the combat room door and was surprised at how big the combat room was. It didn't help that the room was completely empty but had a grid-like pattern on every surface. This is probably why the building is a cover, Izuku said, marveling at the room, not noticing the door closing behind him automatically and a section of the wall on the other side to reveal a robot with structural resemblance to a human emerge from the gap in the wall. Izuku's all was cut short from the voice of Dr. Connors speaking through a microphone. This is a prototype combat android. It's designed to adjust its combat information constantly, so using the same moves twice won't work. It will move and act like a human with a speed quirk, so this will test both your mind and body. Are you ready? The moment Izuku nodded, his spider sense flared up and he jumped back in instinct to see the android charging at him with his right arm reeled back ready to punch. Crap. I don't have time to think of a plan. Izuku thought to himself, panicking as he underestimated the speed of the android. Izuku jumped over the android and flipped in the air so that he could shoot 2 web lines on the shoulders of the android, pulling it over his head and slamming it onto the ground with a loud crash. Izuku knew that it wouldn't be long until the android would stand up, so he backed away quickly and got into his new fighting stance, which was him in a spread-out crouch position with his left hand on the floor while his right arm was in an unreadable position, so you couldn't tell if he would attack or defend. As the android stood up, Izuku leapt at it and pulling himself towards it with a web zip and leading straight in with a kick right to the android's chest, making it stumble backwards, giving Izuku the advantage and allowing him to throw a barrage of punches at the android, but surprisingly the android avoided a few of the punches to gain some ground back, sending both Izuku and the android into a pure punching spree that also included dodges and blocks to deal with opponents' hits. Behind the viewing window, Connors looked in facilitation at Izuku's fight, noticing that although he did seem to only have his reflexes and speed keeping him toe-to-toe with the android, he also had a surprising amount of strength behind every hit. I can understand why you told me about this kid, All Might. All this power, yet he shows no physical change in mutation. All Might, on the other hand, was watching Izuku fight with concentration as he was still the boy's coach and had to tell him how to improve his new style. As the both of them watched Izuku fight, a beep came from a computer near Dr. Connors, and he read it before turning back to look at Izuku with even more intrigue than before. After a full 10 minutes of fighting, both Izuku and the android backed away from each other, taking fighting stances once more, the only difference being that Izuku was now slightly out of breath. As Izuku charged forwards, yelling, the android went completely limp, making Izuku stop in his tracks and then turn his attention to the window to see Dr. Connors signaling him in. Izuku, I'm glad you made use of the combat android, but now we have to talk about this, Connors said as he held up a vial that contained a small amount of pure black liquid. What is that? Izuku asked, slightly scared as to what this liquid was, but when he walked forward to take a closer look, the liquid stuck towards the side of the glass, pointing at Izuku. The thing is, Izuku, we don't know. All we know that it's a collection of quirks mixed with an unknown substance then exposed to large amounts of radiation, and that it was also filtered through spider DNA. To put into simple terms, you're a subject of cross-species genetics. Cross-species genetics? Izuku asked in a confused stare. It's when the genetics of 2 different species cross over, mix together perfectly to create a perfect crossbreed. The New York branch of Oscorp had looked into this, but every formula we had proved it was ultimately useless. But somehow whatever radiation this formula experienced has made the spider DNA mold perfectly with yours. Izuku then pointed to the black vial as the liquid started moving. Tell him, why is it moving? All Might said with an unreadable expression, causing Connors to sigh. The reason why it's moving is because it's trying to connect back onto you. Based on movements and its genetic structure, it's a symbiote, However, it doesn't seem to be inflicting any harm to your body. In fact, it's actually making your body healthier and more powerful, but I can't explain anyway how without looking more into it. Izuku nodded at the information, happy that the thing residing within his body wasn't killing him but actually doing him good. All Might walked towards Izuku this time with a grin on his face. "Kid, it's time for you to inherit one for all." Izuku only looked at All Might in shock before waving his hands in front of himself. No, I can't accept it yet. I told you that I wanted to accept it when I mastered my spider powers." Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't add any more comments as Connors intervened with what he had to say. "You don't have a say in the matter, Izuku. The amount of radiation and with how the symbiote seems to work, one for all would kill you from the strength alone." Izuku just looked at Connors in absolute confusion. "What? That makes no sense. One for all doesn't work like that, does it?" Izuku asked, looking back at All Might. "I may not have given all the information about One for All. It doesn't just carry strength across users, it releases all potential energy inside the current user. I mean, I didn't get this much power from just 7 other people's standard strength." All Might said, then laughed as he then turned into his buff form and began to proclaim in loud tone but tried his best to speak in a normal tone. "Young Midoriya, in the past 5 months you have already proven to be a fine vessel, but you refused as you wanted to earn this power. This is you getting your reward." All Might could already see the emotion welling up in Izuku's eyes but ignored it and plucked one of the hairs from his head and held it in front of Izuku. "Take this to heart, Izuku. You earned this power fair and square." Izuku felt nothing but determination flowing throughout his whole body and also a little touch that he used his first name. That was until he heard 3 words from All Might that turned all that overflowing determination into pure confusion. "Now eat this." All Might boomed, referring to the long blonde strand of hair in his hand. "Huh. You need to consume some of All Might's DNA for One for All to enter body and start taking effect," Connors explained. This is not exactly how I thought this would go," Izuku said to himself as he took the hair from All Might and stared at it for a couple seconds before putting it in his mouth and swallowing the hair with a big gulp. I ate the hair. But I don't feel any different," Izuku stated as he looked around his body to look for any changes. "Of course not. You need time to digest it. Now, young Midoriya, I will wait for you up top." All Might bellowed as he leapt up the long tunnel. The 2 of them fell down. Just before Izuku tried to leap up and join him, Dr. Connors caught Izuku's shoulder with his left hand to grab his attention. "Before you go, Izuku, I have something to give you. All Might sent me photos of idea you had and well, I was intrigued, say the least." Connors laughed as he searched around his lab until he pulled out a small metal briefcase and opening it. Izuku, again feeling touched that All Might had sent his drawings to someone to get his power-helping gadgets. All Might seemed almost like a concerned parent at this point. "I added a few different modifications of my own, but it's essentially what you had drawn up." Izuku now looked in awe at the set of web shooters in front of him and wasted no time and put them on his wrists and raised them up before firing a web line at the ceiling, noticing that the webbing was completely straight and didn't splatter too much like his normal webs without the filter. "Thank you so much, Dr. Connors. I won't forget this." Izuku quickly spoke out as he went into a fit of bowing to thank Connors, causing him to laugh at the boy's strange actions. "That aside though, you are welcome to use my combat room any time you wish." Izuku thanked Connors once more before crossing his arms over and firing 2 webs up into the tunnel and pulling himself back, stretching the web before flinging himself up the tunnel with a large amount of force. As Izuku left, Connors looked back around to 2 vials of liquid. One containing a pure sample of Izuku's blood while the other had the symbiote still wriggling around trying to break free or find some sort of opening. This could finally be the key to making my lizard regeneration formula. For months later. In the 4 months that have passed, not much has changed since Izuku had met Uraraka, Momo and Dr. Connors. This is what Izuku naively thought, but in reality so much had changed since then. Through training with both All Might and the combat androids, Izuku's strength had near enough doubled along with his speed, and that was without One for All, which Izuku refused to use until All Might felt the time was right. Another thing that Izuku only picked up on slightly was the fact that the people were starting to like Spider-Man with every heroic deed he did or stepped into. It even got to a point where the police officer who shot him even apologized publicly for the shot and blamed it on a bad day to save face. However, newscasters like Jameson were always gonna say negative things about Spider-Man. One of things Izuku did most during the 4 months was work with Dr. Connors, seeing as he was the biggest help to finding out what his weaknesses were to his powers and help rid of them almost completely. Connors also helped find out more about the symbiote living in his body and came to the conclusion that it was in fact harmless as it had no main brain, so it only helped its host. Also during the 4 months Izuku had become close with both Uraraka and Momo. He was able to talk to both of them without stuttering anymore. Apart from when the two met, which was when Uraraka insisted that Izuku could call her Yurachan from now on while Momo started calling Izuku Deku-kun. Izuku was pretty much red that whole day. During the 4 months that the three of them spent together, Momo and Uraraka slowly started gaining small crushes on Izuku, which they of course kept hidden from Izuku himself and also themselves, as they thought it would be a hopeless idea. All the while Izuku just remained oblivious to the two girls and stayed how he was. Well, that was a half-truth. Izuku certainly enjoyed the company of both the two girls as time went by, and it worked well for him, seeing as they didn't mind hanging around during his training and they almost had a schedule for when they met up. Uraraka hung around with Izuku whenever he did work on the beach, which didn't last long with how quick he cleared up the place, but that eventually turned into sprints and swims for his training. The two would always talk or catch up whenever he took a break. Momo, on the other hand, enjoyed hanging around Izuku when he focused on training his spider powers, as the two of them could be a little more intellectual in their conversations, talking about quirk battle situations, quirk counters, ways of improving their own quirks, and sometimes laugh at stupid freeze-frame images of Jameson when she is in mid-shout. But now we're here, atop of Momo's apartment building, where Momo was reading a notebook full of costume designs Izuku had drawn up, while Izuku himself was doing one-handed push-ups with his left arm while his feet were up in the air. Honestly, Deku-kun, half of these costume designs are either dull, flashy, or impractical, Momo sighed out as she turned the page analyzing another set of costumes. 876, 877, 878, well, I'm not exactly the creative type, that's more your area. 882, 883, 884 Izuku said between push-ups. Actually, these two here aren't that bad, Momo said, turning the notebook around and pointing at the two designs. 890, 891, 892, why those two? 894, 895, 896 Izuku questioned as he looked at the hood and mask combo design and the spandex one suit. Momo froze and gained a tiny blush while thinking, don't say the spandex. Don't say the spandex. Don't say the spandex, but managed to say, these suits are maneuverable and lightweight, making them seem ideal for you, and the designs on both outfits are exciting but not too standout or flashy. Also, both include a belt for extra gadget or web filters. Izuku was impressed at her quick analysis of the suits, but then added another thought. 904, 905, 906. If the underarm glider parts were added to the spandex suit, it would be completely ideal for a hero suit, while the other can be a vigilante suit, seeing as it has a somewhat casual style to it. 909, 910, 911 Momo pulled a pencil out of her arm thanks to her quirk and added the underarm gliders to the drawing, trying to add as much detail as possible. Like this. Turning the notepad around once more while Izuku did the last two push-ups he needed to reach 1,000, then pushed himself into the air and landed in front of Momo to have a good look at the added gliders. Yes, that would be perfect. Izuku gushed as he took the drawing of the suit before remembering something, then looking at his phone to then start panicking. Crap, I'm late. I was meant to meet Dr. Connors 5 minutes ago. Sorry Momo-chan, I gotta go. Izuku quickly apologized before putting on his hoodie, putting his hood up, leaping off the building, going into a swing. As Izuku swung away in a hurry, all the while Momo smiled as she took out her phone and called Uraraka. Hello. I found one we can make. That's great. When shall we start? We can start tomorrow if that's okay. Of course. I'll message you the address in a second. Great. See you then. Hanging up the phone, Momo walked back into the apartment building as she gave the roof one last look, overseeing if Izuku left anything behind like he usually does, and saw nothing. Well, at least he's fixing the forgetfulness when he's in a rush. Sorry I'm late, Izuku yelled in apologetic tone as he landed in Dr. Connor's lab to be met with the doctor himself and All Might leaning against a wall. Don't worry about it, kid. All Might waved off as he indicated to the combat room door, which Izuku complied. When Izuku entered the combat room, he was surprised to see large machines in different places in the room, one of them seeming to be a large punching machine with what seemed to be a lot of shock absorbers and padding. Right, kid, today is finally the day you start training with One for All. First we need to make sure you can activate it, so to start off, try punching that machine as hard as you can, All Might spoke through the microphone. Izuku turned to face the punching machine and attempted punch it with as much strength he could muster, yelling in the process, and while the punch was powerful, it didn't have any of One for All's power in it. Izuku looked at his hand a little sad, seeing that he couldn't muster the extra power, but before he could apologize, All Might spoke once again over the speakers, but this time in his buff form. Fret not, my boy. It is okay to fail the first time. Your body has slowly adjusted itself to One for All these past months naturally, but you haven't used it, so do prepare for some kickback. Izuku made a mental note of the kickback but then asked the question of how he should activate it, making All Might slightly nervous. You see, the thing is, young Midoriya, I don't know how to explain it well, but clench your butt while pouring all your heart into the attack and yell from the depths in your heart, smash. All Might shouted, causing the speakers to ring, making Izuku cover his ears in instinct. So put everything I can into the punch, right? I can do this, Izuku murmured to himself as he prepared himself once more, pulling his arm back and closed his eyes in concentration before opening them back up and yelling at the top his lungs. Smayawayawash. In a powerful mighty red blur, Izuku's fist made contact with the punching machine, sending it flying backwards and creating a huge crash as the machine had caved in on itself and was slowly breaking apart from the sheer power of Izuku's punch. Grinning like he was a little kid again, Izuku triumphantly tried raising both his arms in the air and succeeded with the left arm, but then felt the large throb of his right one. Izuku immediately went pale and tears began to form in the corners of his eyes as he clutched his shoulder, falling to his knees and screaming in agonizing pain that he could now feel shooting up and down his arm as it limply hung to his side, somehow bare as the cloth had ripped off in the punch. Dr. Connors rushed into the combat room and to Izuku's side, holding a pill out to Izuku. Take this, it should completely numb the pain for the next 2 to 3 hours. Still shaking from all the pain, Izuku took the pill and putting it in his mouth and swallowed it. Izuku slowly calmed down as the numbing agent worked almost instantly, with the pain slowly fading away, allowing Izuku to talk properly and not be so shaken up. Thank you, Dr. Connors. I wasn't expecting that much kickback from that, Izuku mumbled out as he wiped the tears away with his non-broken arm while Connors examined Izuku's arm to be surprised. You should be thanking yourself. From an attack like that, your bones should be shattered at a minimum of 17 different places, but from what I can tell, without x-rays, is that it's only broken in 5 or 6 places. Put that with your healing factor and you should be fully healed before the drag wears off. Izuku sighed in relief as he looked at his broken arm, seeing the harsh bruises smothering the whole arm and that it was bent the wrong way in a few places. Surprisingly, none of that freaked Izuku out, but the thing that did was small amount of black that he saw crawl under his skin before disappearing into the bruises. What the heck was that? Izuku panicked, jumping up from his knees about to hit his arm, but then Connors reminded him of what the both of them learned over the 4 months. Stop, Izuku. That's the symbiote. It's only trying to help heal you. It's nothing bad. Calming down and stopping Izuku from damaging his arm more. Izuku just looked down in silence before looking up and towards the window that All Might was behind and looked with pure determination as he made a fist with his left hand and shouted with a heart and voice full of determination. I'm ready to try again when my arm heals. All Might smiled almost like a proud father would at his son before saying to himself, That's the spirit, kid. Izuku sat on his couch using a hand grip trainer as he watched the news play on the TV in front of him. With the appearance of the vigilante known as Spider-Man, crime has decreased by 8.5%, and while some of the public believe he deserves to be put away, The police as well as several members of the government in charge of hero rulings are actually happy that they have a vigilante who looks out for the city and its people rather than their own sense of justice. Izuku had a small smile plastered on his face as his mother entered the living room holding a large package with a letter on top. "Izuku sweetie, there was a package outside for you and a letter came with it." Inko set the suitcase on the table in front of Izuku and handed him the letter. "Thanks, Mom." Izuku smiled as he took the letter and opened it up to see that the piece of paper inside had writing on both sides in two different sets of handwriting, both of which he recognized almost instantly, Momo's and Uraraka's. Before Izuku could even start reading, the house phone went off, which Inko insisted on getting while telling her son to just open his package without her. "Hey Deku-kun, me and Momo-chan decided we wanted to give something in return for saving so many people, me included. Momo will go into more detail about the suit, but I helped with web design on the green parts of the hoodie and mask. We hope you like it, smiley face." Izuku smiled at what he gathered was Uraraka's part of the letter and decided to open up the case before reading Momo's part of the letter, as it would probably state everything he needed to know about the suit. Placing both of his hands on either side of the package and opened it to reveal the front of the hoodie Uraraka mentioned, but it had been folded in a way so that the white spider emblem on the front of the hoodie was the first thing he saw. Izuku lifted the hoodie up out of the box and held it by the shoulders out in front of himself and admired what he saw. A light yet what seemed to be a strong and flexible material that was black on the chest, underarms and back of the whole thing. The thing that really stood out to Izuku was the previously mentioned green and black web-styled pattern on the rest of the hoodie, the forearms, hood and shoulders. Not wanting to just admire it anymore, Izuku took everything out of the box and put on the whole outfit, but left the mask around his neck while the large green goggles rested on his forehead so that he could admire the whole outfit with his own eyes. As soon as Izuku finished putting his fingerless gloves that went halfway up his forearms and had little holes for Izuku to change settings on his web shooters or insert future filters, as Momo knew he was planning to use web filters. Izuku then picked up the letter and began to read Momo's part of the letter. "Hi Deku-kun, Yura-chan should have gone over why we made this for you, so I'll go straight to the details. The hoodie is made from a custom fabric that is light, flexible and should be strong enough to protect you from low-caliber bullets, but it isn't indestructible, so please don't break it. We worked hard on it. The pants are similar to the hoodie but aren't that strong, so we added knee padding so you can deal more damage or withstand more damage so your knees don't become a vital weakness. The mask is made of what could be called a filter fabric, so smoke and other gases shouldn't be a problem. The shoes don't exactly go with the rest of the outfit, but they styled so you can wear them as everyday shoes to be able to use your spider powers on the fly. The goggles, if I'm honest, are what I'm proud of most, as they look green on the outside while they're clear to look through. They also have slight night vision properties, so dark places shouldn't be a problem for you. I hope you like it, Deku-kun." Izuku felt spoiled. He felt like he didn't deserve the kindness that the two girls were showing him and started to feel tears in the corners of his eyes from the gratitude he felt towards them, but rubbed them away with his hand as he heard his mom entering the room. "Oh my, Izuku, you do look cool in that," Inko complimented, making Izuku feel slightly embarrassed at the comment, but then both of their attentions were turned towards the radio static now coming from Izuku's room. "I didn't think that this would actually pick up on the police's radio wavelength." Izuku was surprised to hear the static and rushed into his room, getting the radio from underneath his bed before tweaking with the rotisserie knobs on it so that the signal became clear. "I repeat, a hostage situation has occurred in downtown. A small band of quirked criminals have taken, from what we have gathered to be, 6 hostages and are demanding large sums of cash. We need all available forces here ASAP." As the officer finished speaking, Izuku looked at his mother, who gave a sigh and then told him to go ahead, as she knew he would go anyway, so it would be pointless in complaining. With a burst of speed, Izuku rushed out of the room, grabbing several small little containers that were on his desk and shoved them in his pockets before running towards the open sliding glass door in his house and leaping out while bringing up his mask covering the lower half of his face, as well as bringing down his goggles over his eyes, and then leapt off of the small balcony and went into a web swing, carrying his momentum from the leap. It didn't take Izuku long at all to find the commotion at all, since there was a warehouse building surrounded by police cars with officers behind them and their guns aimed at the building. Further back, however, was a large crowd of people along with several news vans that had all cameras pointed towards the police and warehouse. Izuku saw Tsukachi Naomasa giving orders looking annoyed and swung down near him and was met with several guns pointed at him by several on-edge cops. "Guns down, men, he's safe." Tsukachi sighed as he walked up to Izuku and gave an almost annoyed laugh. "You're certainly faster than any of the heroes on call, I'll give you that." Izuku was certainly surprised by that as he thought at least some heroes would be here. The reason as to why there was a mutual respect and understanding between these two was due to the fact that All Might had explained to Izuku that Tsukachi was a cop he knew and trusted personally. It also helped that he was also the reason as to why the police force was being nicer towards Spider-Man, as he explained that he was actually doing good for the city. "We can confirm 12 targets in strategically placed parts of the warehouse that we can't confirm as they are way too well placed for us to see. Weapons are unknown apart from one of them using a custom 1911 Cabot pistol that they made the threat with, so we assume each of them would at least have one as a weapon," Tsukachi said, annoyed as he knew that although they had more men, these criminals had the upper hand here. "Can you show me any possible entry points that I can exploit, Officer Naomasa?" Izuku asked in his vigilante voice, which was literally his normal voice, just a bit deeper. "Of course," Takachi said as he waved over one of the officers near the both of them and took the tablet from the officer's hands to show Izuku a 3D layout of the building with certain sections of it highlighted. "As you can see from this, there's an air vent on the roof that could be removed with enough force. That would be the most ideal entry point for you, as they don't know you're here yet, so the element of surprise is still on your side." Izuku nodded at Takachi's suggestion and took several steps back but was still facing the warehouse. "Have your men enter in 10 minutes, Officer Naomasa. It should all be over by then," Izuku said as he went into a sprint and ran past a few cops and used one of the cop cars as a large step before leaping diagonally into the air and towards the warehouse, clearing the 2 stories of height, but had to use his web zip to reduce the distance that was left. "How can you trust a guy who wears a mask?" one officer asked Takachi as they came up beside him, clearly doubtful about having Spider-Man be of any help. "Because I trust in what he does is also right. He's a symbol people can look up to." The officer just looked at Takachi confused. "But isn't that all Might is for? You know, being the symbol of peace and all," another officer chimed in who heard the conversation. "All Might and nearly all over heroes deal with large-scale disasters or villains with dangerous quirks, while we have to deal with the little things like muggings and stuff like that. Spider-Man is one of the only people willing to put his neck on the line to do either one of the two. Yes, he does seem young, but his heart and mind are full of courage that show a deep compassion for justice." The officer that asked Takachi, as well as a few others that heard him, all gave small nods and had expressions on their faces that read that they were considering how they felt about Spider-Man. While the cops were discussing their views on Spider-Man, Izuku had found the air vent Takachi had told him about and then examined how tightly the vent was connected to the roof before shooting a web line at it, then pulling it with his right arm and ripping the vent off with the sound of screeching metal, regretting it as he had sensitive ears and also because he might have just gave away his position. Knowing he was on a time limit that he gave to himself, Izuku jumped down into the warehouse and landed into a crouching position, looking around and saw the hallway he had entered into was dimly lit, but it wasn't an issue to Izuku. In fact, it was actually an advantage to him as he could blend in the shadows thanks to his new outfit. Izuku quickly covered up the hole in the roof with some large splatters of webbing to stop the light getting in, and leapt onto the ceiling and began crawling through the corridor as quietly and as quickly as he could, while also listening out for any sounds that could indicate any of the captors. After a minute of scouting around the top floor, Izuku found the stairs to the floor below and that it was being guarded by 2 lightly armored soldiers holding standard issue AK-47s along with a pistol holstered to their sides. Behind the 2 captors were a small child that was blindfolded and gagged, as well as having rope tied around her wrists and ankles, preventing her from moving, talking, or to try and make an escape. Might be time to test Dr. Connor's new prototype web filters, Izuku thought as he got down from the ceiling and hid behind a corner before reached into his pocket and got out 2 containers before quietly inserting them into his web shooters. Izuku knew he couldn't waste any more time and crawled on the wall, then onto the ceiling, avoiding any of the lights and calming his breathing so it was almost completely silent. Now above the captors, Izuku prepared himself to attack but froze when he heard radio static. "Check out what that noise was. I have a feeling it was more than just the foundation shaking." The voice, which Izuku assumed was the one in charge, and listened to how the conversation played out. Roger that, one of captors said as they turned around and pushed the girl to the ground before the two of them started to walk forward but made of the mistake of giving Izuku space to strike from behind. Izuku dropped down from the ceiling landing on the floor but pushed off almost immediately so that he had leapt towards the two captors before going in between the two and elbowing both of them in the head, making them stagger and fall to the side onto the walls. Not wasting the opportunity, Izuku crossed his arms over each other and began firing webs at the two so their arms and legs were stuck to the walls. Now smiling underneath his mask, Izuku watched as his webs solidified, sealing them in place before taking the filters out and firing 2 more web shots so that the captors' mouths were covered but their noses weren't, so they could at least still breathe. Knowing that the captors couldn't escape, Izuku walked over to the small girl and removed her blindfolded and instantly saw that her eyes were red from crying and were full of fear. Oh God, I've never had to deal with kids when being Spider-Man. Come on Izuku, get it together, Izuku thought to himself as he gave himself a moral boost before talking to the kid. I'm gonna take this off. Promise me you'll keep quiet, okay? Izuku spoke in a quiet voice only she could hear. The child nodded, to which Izuku removed the cloth that was stopping her from talking and then spoke to the child once more as he undid the ropes binding her arms and legs. Stay here and keep quiet, I'm going to deal with the rest of them downstairs, Izuku whispered comfortingly and turned around to head to the lower floor but felt a tug on the back of his hoodie and looked around at the girl and saw that she was crying. Please save my mama and sister? The girl sobbed quietly, thinking that Izuku didn't care about the hostages. I promise, they'll be safe and sound. I'll be back here to bring you to them in a few minutes, Izuku stated before making his way down the stairs to the bottom floor but crawling back onto the ceiling so that Izuku could scout out the room with getting spotted. Alright, so there's 2 covering the entrance, 2 guarding the 5 remaining hostages, 4 in the center playing cards with guns by their feet, and the last 2 at the back of the warehouse behind a desk, which I assume one of them is the one in charge. Best line of approach would be to deal with the 2 guarding the hostages, then the 4 playing cards. From there I can pick off the leader and the guy next to him, then if I time this right the 2 by the door will be easy to deal with. Izuku thought with a slight smile, making a plan of attack. Izuku crawled along the wall so that he was in between the 2 captors but also in line with the 4 playing cards. And then pushed off as hard as he could without using one for all and fire out 2 web lines on either side of him that connected to both of the captors, pulling them forwards with a large amount of force, which led to them crashing into the 4 playing cards when Izuku swung his arms across, knocking all 6 of them out. Izuku spun around quickly while in midair so that he facing the now shocked boss and pulled himself forward with a web zip, then fired 2 web shots at the boss's hands, sticking them to the table instantly. Quickly landing on desk and turning his attention to the armed guard only 1.5 meters away, Izuku shot a line of web at the gun he was trying to raise and pulled it out of his hands and swung it above his head once before smacking him over the head with it, rendering him unconscious instantly. Knowing by the fact no shots had been fired at him while he dealt with the rest of the captors, Izuku assumed the 2 guarding the door were in shock and possibly fear. Izuku took this opportunity and slowly turned around and stared at the 2 with his fists clenched in what could be seen a both badass and a little unnecessary pose, but it was still effective as the 2 of them were trembling from fear, and while one of them had a pistol aimed at him as well as his hand which had fire in his palm. Before either of the 2 could do anything, the police burst through the door shouting the usual stuff, but they stopped when they saw the pile of unconscious men in the center of the room. While they dealt with 2 captors, Izuku slowly made his way up to the 2nd floor to collect the girl he saved earlier, who was happy that he had come back. You're back. Did you save them? The small girl asked with hope in her eyes. Izuku held out his hand and said in a comforting tone, "Let's go and see." The girl grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him along down the stairs and to the bottom floor where the cops were untying the remainder of the hostages. As the girl spotted her other family members, she let go of Izuku's hand and ran towards them and hugged them. The 2 of them both had frog-like features, but the girl that Izuku assumed to be the older sister had the least amount of frog features, but she did have slightly larger than average eyes and hands. Izuku did like the bow type of style that she did with her hair though. "Thank you, Spider-Man. Ribbit, we were so worried no one would come to help," the mother said with tears in the corners of her eyes and a smile plastered over her face. "It was nothing, I was just happy to help," Izuku said in his vigilante voice before turning to Takachi, who was waiting to talk to him while standing behind him. "I'll admit, I didn't think you would be able to pull this off alone, but there wasn't even a single shot fired and all hostages are all safe. You truly are a hero, and while the rest of the city might say otherwise, we at the police see you as a hero to this city, Takachi stated in a thankful tone, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I don't know what to say, Izuku said as he momentarily broke out of his vigilante voice but regained his composure. You don't have to say anything, now get going, we got this covered, Takachi said, waving Izuku off, assuring him that he and the other officers had the rest of situation under control. Izuku nodded, then walked out of the building and into the light of day and was surprisingly met with cheers and shouts. Yes, Spider-Man. I knew you could do it. You kicked those guys' butts. You're so cool. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the cheers he was getting. Sure, he had gotten a bit of public praise here and there, but never really on this scale. In the corner of his eye, Izuku also noticed that the family that he had saved moments ago had run out and rejoined what Izuku seemed to be the father and brother of the family, both of which had frog-like features similar to the people he saved. The father looked towards Izuku and gave a thankful nod. Izuku gave the man a thumbs up before leaping into the air and started swinging away from the warehouse with a smile behind his mask and a feeling in his heart that made him realize he truly was doing the right thing. His gut feeling was right all along, vigilantes, while the good ones were just heroes without public approval. Now I just need to use the next few days as study time. The few days that were left before UA's exam went by faster than Izuku would have liked, as every time he even attempted to study, the radio went off, making him have to save someone or stop someone. That alone killed about an hour to 2 hours of Izuku's time, but it did also suffice as combat training and experience, so that was a plus. But knowing that this was the night before the exam, Izuku couldn't afford to go on a wild goose chase with every possible problem that came up on the radio. So he had it switched off for tonight while he laid in a self-made web hammock attached to the ceiling while reading a hero textbook. Question 28. What is the best strategy for taking down a fire-based Quirk villain? Izuku muttered as he read one of the questions from the textbook, then put it face down on his chest so he couldn't see the answer. Assess how much of a scale the fire can be controlled or produced, then use water to make the villain's quirk ineffective before subduing them with flame-proof materials. Izuku said to himself, staring at the ceiling before glancing back at his textbook and smiling triumphantly at getting the question right. Izuku then looked down at his bedside to see that it was already past midnight and decided to sleep on his web hammock as it was surprisingly comfortable for him. Probably just a side effect of the spider genes. With a stretch and a yawn, Izuku shut his eyes, trying to get at least a good amount of sleep. When Izuku opened his eyes, he wasn't met with his familiar white ceiling but was instead greeted with white room that looked like it went on forever in every direction. Huh! Izuku yelled out on instinct at the sight of where he was. And smack bam in the middle, a couple meters from Izuku himself, was a floating black orb just sitting there doing nothing whatsoever. The very presence of it made Izuku walk towards it in curiosity, wondering only what on earth it was. When Izuku reached the orb, he slowly and hesitating reached forward with his right hand, to which the orb began to form a lump, which then began to take the shape of a deformed hand which tried to reach out to Izuku. Knowing that his curiosity to find out what exactly this thing was wouldn't hurt him, as it was his own dream, Izuku grabbed the hand firmly, only to feel his head pulse out in pain. Izuku quickly let go of the orb's hand and looked at it to see the hand was no longer deformed, but it now looked normal. No. It was identical to Izuku's own hand, but it was completely jet black. What the? This? Izuku's eyes widened at the voice and looked around for a source, but shivered slightly at the realization of that it was coming from the orb itself. Izuku! The voice itself sounds scratchy and awful. Like it had a lifelong sickness in its throat and was speaking for the first time in a long time. What are you? Izuku asked, trying to build some courage against this thing. Izuku! The orb said a little louder than before, scaring Izuku and making him stagger backwards slightly at how it was slowly starting to sound human. What are you? Now gaining back his courage, Izuku asked the orb directly. Izuku felt his spider sense flare up in his head and prepared for the worst, taking a battle stance, but as he did, he heard another voice. Izuku! You're gonna be late. And the loud sound of his mother's voice. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he realized that the whole thing with the orb was a dream. That realization didn't last long, however, as he still felt his spider sense going off, and at the sound of a snap Izuku's web hammock broke, making Izuku have to do a mid-air roll so he could land on all fours. With a quick glance at the time, Izuku knew he forgot to set his alarm as it was 7:52, just over half an hour to when he had to be at UA for the entrance exam. I don't have time to get the train, and I wouldn't be able to be at my best if I ran their full sprint. Damn it, I'm gonna have to risk it and use my spider powers, Izuku thought as he rushed to get his school uniform on along with his custom shoes from Momo and Uraraka. Bursting out of his room like a complete mess, Izuku strapped his web shooters onto his wrists before picking up his pre-packed bag and ran for the door, but did a quick turnaround so he could fire a web line at the breakfast bar on the kitchen table before pulling it towards him. Closing the door behind him, Izuku immediately leapt into the air and began web zipping across the city, making sure to avoid largely populated areas and keeping to the shadows as he couldn't risk people knowing that he was Spider-Man before he even got into UA. Phew, I made it in time, Izuku sighed out in relief as he ran through the front gates of UA, only a little bit out of breath from the rush across Tokyo. I really should have grabbed something else. It's freezing, Izuku thought as he breathed into his hands to warm them up, which only worked a little bit. Before Izuku could actually warm himself up, he was met with a voice he hasn't heard in months but couldn't forget the angry tone of it. Move aside, death. Get out of my way or you're dead, you be. Bakugo growled at Izuku in what mostly seemed like annoyance. A morning, Kaken, let's both do our best today. Izuku spoke back in a nervous stutter as he was still afraid of him. In a surprise twist to Izuku's system, Bakugo completely ignored him and walked straight past him, now acting as if he didn't exist. What have I done now? Izuku contemplated with a sad expression, but it was thankfully short-lived as he felt a tap on his shoulder and was met with the bright smile of Uraraka. Oh hey Uraraka. Izuku smiled at her, trying to force out his previous thoughts. Hi Deku-kun, who was that just now? Uraraka asked with curiosity, looking over to Bakugo, who was now starting to get recognized by some of the other students as he walked up the stairs to UA's multiple front entrance. Do you remember that I told you and Momo-chan about? Well, that was him just then. Izuku explained, turning away slightly so he could glance at Bakugo, and actually felt a bit of anger rise up inside him. Wait, why am I angry? I'm never normally angry at Kaken. Izuku thought to himself as he shivered at the feeling as if his skin had just crawled. Wait, that's Kaken. I thought he'd look a little nicer and not like a walking explosion, Uraraka said with a little giggle that made Izuku try and hold in a laugh. When the two of them finally gained composure, they headed into the UA building and were told to head to one of the main halls so that they could commence the written part of the exam. Fortunately for Izuku, most of the written exam consisted of stuff he was quite familiar with or he could figure out easily from past experiences as Spider-Man. Sure, the odd question here and there threw him for a loop, but by the end of the hour and a half given, Izuku was sure he had only just passed the written side of the exam. Unfortunately, though, it started to go downhill from there for Izuku as he got called out in the middle of President Mick's opening speech about the practical part of the exam by what seemed to be someone who was incredibly serious about getting into UA. Izuku gathered that the serious guy didn't like him from the harsh glare he got when he was called out. Uraraka did glare back at him on Izuku's behalf, which he was thankful for. Then it came round to the practical exam itself, more specifically the bus journey to test Area B. Because Izuku was wearing his baggy green and black tracksuit, it made his physical appearance seem like he was just scrawny teen like he did before all his powers came along. This in turn made literally everyone think that he was a weakling and not even worthy of second glance. Come Deku-kun, cheer up, you can just prove them all wrong when this starts, Uraraka stated with a smile to try and comfort Izuku. Yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku said, trembling a little as it was finally setting into him that this was the UA exam that would be the real starting line to becoming a hero. The old man that was driving the bus said that everyone had to get out. When Izuku and Uraraka got out of the bus, they gasped at sheer size of the test arena, as it was literally the size of a city. Izuku momentarily froze from the intimidation he felt just from the city alone and was now behind the crowd of examinees, but not even taking a single step forward towards Uraraka. Izuku felt a large hand on his shoulder and flinched at the contact. If your goal was to distract and annoy other people wanting to get into this school, then you are certainly succeeding, the serious boy with glasses from earlier said in a threatening tone that went with the glare he was giving Izuku. And no, I wasn't Dash. Well, that's what it certainly seems like. If you're here for fun, then just go home already. I mean, no offense, you don't look like you belong here. The serious boy stated as he focused on the gate to the test site. While Izuku began walking to the gate himself, he got pushed by someone walking behind him and fell to the floor, which got everyone else's attention, and they began snickering and laughing at Izuku while Uraraka gave him a sympathetic gaze. And begin. Everyone turned around to where President Mike was and looked in confusion as his voice boomed across the large amount of land to each test site. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Run, run, run. Izuku thought about it for a brief second, and it did make sense to not have a countdown, but then remembered what he was talking about and looked towards the front entrance of the test site, seeing that everyone else was running towards it with pure determination. Izuku mentally cursed his own idiocy and decided to try out a new web zip technique to get ahead of the rest of the examinees. Quickly reaching into his pocket and strapping his goggles to his head, Izuku threw his arms out in front of himself and fired out 2 web lines on both sides of the gate and pulled the webbing back and stretching it out as far as he could before jumping up and relaxing his arms so that he could be flung forward with powerful speed that easily overtook all the other examinees, making them look in wide-eyed awe at the beginning spectacle he had just pulled off. Because most of the examinees had got distracted by the web zip stunt and slowed down slightly, Uraraka was able to pull ahead with Izuku and was determined to try and catch up to his level at some point, but knew right now he had a massive lead on her. Still hurtling through the air at an extreme speed, Izuku saw that some of the level 1 and 2 robots were bursting through the walls of buildings and noticed the obvious and fragile weak points on their backs. With some quick thinking, Izuku began firing web lines at these weak points whenever he passed a robot, and with his momentum alone he was pulling out their power cores, shutting them all down in seconds so Izuku could take another, then another, and so on until his momentum began to die down. Okay, so that was 4 1-pointers and 3 2-pointers, so that's an easy 10 points. Now I need to find a large clearing that's a guaranteed place where they'd place robots to ambush us. Izuku thought to himself, now swinging through the city's empty streets to get a better grasp of his surroundings, and with a full momentum swing Izuku launched himself into the air above the buildings and a quick spin to look around and saw that he had already passed the only big clearing in the test site a while ago and web-zipped across the rooftops to get to the clearing. Arriving a minute later at the clearing, Izuku looked in shock at how everyone else had already gotten here and darted his head around looking for any robots anyone might have not finished off. Ignoring the loud exclaims of people saying their scores, and jumped back at the surge of his spider sense as a massive explosion happened roughly a block away from where Izuku was, and seconds later a colossal-sized green robot emerged from where the explosion happened, causing everyone to start running in fear. This included Izuku, but he quickly reminded himself he stared down the wrong end of a gun, which was a worse feeling than this. 5 minutes remaining. Crap. There's not much time, and now they've already brought out what I assume to be the 0-pointer. Oh crap. There's people stuck under bits of debris. Mentally panicking, Izuku ran towards people who were trapped under large pieces of concrete and helped them by lifting it off them. After saving a handful of people, Izuku looked around to see if anyone else. Oh. Izuku froze on the spot in fear from the little yelp of a sweet-sounding voice that he knew belonged to Uraraka. Turning around hesitantly, Izuku prayed it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but there, trapped underneath a large amount of concrete that could have possibly crushed and broken her leg, was Uraraka, trying to crawl away from the now quickly approaching robot. Dekida-kun? The pain in her voice made Izuku's hand clench into a fist as all other emotions drained out of his body. He was now in a Spider-Man thought track. Izuku didn't care if this stunt would reveal him as Tokyo's most well-known vigilante. He just knew he had to save Uraraka. She was one of his first proper friends along with Momo, and he couldn't allow something to hurt them and get away with it. With no game plan and just going with gut instincts, Izuku charged forward at full sprint towards the robotic behemoth and clenched his right fist hard and reeling it back slightly as the cloth around it ripped off. Not even caring about the damage it would do to his body, Izuku sent as much energy he could muster into his legs and leapt up towards the behemoth in a blur, threw his fist forward while closing his eyes, knowing that this was going to hurt a lot. Without even realizing, Izuku had shouted out something from instinct that made Uraraka blush slightly while he flew forward at the monstrous robot. Get away from her. Smeoeos. Izuku thought the second part in his head as he thought that would be the key to activating One for All, as that's what it sounded like when All Might talked about it. Izuku felt the impact for a brief moment, then felt numbness in his legs and arm, which he knew would be replaced with agony in a couple seconds. When he opened his eyes to inspect the damage, he saw nothing. Izuku was at first confused by the lack of a giant robot in front of him, but with a quick glance behind him, he saw the damage of what he did. He had gone straight through the robot, destroying it into nothing but scrap metal that was coming apart piece by piece, and the whole body of the behemoth was now a whole 20 meters in the air because of how much power hit the thing. Everyone, including Izuku, was just staring at the pure destructive power that he possessed with shock and awe, not even bothering to run away from the now scattering debris, as they didn't know how to comprehend the whole situation. The serious guy with the glasses looked at Izuku with a look of dumbfound and a little bit of respect. Uraraka looked up in amazement at what power Izuku had been keeping to himself. While everyone in Test Site B was staring at the shattered remains of the zero-point robot, Izuku began to lose his upward momentum and felt all the pain hitting his body in one blow. Izuku could only scream in pain at how his body was now consumed with agony, and quickly tried to reach into one of the zippable pockets in his pants with his left hand and got one of the numbing pills Dr. Connors gave him in preparation for the exam and quickly swallowed it, hoping that it would take effect really quickly. As the pain slowly faded, Izuku finally tried to put some thoughts together in his head. I can't land in this state or I'll die. Uraraka. Try a punch to the ground. No, that's too risky. A web swing? No, the momentum I'm falling at would dislocate my arm in an instant. What about, no, that wouldn't work either. Come on, think. Izuku really couldn't think of anything to stop his fall, but in the corner of his eye, he spotted Uraraka running towards where he was going to land with a slightly awkward movement in her right leg. Deku-kun. With complete panic in her voice, Uraraka jumped onto a bit of destroyed robot and gave it a touch with all 5 of her fingers, making it float, and waited for Izuku to fall to a point where she could touch him. Izuku could see what she was doing and trusted her and closed his eyes in preparation. Izuku felt the full force of Uraraka's slap and only fell for a second more before he began to hover a couple feet above the floor. Release. With that one word and a hand gesture from Uraraka, Izuku and about 5 robots fell to the ground with a variety of thuds and crashes. Izuku turned his head and looked over at Uraraka and gave her a big smile as a for of thanks, as she did the same back before covering her mouth and throwing up due to the weakness of her quirk. I hope Yura-chan didn't get hurt too bad, Izuku thought before gaining a panicked expression and began dragging himself along the floor with his left arm. Crap. I totally forgot. I only have 10 poi dash. It's all over. Those 3 words filled Izuku with complete dread and almost brought him to tears, but instead he lifted up his green goggles so that they were on his forehead and wiped his eyes before turning his hand into a fist, becoming angry at himself. Damn it. I wasn't ready. I came in thinking this extra power would be enough, but I just became blinded in the process. I guess there truly is a large amount of responsibility to be had with power like this. Contemplating over this fact and the slow feeling of his bones moving back into place thanks to the symbiote in his body, Izuku didn't pick up on the large crowd gathering around him and talking about the power he just displayed. Holy shit, did you see that? It would be smarter to ask who didn't see that. This kid must be some kind of monster if he has that kind of power. I mean, did you see how he blazed past everyone at the start? Yeah, he was like a effendi bullet. While people were gushing over Izuku's performance, a small old lady wearing a rather peculiar outfit came over and started handing out gummy sweets to everyone before taking one look at Izuku and seemed rather shocked. Oh dear. Your own quirk did this to you? Recovery girl asked Izuku, snapping him out of his little trance. I guess you could say that. My body isn't used to the strength of it yet, Izuku said nervously in a quiet tone so only Recovery girl could hear. I see. Could you hold up your left arm please, dear? Recovery girl asked, which got responded with a nod from Izuku and him holding his left arm up to her. Recovery girl bent down slightly and puckered her lips before they extended towards Izuku's arm. The moment the two came into contact with each other, Izuku's whole body was consumed with a faint green aura for only a second. Then he was able to feel his whole body again and stood up, moving them about to see they were fully healed. Recovery Girl on the other hand was shocked at how so much damage was healed in just a second. Izuku noticed it too but just assumed it was the combined effort of the symbiote in his body and Recovery Girl's quirk. Realizing about Uraraka's condition, Izuku quickly rushed over to her on top of the broken piece of robot. "Yuri-chan, are you okay?" With complete concern over his face, Izuku lifted Uraraka up slightly. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little nauseous." Uraraka smiled out, trying not to be sick over Izuku by holding one of her hands over her mouth and the other over her stomach. Izuku could tell she lying because he remembered that he saw the state of her ankle earlier when she ran over to him. Izuku thought of the right thing to do and picked Uraraka up and brought her over to Recovery Girl. "Is she hurt too, dear?" Izuku nodded at the question, which led to Uraraka being healed after a couple of seconds. Thanks, Deku-kun, but you really didn't have to do that," Uraraka said with a slight blush. "You were hurt. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't help you?" Izuku stated with a bright smile as he let Uraraka down onto her feet. I guess you're right," Uraraka stuttered unintentionally while turning away. Why does he have to look so cute when he smiles like that? While Izuku and Uraraka talked to one another and Recovery Girl healed other examinees that were harmed, the serious boy with glasses looked at Izuku from a relatively far distance with a look of envy. None of them are picking up on the bigger picture. Not only did he save that girl from the zero-pointer, but he saved a handful of other people as well, even though he knew how little points he had and how much time was left. Damn it. I mean, if this wasn't an exam, I'd do the dash. Oh, if that's something they'd take into consideration, then, damn it, as he thought that the serious boy gritted his teeth, cursing himself for being so blind. Izuku, on the other hand, just come to a realization that made him go pale. That I only scored 10 points. Literally, as Izuku had just gotten healed up, the UA judges were already talking about the surprise turn of events with all what happened and how the scores were already looking based on what they had seen alone. This has certainly been an odd exam this year. In tied first place we have examine number 2233, Katsuki Bakugo, with 0 rescue points but an outstanding 77 villain points. He wasn't even slowing down during the second half when everyone else was. This kid is definitely tough. Then you have examine number 2238, Izuku Midoriya, on the opposite side of the spectrum, only scoring 10 villain points but a massive 67 rescue points, making him tied with young Bakugo for first. It's been a while since we had two people come first in the exam. These two are complete opposites to one another, yet they on the exact same level. Not to mention the pure speed and power that this Midoriya showed against the zero-pointer. It's been a very long time since anyone actually destroyed the thing in a way he did. Yes, but that brings us to the final matter. This Midoriya boy showed powers and techniques very similar to that of the vigilante Spider-Man, and this is something we can't ignore. Silence fell over the room for a brief moment. I agree, and we've never had a problem like this before. Just interview the kid to see if he's worth taking in or not. I don't have time for pointless decisions. Cold as always, Aizawa. But he does raise a point. Why not interview the boy to see if he'd be an honest student at this school or not? So it's agreed then? Yes, all of them said in unison. I'll let Present Mike know to bring him here right away. Back at the UA main building, Izuku was staring into thin air as he kept thinking over and over in his head about how he had failed his entry into UA and how he had failed all might at being a proper successor. During his little days, Izuku failed to notice Present Mike a couple meters behind him, now getting off of the phone and walking up behind Izuku. Hey young listener. I need you to come with me. Present Mike stated, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder, startling him and completely shocking Izuku at the fact he was being pulled aside by one of his all-time favorite heroes. Why, sure, can I ask why? Izuku asked in nervous curiosity as both he and Present Mike began walking deeper and deeper into the UA building until they reached a large metal door that only made Izuku gulp in a mixture of fear and nervousness. Sorry kid, you're gonna have to ask them that. Present Mike boomed out, opening the door for Izuku, so he was faced with a dimly lit room with a bunch of Izuku assumed to be heroes sitting on chairs, all looking directly at Izuku. Not even being in the room for less than a second, and Izuku could feel the tension in the atmosphere and stood in front of the heroes patiently before the smallest one spoke. Examine 2238, Izuku Midoriya, age 15, born and raised here in Tokyo. You're a completely normal teenager, but then we had a look at what your quirk is. The small joyful voice spoke, which Izuku's eyes widened at as he recognized the voice from when he watched UA Sports Festival a couple months back. It was the school's principal, Nedzu. You've been registered as having no quirk since kindergarten, but this doesn't look like the movements of someone with no quirk, just as Nedzu said that the screens behind him started playing videos of Izuku's performance in the practical exam. Crap. I didn't realize how fast I was going. I knew I would be a little fast but not that fast. And of course I would get noticed if I used my webs. I'm such an idiot. Currently hating his naive self for not stopping himself from using his spider powers, Izuku just looked down at the floor for a couple of seconds as he clenched his fists slightly. When he finally looked back up though, Izuku went cold when he saw that some of the screens were changing to times when his Spider-Man fights were recorded by news reporters and amateur recordings. It was as if the teachers were comparing the two side by side. As you can see, we noticed a distinct similarity between you and the vigilante known as Spider-Man. So, we only have one question for you. Izuku's blood ran cold as the words came out of Nedzu's mouth. Are you or are you not the vigilante, Spider-Man? Ideas. Scenarios. Panic. Fear. All of these things started to rush through Izuku's head like lightning as he kept thinking that there had to be a way out of this mess. He knew only two answers were acceptable at this point, but he knew that he was an awful liar, and the fact he's been silent for about 10 seconds meant he was already screwed. Finally skinning up the courage, Izuku gulped, then looked at the shadow-covered Nedzu with determination, saying what he knew he couldn't avoid saying. Yes, I am Spider-Man. Though his body was full of courage, Izuku's mind was filled to the brim with fear, trying not to break the face he was forcing on. Every second that went by in silence, Izuku's fear grew more and more to the point where sweat started to flow down his head ever so slightly. Well, glad we got that out of the way. You can go now. At first the principal's words confused Izuku, but as they slowly sunk in he realized that he now had the least possible chance of getting into UA at this point compared to everyone else who entered. He was a vigilante. Why would a school for heroes accept him? Of course Izuku knew the risks of what he just did, but at this point he also knew one thing, one very important thing he knew and was told by others most his life. It was all his fault. It was his fault that he showed his spider powers. He could have easily done better with just his natural speed, strength and stamina and not used his webs. It was his fault that he failed the exam. He took it too lightly. He should have taken it so much more seriously. It was his fault that he was going to disappoint All Might. That's when Izuku's mind broke. Already halfway home, he just sidestepped into the closest alleyway and leant against the brick wall, holding his hands to his face just began crying as if everything he had worked for was pointless because of his own choices. His stupid choices, not anyone else's, his. As tears seeped from his eyes and his body slowly slid down the brick wall into a little ball, Izuku couldn't stop the overwhelmingly negative memories flooding into his head. His loneliness ever since he was a small child. The constant bullying for being quirkless from almost everyone who went to the same school as him. Bakugo's constant abuse reminding him that he would always be weak and pathetic. His own mother telling him sorry over and over again for not giving him a quirk. All Might telling him to dream realistically and that he wasn't cut out to be a hero. His own weakness. It was almost as if his brain was forcing back every positive emotion and memory in his life and was feeding him all of his negative memories. You should just kill yourself. As those 5 words kept echoing through his, Izuku looked up with tear-stained eyes to see that Bakugo was standing in front of him with a very arrogant smirk. Izuku stammered out in shock, attempting to wipe away his tears and regain his composure, both of which failed miserably. Didn't you hear me, you bastard? I said you should just kill yourself. Bakugo shouted almost like a command, making Izuku flinch. Normally Izuku would just cry more or accept the abuse from Bakugo, but something felt different, like something in the back of his head was urging him to retaliate, like his very skin was crawling, telling his instincts to do something, urging him to fight. Izuku slowly slid his body up the wall while his fists were clenched tightly to the point where his knuckles turned white. Did you even think about what you say to others? How it makes them feel and how insignificant they feel? his voice traced with little hints of anger that Bakugo could pick up on easily. "When did you get the FNG ball to talk back to me, you quirkless bu?" Bakugo gritted out in anger as he raised his hand in an almost claw-like style before he started threatening Izuku by making very small explosions in the palms of his hands. As he was used to doing for years, Izuku flinched at the sight of Bakugo's intimidation technique, but not even a second before another skin-crawling sensation went through his body, making his eyes and expression hardened while his right hand's grip became even tighter. All the while he now properly stood up in front of Bakugo, noticing that thanks to his quirk's little growth spurt, he was now actually taller than Bakugo by a couple inches. "What? Are you gonna hit me? Don't make me laugh, you shitty bee. You couldn't even graze me if you tried." Bakugo laughed loudly in Izuku's face, making his urge to fight reach boiling point. Izuku didn't say anything but instead reeled his right arm back through a powerful punch that he put all of his body weight behind it, so he knew it would have a powerful impact when it hit. Izuku's punch was only met through with one impact, and that was the rough crumbling feeling of a broken brick wall. Izuku began panicking immediately as he thought the punch was too hard, but when looked around not only did he see no trace of Bakugo, but there was no trace of anyone being in the alleyway except for himself. "What? I swear Kaken was here. That couldn't have been a hallucination, could it?" Izuku said to no one in particular before turning back to his currently stuck arm and pried it free with a slight struggle. As Izuku examined his arm for damage, he was noticing the hints of black shooting through his veins as the cuts and scrapes on his knuckles began to heal up extraordinarily quickly. The flashes of black couldn't help but remind Izuku of the black orb he had saw in his dream the previous night. Does the symbiote have anything to do about this? I mean, these bursts of anger only started happening after I saw that black orb. Izuku thought to himself as he looked at his knuckles heal themselves quickly, as they only had slight bloody grazes on them from the impact on the brick. "I'll go see Dr. Connors. Maybe he'll know what is happening with me and the symbiote," Izuku said out loud to himself as he blankly stared at his arm before making his way up to the roof and began running from rooftop to rooftop, not even caring if he got caught. He wasn't in the mood to care if he was honest with himself. With the soft usual thud he normally made, Izuku landed in Dr. Connor's lab and was met with the slightly energetic but welcoming voice. "Ah, Izuku. So good to see you again. You're just the person I wanted to see." Dr. Connors greeted with a large grin on his face. "Hey, Dr. Connors?" Surprised by the sudden burst excitement, Izuku took a step back but regained composure a second later, allowing Connors to notice the blank and almost depressed look on Izuku's face. "So, I take it the exam didn't go well?" Connors asked, losing some of the excitement in his expression. "No. I was an idiot, and I'm pretty sure I'm having hallucinations because of all this stress," Izuku said in a quiet and defeated voice while looking down at the floor, gritting his teeth slightly. Only a few seconds passed by before Izuku felt Connors' left and only arm on his shoulder and looked up to see Connors' expression as a soft and warm smile. "I'll tell you this now, you are far from an idiot, Izuku. Not to mention you have an extraordinary amount of talent for a hero." Trying to get Izuku out of his depressed state, Connors attempted to let Izuku know that he wasn't doing anything wrong, but at the same time trying not to spill the fact about the rescue points, as All Might had let that slip a couple of days ago. "I'm still a failure," Izuku mumbled before being met with a sigh from Dr. Connors, who had now taken his hand off of Izuku and walking towards part of his lab before pulling out a medium-sized metal suitcase and holding it in front of him before stating, "Here." Raising a slight eyebrow at the gesture, Izuku took the suitcase from Connors and hesitantly opened it to see the other spider suit he designed. No. I don't deserve this. Similar to the web shooters, I followed your designs as much as possible but made a couple technical adjustments of my own design, Connors stated with a small proud smile while Izuku held up the mask of the green and black suit, shaking slightly. "Hey, you alright?" Noticing that Izuku was shaking and now crying as he held the mask in his hands. "I don't deserve this. But why is everyone being so nice to me? First All Might, then Momo-chan and Yura-chan, and now you. I don't deserve all this at all. I've let you all down. I'm sorry." "I'm so sorry," Izuku said as tears seeped out of his eyes, trailing down his face before splattering on the mask. Dr. Connors could only watch as Izuku slowly broke down in front of him, as he couldn't do anything to stop Izuku from crying, as saying anything nice would make him in even worse state, and it was out of the question to say anything negative, as that would be even worse. Minute after minute went by with Izuku weeping out all of pent-up emotions, each tear feeling like a small weight was being lifted slightly from his shoulders. It wasn't until 15 minutes passed that Izuku could clear up his tears and not look like a complete mess. Sorry about that. Izuku apologized with a slight bow, as it dawned on him that he was in fact still in Dr. Connors' lab. Connors sighed before helping Izuku back up to his feet before speaking. It's fine. Honestly, I'm not surprised you've broken down like this. You've done so much that stress was bound to build up and get to you, Connors confessed to Izuku as he pulled a seat from his lab desk and sat down on it facing Izuku. Izuku merely wiped his tears away and attempted to regain his composure before speaking again to the one-armed Oscorp scientist with a slight bow. Thank you for the suit and for understanding. His voice still a little raspy from the breakdown, Izuku looked up at Dr. Connors with a determined look as he asked him if he could test the suit in the combat room, which was received with a smile and a yes. Normally Izuku would be over the moon from something like this, but right now he was more concerned of letting out his pent-up stress on the combat drones than having another breakdown. With the new suit in his left hand and the mask in his right, Izuku made his way into the combat room, almost relieved that he could do this. After slipping into his new suit and strapping the utility belt to his waist, Izuku noticed that the suit was a lot looser than he expected it to be. Press the center spider symbol that's on the chest, Connors said over the speakers, as if he could read his mind. Doing what the one-armed doctor suggested, Izuku pressed the spider icon, making a little clink and beeping noise, and almost instantly felt the whole thing tighten up after that noise. As expected of the material it was made of, the spandex suit was now skin-tight, hugging close to Izuku's body, a lot closer than he would have liked. I knew spandex was type B, but this is more than I expected. Izuku thought to himself with embarrassment. He looked down at himself, somewhat insecure with how the suit really showed off his physique, which he was still actually quite embarrassed and insecure about. Izuku ignored the suit's flashiness of his slim figure and began looking at the pattern that was on chest and back. The black marks on the suit went all over the chest, making a spider-like symbol that really contrasted perfectly with the green suit. On the suit it also had a small little stripe on the boots, which Izuku assumed made the bottom half of the suit less bland. The design looked somewhat futuristic but kept a somewhat simplistic feel to it. Those of you who are struggling to picture how this suit looks, search up Spider-Man Big Time Stealth Suit and just reverse the colors so it's green with black marks. Finished taking in the looks of the suit, Izuku slid the mask on over his face and looked towards Connors, giving him a thumbs up. Seeing the thumbs up from Izuku, Dr. Connors let in the combat droids, who immediately went after Izuku, but failing as he was dodging and hitting them back with ease. Every swing the droids made got countered and then met with a strong hit to a pressure point that had Izuku's frustration behind it. The drones didn't even last 10 minutes before they started to break apart piece by piece. Oh my, he's certainly under a lot of stress if he was able to break apart the drones with that much time. Shocked at the raw speed and power he was showing against the combat drones, Dr. Connors looked at Izuku with complete intrigue as the final drone stood with its left arm gone and the right arm damaged. As the drone charged forward, its arm began making sparks come out of the palm of its hand that made Izuku's eyes widen and his breath quicken. Adrenaline began shooting through his veins as his mind forced up images of Bakugo into his head, making his teeth grit together in rage as his fist clenched tighter. For a brief moment Izuku lost himself as his mind went to black, but when his mind cleared and he felt himself, he was looking down at the combat drone, which was trapped underneath him in pieces from how much damage he must have done. Finally, you stopped. You were wailing on that thing for a couple minutes? I'm glad to see you're all right now. With what sounded like a complete sigh of relief, Dr. Connors deactivated everything in the combat room so Izuku didn't have anything to set him off again. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. Izuku apologized once more for the mess he made, but had a small smile on his face as he finally felt relaxed. No stress. No worrying thoughts. No nothing. Izuku was finally free of his pent-up stress, and when he took off the mask, Dr. Connors could see that from the smile on his face and just sighed as he walked up to the combat room's door and opened it up for him, saying that he was glad to see Izuku smiling again. While Izuku couldn't help but laugh nervously at that comment before hitting the spider symbol on his chest with the palm of his hand, making the suit loose again, allowing him to take it off. About to hand the spider suit back to Dr. Connors, Izuku kept smiling, but Connors didn't take the suit from his hands. Instead, he just walked away and began going back to his research. Dr. Connors? Questioning the Oscorp scientist's motives, Izuku walked over to the side of the doctor. "It's yours, you don't have to give it back," Connors stated, not even looking away from his work. "But just take the suit, Izuku." Connors sighed out slightly, but smiling at Izuku's cluelessness of this whole situation. "Okay, thanks Dr. Connors," Izuku thanked as he shoved the suit in his bag before leaping up the large hole in the ceiling. "That boy is clueless. Why would I give him a suit that would be pointless if he failed?" Connors chuckled to himself as he kept the true factor of the exam to himself. 1 week went by after the day of the UA entrance exam, and Izuku had fortunately forgotten all about what he did in the practical exam. Yeah, right. That lasted a couple hours until he got roughly 20 text messages from Uraraka apologizing for costing Izuku points in the exam. Those messages, while making Izuku smile, made a small amount of his stress come back to him, so the nightmares of the black orb kept haunting him, and if he ever left his thoughts alone so they would wander, he would go into a blank stare at anything he was facing or holding in his hands, which is what he was doing right now, staring blankly at a piece of fish from his dinner. "Izuku? Izuku, sweetie? Are you feeling all right?" Inko asked with concern in her voice as she looked at her dazed son. Sorry. I'm fine, Mom, don't worry." Clearly startled by the question, Izuku gave a half-hearted smile as he quickly ate the rest of the food on his plate before sitting down on the couch staring blankly at the wall in front of him while he used a grip trainer for both of his hands. "I failed. I only just passed the written exam, and not much needs to be said on my practical performance." Izuku thought to himself as he looked at his phone, seeing that All Might still hadn't contacted him over the entire week. He was near enough depressed. The whole week was just a seesaw of emotions for Izuku, as the nightmares and his thoughts would lead him down into a depressed state while Momo and Uraraka lifted his spirits through their text messages. While Izuku looked at his contacts, he began thinking of what All Might now thought of him. Nothing for an entire week. He probably knows that I failed, how much I failed him. I don't even know what he saw in me to begin with. But I don't care. I did what I thought was right. I saved Urachan. That's all that matters. Izuku's thoughts were cut off by the sound of loud approaching footsteps as his mother burst into the room holding what seemed to be an envelope while exclaiming, "Izuku! Izuku! It's here! The letter, it's really here!" No reaction. Izuku knew he failed. What was the point in getting excited if he had just screwed up his chances of getting into UA and becoming a hero? Setting aside the grip trainer, Izuku, still with a completely blank expression, walked towards his mother, thanking her before taking the letter from her hands, and walked towards his room, closing it behind him before sitting at his desk, turning on the lamp, and just stared at the letter that was between his hands. What's even the point? I know what it's going to say. With a sad sigh and his grip tightening on the sides of the letter. It's just going to say I've failed. Shouting in a fit of frustration mixed with sadness, Izuku pulled on both sides of the letter, ripping it in two as his face remained in a tearful but frustrated expression. A loud clinking noise echoed through Izuku's head as he slowly looked down to see a small metal device landed on his desk with a small light blinking on it. What the dash? Not even able to finish his sentence, the device shot up a beam of light that became a projection of All Might? Izuku shouted in disbelief as he fell backwards off his chair as the projection kept playing while Izuku's face went from that of disbelief and shock to one of depression. Pour salt into the wound, why don't you? This is a projection. The holographic All Might exclaimed as he looked directly at the camera before taking several steps back, showing that he was on a set that looked almost like a game show. Wait, what? I thought this was from UA? Questioning why he was seeing All Might on a recording device from UA. Now you're probably thinking, why is All Might on this? The answer is simple. I am in town to teach the next generation of heroes at UA High. That explanation alone made Izuku go wide-eyed as he now ignored the argument that went on between All Might and one of the cameramen telling him to get on with it. The holographic All Mights went down a little bit as he turned to the camera, now looking directly at Izuku. Midoriya, even if you just barely pass the written portion of the exam, only getting 10 points in the practical naturally results in failure. Those words, those very words that came from the mouth of his very idol shook Izuku hard, his stress hitting him back at full force as he lowered his head so his small curly fringe covered his eyes, so he instinctively hid his eyes from the projection. I already knew it. I already knew. Izuku thought as tears threatened to reveal themselves and his grip on his leg tightened, almost drawing blood. But that's not the end of the story. That loud statement caught Izuku's complete attention, making him look up at the holographic All Might with tears down his face but a small glimmer of hope in his eyes. Now then, watch the screen. All Might exclaimed in a booming voice as he pulled a remote out of his jacket and pressed a button on it, making the screen change to what seemed like security camera footage. Izuku watched as he saw a glimpse of himself walking into the room where he revealed that he was Spider-Man. Only seconds after the door closed, he saw Uraraka walk up to present Mike. "Yura-chan?" Izuku questioned as he remained quiet and watched. "She came to us almost straight after the exam," All Might explained as the video kept playing. Excuse me, but that boy you were just with, the boy with the curly hair and freckles? His name should be Izuku Midoriya," Uraraka said with a nervous expression as she made hand gesture that looked like she was trying to show curly hair. "See, can you give him some of my points?" Uraraka said with a blush on her face and a hint of pleading in her voice. Izuku questioned in complete shock as his face softened up, but the tears that had seeped out earlier were now trying to force themselves out. "At least give him enough to pass. Please, he saved my life," Uraraka begged with a loud shout as her blush grew a little. Completely lost for words, Izuku could feel himself start to tremble as his mind started piecing everything together. All the while, All Might became the focus on the screen again and pointed at Izuku with a bigger than normal beaming smile. "A hero course that rejects those who do the right thing, no hero course at all. See, we didn't just focus on villain points. Rescue points were also a factor, and you, young Midoriya, scored 67 rescue points." All Might boomed out at the loudest Izuku had heard him while he just looked up in shock as happy tears began to fall. "I never thought that I'd..." Izuku tried to speak out but was cut off by All Might with his hands stretched out. "You've made it, young Midoriya. This will be your hero academia." Those words were the words that Izuku needed to hear for the past week, the words he thought would never be said to him since he did the exam. As the projection finished, Izuku couldn't help but yell out at the top of his lungs in happiness. Yai-ai-ai-aha. His celebration was cut short, though, as Izuku heard his phone go off showing that All Might had just messaged him to meet at the beach with his web filters. Izuku didn't even give it a second thought as he began running around getting his vigilante hoodie, without realizing, as well as grabbing his web shooters and his vigilante web filter belt before coming out of his room, seeing his mother with a smile as she heard his shout moments ago. Izuku simply smiled back, confirming her suspicion before running out of the building as fast as he could before strapping on his web shooters and leaping into the air and began swinging through the air without a single care in the world. All Might stood on the beach looking out towards the ocean waiting for Izuku to show, but when he heard the sound of a soft web splatter and the dragging sound of shoes scraping across the sand, he turned around seeing Izuku crying ridiculously. "All Might!" Shouting in what sounded like a mixed sob, Izuku ran up towards him but quickly covered his mouth as he realized All Might was in his deflated form. "Don't worry, kid, it's just us here," All Might laughed as he raised his hand up with a smile, saying, "Congrats on passing, kid." "Thanks. I was pretty sure I failed it." With a small nervous laugh, Izuku gave All Might a high five before going into a small bow as if he was thanking All Might. "Lift your head up, kid. Everything you did was all you, not me," All Might said as Izuku raised his head up but looked confused. "But I told them I was Spider-Man. Wouldn't that have meant I couldn't have been accepted into UA?" Izuku questioned as he thought he was disliked by most of the public. "Normally, yes. But Principal Nedzu must have taken a liking to you. He knows my predicament and contacted me afterwards saying that you were Spider-Man. I pretend to be surprised and he said to me, 'You must admit, All Might, the boy is good. He's already got combat experience against criminals and he's made an impact on this city that can't be ignored. Plus he seems like a caring young boy.'" Izuku couldn't help but be shocked at the fact that the very principal of UA High took a liking to him for all the work he's done as a vigilante. As he kept thinking about All Might and Netsu, Izuku only just realized that he was told to bring his web filters and shooters and asked All Might why that was. Well, the answer is simple, kid. All Might began as he took a few steps away from Izuku, making him raise an eyebrow before going into his buff form and saying a single sentence that put Izuku into a state of shock. Shouting out in pure disbelief and almost falling backwards onto his own backside, Izuku began flailing his arms frantically in front of himself while making random noises that were attempts at forming words. "What are you so nervous for, young Midoriya?" All Might boomed out with a loud laugh that echoed slightly. "Nervous? Why, you're asking me to fight you, All Might. I couldn't lay a finger on you if I tried." Yelling in protest at the absurdity of All Might's request, Izuku took a few steps back. Why wouldn't we fight? You've grown so much in the past 10 months, I can't help but wonder how strong you've gotten." All Might boomed out with his large hands on either side of his hips as he began laughing loudly again. "So, this won't be a fair fight at all," Izuku stated in doubt as he was shaking nervously. "Come on, young Midoriya. I have faith in you." All Might shouted before quickly taking a few more steps back and stood in spot waiting, showing Izuku that there was no options left for him but to fight. One half of Izuku's brain panicked and started screaming at him that this was an awful idea that could only end horribly for him and only disappoint All Might from the massive gap in power. The other half of his brain was slowly getting louder and louder, convincing him to fight. After a few seconds, the voice overpowered his other thoughts and filled Izuku with a confidence he hadn't felt in a while. One long and deep breath was what Izuku did to calm himself as he embraced this somewhat newfound confidence. Izuku didn't say anything as he reached into his pockets and pulled out his vigilante mask and goggles before putting them on, with him finally putting up his hood with a smooth hand motion that made All Might smile at the determination and courage that Izuku had built up through his Spider-Man persona. Although he could no longer read Izuku's expression because of the face mask and goggles, All Might could tell clear as day that he was smiling as Izuku slowly crouched down into his fighting position, placing a hand on top of the sand, digging in slightly as if he was forcing something into it. All Might wasn't able to notice this as Izuku began dashing around him in strange patterns, but all ending up in some way, shape, or form. Izuku placing his hands on the ground and kept repeating this cycle over and over again until eventually All Might was forced to take action and dash towards Izuku with his arm behind him ready to strike. A pulse of his spider sense went off inside of Izuku's head, warning him of the incoming strike, and responded with timing his counter-movement perfectly by grabbing All Might's arm and pushed off while throwing his body weight of the bottom half of his body backwards, so he did a backflip in the air off of All Might's arm. While in the process of turning around to react to Izuku's next move, he felt 2 splatters on his shoulders, which were the result of Izuku spinning in midair and shooting 2 web lines at the 2 areas before pulling himself down hard, kicking All Might in the back with both feet. That impact made All Might realize something he should have noticed so much sooner. He was at a disadvantage. Without realizing, All Might had underestimated Izuku, his own student, when he of all people should have known the skill he had. It was obvious Izuku knew all of his moves and how he acted, and not even mentioning his spider sense, Izuku's skill was far beyond that of any normal skill and perhaps most pro heroes. After all, he had faced villains for over 5 months with only taking a break near to the exam. Even after all that, the boy was smart, smarter than he'd admit to himself. Izuku was good at thinking of a plan on the fly, meaning that he never went into a fight blind, and after all his vigilante work has got him to trust his instincts more, so he was fast both mentally and physically now. Izuku was turning into something that if he kept growing then he could possibly have no equal by the time he reached All Might's age. However, within his realization, All Might couldn't help but smile more at the disadvantage Izuku had. His movements were now extremely limited by the fact they were on a big clear sandy beach with no solid footing. With that realization now in his head, All Might swung his arm around with enough power to lift up the sand in the direction of where Izuku was landing, enveloping him in a cloud of sand and dust. Unfortunately for All Might, he was unaware of the fact Izuku's mask basically negated any attempt to make an opening due to it not affecting his breathing. Izuku charged out of the dust cloud in a single dash with his arms behind him as he stopped directly in front of All Might and threw his arms forward as All Might noticed that Izuku had webbing gripped in his hands as he only had seconds to react to as large rocks made out of sand flew over Izuku's shoulder towards All Might. As All Might raised his arms up in defense at the incoming rocks, he realized the danger and traps Izuku had set up. All of his movements weren't random at all, they were all with the intention of shoving what seemed to be quick dry webbing into the sand. To make rocks. He had this plan since the beginning? All Might thought in a slight shock as the rocks crumbled against his arms when they finally made their impact. All Might just jumped high up into the air with as much power as he could muster up as he needed time to think of a quick plan. Izuku was fast. Faster than most villains he had come across, which made his pride in him grow even more but at the same time build up his worry. Looking down at the beach, All Might realized his mistake as he saw that the shock wave from his jump had formed a large sand cloud that covered up the entire area that he and Izuku were fighting over, making him give out an annoyed sigh at the advantages Izuku was constantly making for either himself or taking advantage of. "My word, Midoriya, you are skilled." All Might laughed out from the sky as he heard a small laugh from the cloud of sand. "I did learn from the best," Izuku declared before large rocks flew out from the cloud and headed straight for All Might. Not being able to stop the laugh that was building up within him, All Might just kept laughing as he started punching and karate chopping all the rocks that flew at him with complete ease, effectively shattering all of them. Eventually the rocks stopped coming at All Might conveniently as he began to fall from the sky towards the slowly clearing sand cloud. All the while Izuku hid in said cloud as he knew stealth was his best friend right now. The moment that All Might had landed on the beach, Izuku charged forward in a single movement before leaping into the air and spinning in the air before sending a kick towards All Might's head. The hit was met with an impact but not its intended target as All Might had raised up his arms, so Izuku's kick hit his forearm. The two looked at each other, and although Izuku's mask was still covering his face, All Might could see clear as day that Izuku had a bright grin on his face, which was perfect as he had the exact same grin on his face. "I haven't had this much fun in years." The two thought that at the same time, both acting like little kids as they weren't even fighting seriously anymore, they were just throwing punches half-heartedly with throwing the occasional surprise here and there. The first surprise move was when All Might tried to throw Izuku into the ocean, which backfired almost instantly as when Izuku was airborne he shot two web lines directly at All Might's chest, pulling him up into the air while pulling himself back down to the ground. This resulted in the both of them bursting out laughing. The second surprise move was Izuku trying to trap All Might with an expanding web filter, which didn't go so well as All Might ripped the stuff to shreds with pure brute strength alone. The fight continued on like this for another 15 minutes before All Might felt like he knew how much Izuku had progressed and threw one last Detroit smash in Izuku's direction, making him fly up in the air, along with a large amount of sand. Almost as if it was muscle memory, Izuku flipped in the air and shot web lines at two base rocks he left for such an occasion, pulling him back towards the ground and to All Might as he slid across the sand in his red and white trainers before leaping out of the same cloud and threw a punch at full power, shattering his arm's bones, but it was caught by All Might's palm, which released a shockwaves that forced All Might back a few feet. Prefect young Midoriya, you have improved so mu dash. All Might's praising was cut short as Izuku kicked All Might in the side of the head as his right arm dangled like a limp piece of string on the side of his body. "I can still fight," Izuku gritted out in a mixture of pain and determination as he took a fighting stance, ignoring his broken arm that was already in the process of healing from the symbiote. The boy has a strong will, but there's no way he can fight with his right arm like that. Not wanting to doubt his pupil, All Might chuckled but was shocked to see Izuku charge at him head-on and jumped in front of him and began his next assault. Izuku led with right kick to the side, which he knew would get blocked with All Might's forearm, and used the block as a distraction as left leg went straight up, making a firm impact with All Might's jaw before kicking off the buff hero's body and sliding against the sand, going back into his recovery position. All Might just began laughing uncontrollably, making Izuku raise an eyebrow before seeing a large grin on the number one hero's face. "A broken arm and you can still lay a hit on me. I underestimated you, young Midoriya." All Might boomed out before deflating down to his normal look while Izuku just lowered his hood, mask and lifted his goggles up onto his forehead. And I couldn't be prouder of you, Izuku. All Might smiled, holding up his left hand, which Izuku high-fived with his left hand. I look forward to seeing you in class, kid, giving the green and black-haired boy a smile while ruffling his hair with a small laugh before taking his leave. After a thought passed by in his head, Izuku stayed on the beach and waited for his arm to heal, as he knew that his mom would have a heart attack at the sight of his arm being broken. 10 minutes had passed before Izuku felt his arm have the bones forced into place and healed together as it was before the fight, and started to make his way home in the complete darkness of night with the help of his web zipping and leaping across rooftops so he could use the cover of darkness to get home. After a few rooftops though, Izuku felt his phone vibrate and looked to see the words Yura-chan and raised an eyebrow at why she was calling him at the middle of the night. Yura-chan? Raising the phone up to his ear, he heard soft sobs coming from Uraraka. Deku-kun, I'm so sorry. I wanted to talk to you tomorrow, but I couldn't sleep. I'm sorry I made you fail. I'm sorry I stopped you getting into you. In a quiet but broken voice, Uraraka sobbed into the phone while Izuku just listened to her apologizing as he quickly leaped from rooftop to rooftop, not caring about any noise he created as he listened to Uraraka cry over the phone with a slight pain in his chest. You tried so hard, fought with everything you've got, and I ruined it. Yura-chan. I just had to be an idiot. I let myself get crushed, and you saved me, and now. Yura-chan. Every time you talked about heroes, you had the brightest smile on your face, and now, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Deku-kun. Look outside. Those 3 words stop. Uraraka crying as she finally snapped out of her little guilt trance and slowly walked over to her window and pulled the curtain hesitantly and gasped slightly when she saw Izuku hanging there upside down on a single strand of webbing with a comforting smile plastered on his face. Uraraka opened the window and was about to ask what he was doing there, but before she could do that she heard another 3 words from the green and black-haired vigilante that made her smile back at him as all guilt left her shoulders. I got in. When spring finally came around, Izuku wasn't scared, anxious, or anything like that. He was in fact confident. For once, Izuku felt happy in his own achievements. Right now though, his mother was constantly worrying and panicking that he didn't have everything he needed for his first day at UA, but he just laughed it off, saying that he was fine and that he had everything he needed. Izuku's laughing stopped though when he saw the time. Mom, I've got no time, I need to hurry, Izuku said to his mother, walking towards the door, but got stopped with one last call from his mother and looked back with the door half opened as Inko realized with tears stinging the corners of her eyes that her son had grown up so much over the long time he had got his spider powers. Izuku, I couldn't be prouder of you. Those words echoed in Izuku for a moment as they were almost the exact same words All Might had said to him, which just made him smile as he walked out the door with a "see you later" to his mother. Izuku ran forward, still looking back at his door, but ran into someone as he looked down and was surprised to see Uraraka now on the floor. Yura-chan looks really cute in that uniform, Izuku thought to himself before ridding himself of the thought and got back to the topic at hand. Yura-chan, what are you doing here? I thought we were going to meet at the train station? Questioning the cheerful girl who was clearly out of breath from what seemed like running, Izuku helped Uraraka up before she put her hands on her knees and looked up at Izuku. The train left earlier than we thought, Uraraka said in the process of gaining her breath back. Izuku's eyes widened at the sound of that, so he quickly turned around and pointed at his back. Quickly get on. Those words made Uraraka blush furiously as she looked at Izuku, slightly unsure about this. Yura-chan, we can't be late for the first day at UA, so get on, hold on tight and I'll get us there in time, Izuku stated, not even considering the closeness due to how focused he was. Uraraka just looked down in embarrassment as she wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck, holding on tightly but not too much so she was strangling him. Izuku waited for Uraraka to get a secure hold on him before he began running forward and leaping into the air, pulling the both of them over the rooftops with a quick web zip, making Uraraka scream out of instinct. Yura-chan, please stop screaming, it'll attract attention we don't need. Now with a small blush on his face, Izuku now felt Uraraka's chest against his back and instead tried his hardest to focus on making his way across the city. When Uraraka stopped screaming, as per Izuku's request, she actually took the time to look around. She was shocked at the speed and ease Izuku was running, leaping and web-zipping across buildings. When she wasn't in shock from witnessing Izuku's new power, she took in her surroundings, enjoying the wind brushing against her face and flowing through her hair. Uraraka's excitement only grew as Izuku managed to get on top of a speeding train and stuck to it with his hands while Uraraka clung on for life but kept enjoying the pure adrenaline shooting through her. With only a few minutes left to spare, Izuku finally landed at the front gate of UA and looked up at the school with a feeling of pride while Uraraka got off of his back. Uraraka was about to thank Izuku, but he was already running towards the school building. "Deku-kun, wait up!" Uraraka shouted after him, trying to keep up with his fast speed even though he was just jogging. As they ran through the building, Izuku kept muttering to himself the room that he, Uraraka, and Momo were all in. "Come on, Yura-chan." Not even looking back at Uraraka, Izuku reached back and grabbed her hand, making her blush again but smile as his touch was warm, kind, and surprisingly strong. After a few minutes of running, both teens were standing in front of a large door as Izuku tried to let go of Uraraka's hand, but she enjoyed the feeling too much and panicked a little and quickly let go of Izuku's hand while he stared at the door, praying that a certain two people were not in his class. Unfortunately, fate wasn't exactly the kindest person when it came to Izuku. Izuku entered the room and immediately noticed the kid with glasses and Bakugo arguing about something stupid like Bakugo's legs being on the desk, but Izuku ignored that when he saw Momo at the back of the room smiling and giving him a small wave, which he returned with a similar expression, making Uraraka pout a little. However, due to Izuku's entrance, he earned the attention of everyone, including the unwanted attention of Bakugo, who had snapped the pencil in his hand in pure rage. "That BS'er didn't tell me he got in. How? He's a weak nobody." Bakugo was tempted to leap over his desk and strangle the life out of Izuku's face. He was beaten though, as the boy who had announced himself as Tenya Ida was marching over to Izuku with very expressive arm motions. "Good morning. I am Tenya Ida. I am Fro Dash," Ida declared loudly before Izuku stopped him, stating that he heard him shout it earlier, making him and Uraraka sigh in relief as his shouting was a little concerning. "Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku said to Ida with a slight bow, while also saying it just loud enough so the rest of the class could hear. All the while Bakugo just made a face of disgust as he made a ball of paper and threw it as hard as he could at Izuku when he bowed. That plan didn't work out so well though, as Izuku managed to instinctively catch it without even looking up, shocking those looking at Izuku, while Bakugo could feel his blood boiling at what he just saw. "Just as I thought. I did underestimated you at the entrance exam. Not only that, but you figured out the hidden nature behind the entrance exam, while I did not," Ida said with his head looking down as he cursed himself under his breath. "Hidden nature? Oh, the rescue points," Izuku thought in realization as he began waving off what Ida was saying. "And no, you've got it, Ro Dash. If you're here to socialize, then get out." A deep and bored voice spoke from behind Izuku as he just looked over his shoulder to see a man in a sleeping bag with tired eyes as he maneuvered his arm and started drinking from a juice carton. The class just went silent at that before the scruffy man stood up and got out of his sleeping bag and looked at all the students with uninterested eyes before he looked at Izuku with an unreadable expression before holding out a blue tracksuit. "Take one, go to the changing rooms down the hall and to the left, then meet me out back. I'm also your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you," Aizawa said in a bored tone, throwing a box of the tracksuits in front of them. Izuku quickly grabbed a tracksuit one size bigger than his actual size. He didn't want to show his body to people he just met and made his way to the changing rooms with Uraraka and Momo making him smile before they went off to their separate changing rooms. Izuku entered and went into the corner before taking off his gray UA jacket and tie before his spider sense flared and he felt a hand on his shoulder turning him around before two shaking and smoking hands grabbed his shirt collar and forced him to the wall. "What the F are you doing here?" Bakugo shouted in pure rage with pinpoint pupils and his teeth gritting together. "I passed the exam," Izuku stated, not really feeling too threatened by Bakugo's scare tactics. After the crap he's had to deal with and the wake-up call of his own hallucination, he no longer had to deal with Bakugo's sheet anymore. "Don't give me that sheet, you quirkless bee. How did you pass?" The vein on Bakugo's head was sticking out in rage, coursing through his very being. "That's enough. This is not how you should be treating a fellow student," Ida shouted at Bakugo, pulling him back and off of Izuku. Wait until we get out there, you little sheet. Then you'll see true power and skill. Bakugo threatened before angrily walking away and getting changed into his blue tracksuit before charging out and pushing Izuku as he exited along with 3 other students. One with spiky red hair saying how manly Bakugo was and a teen with blonde hair just following behind the 2. Honestly, I wish that Kaken would just die a painful death. What the? Izuku was frozen in place from the voice that just took over his thoughts that he instantly remembered from his nightmares about the black orb. These thoughts were thankfully forced out of Izuku's head when he got a tap on the shoulder from Ida reminding him that they needed to go. Purposefully, Izuku was the last person to come out onto the training field, but that thankfully let him spot Uraraka and Momo, so he stood in between them and stayed silent as Aizawa spoke. Today we're testing your quirks. More specifically the limits of your quirks. Aizawa spoke in a dull tone as Izuku's eyes widened and sweat appeared on his forehead from nervousness. Both Uraraka and Momo gave little sympathetic glances up to Izuku as they knew why he was nervous. We'll be using the standard gym tests you should have done in middle school as the test. Now we'll need an example of the top scoring student from the practical. Bakugo, step forward. Aizawa stated, indicating for him to step forward, which he did with a smirk on his face, ready to turn around and rub it in Izuku's face. He was. Midoriya, step forward as well. Everyone except for Aizawa froze and had a look of shock as everyone's gaze was directed straight at Izuku, who himself was looking in shock at the information. Deku, you tied first with him? Uraraka asked her curly-haired best friend as he slowly stepped forward, just as shocked as she was. I guess. I didn't even know myself. With a nervous expression and slightly shy demeanor as he wasn't used to all this attention to him, as Spider-Man, yes, but not him, Izuku slowly walked over to Aizawa before hearing the most rageful growl come from Bakugo next to him before Aizawa pointed at Bakugo, stating he would be the one to demonstrate the softball throw test. Bakugo stepped forward into the circle and had the ball in hand before letting out a full-power rage-fueled throw with the help of his quirk, sending it flying through the air before a few seconds later Aizawa showed on his device that he threw it 754.3 meters. If you believe that this will be all fun and games, then you are dead wrong. The person who does the worst or I believe holds no talent will be expelled from UA. That statement made everyone go wide-eyed and a bit fearful, but Momo leaned up a little to the right so she could whisper in Izuku's ear. Let's just hope this is only a scare tactic to get us motivated, Momo whispered to Izuku, who was currently frozen on the spot with his face completely red because, without realizing, when she leaned over to whisper, she had unintentionally put Izuku's arms between her BRSS slightly. Momo raised an eyebrow at first seeing Izuku's reaction, but when the realization hit her she backed away, so she was back to standing next to him with a small blush tinted on her face while smiling a little. Uraraka on the other had a small pout while crossing her arms, making a small huff, slightly irritated by the scene. Okay, first event. 50-meter dash. Aizawa stated while walking towards a 50-meter track. How exactly are you going to hide your bug powers, Deku-kun? You're on everyone's radar now, Uraraka asked Izuku in a quiet tone, purposely doing what Momo did earlier, making the roles reverse as Momo huffed a little in response. I'll just and not, you use my webs. Izuku said in a quiet, nervous and embarrassed tone, quickly moving forward a little faster. Uraraka giggled at Izuku's nervousness before she looked to Momo, who was giving her a slight glare, which she of course returned back before running up to their curly-haired crush as they watched people go up to the beginning of the track where Ida and a girl with frog-like features. Izuku could feel his heart accelerate in fear as he remembered back to the hostage situation in downtown. He had saved that girl and her family. He'd be spotted in an instant if he used his spider powers around her. Now panicking slightly, Izuku quickly looked around at the other students to see if anyone else he recognized was there. And sure enough, there was. Behind Izuku, talking to a girl with long earlobes in the shape of earphone jacks, was an extremely excited and cheerful girl with pink hair and skin with little horns poking out of her hair. It was the very first person he had saved as Spider-Man. Now in a complete panic, Izuku knew that him being found out was a very strong at this point, but he was still determined to keep his identity safe from them all. However, all his panicking made him zone out and forget about the quirk test going on. Midoriya, Bakugo, "You're up," Izawa called out as while he didn't really care about these tests but was interested to see the power gap between that of a vigilante and a hero in training. Izuku jolted at the sound of his name being called and walked up to the track nervous and shaking a little as Bakugo was next to him with his eyes covered by his low-hanging spiky hair, but Izuku could still feel the rage coming off of him. The strange thing was that Izuku had never felt Bakugo be so angry at him before, which almost scared him. "Ready? Go!" At the sound of go, Izuku began running with about a tenth of his power without one for all, so that he was running next to Bakugo with ease, but not even a single second passed, but already Izuku felt his spider sense flare up and saw Bakugo ready to raise up his hand, so he reacted instinctively with a boost of speed so that he wasn't caught in the blast. Crap. Wait, I need to SL dash. 3.0 seconds. The very blood that ran through Izuku's veins went cold as ice as those two words sank in, making him realize he had screwed up. No. He had fed up so bad. Wow. He beat my time? I truly underestimated you, Midoriya-kun. That wasn't pretty at all. That was manly as hell. Oh no. Momo and Uraraka said that last comment in unison as they knew Izuku didn't plan on doing that, but they had a feeling he was already beating himself up about this, but they couldn't say anything to him as Bakugo had grabbed his collar again, teeth gritting in pure rage. Who are you? You aren't Deku. Deku is weak, pathetic and a piece of shit. You can't be Deku. Bakugo shouted, throwing Izuku back, trying to throw him to the ground, but thanks to Izuku coordination, he landed on his feet with his head down slightly so his curly fringe covered his eyes and just walked away from Bakugo, making him livid as he started to produce small explosions in his right palm, but several bits of cloth wrapped around him, preventing him from moving even an inch. You got beat, get over yourself, pull that stunt again and you're the one getting expelled, Izawa threatened before letting him go and leading the rest of the students to the next test, which was grip strength. As much as they wanted to go over and support Izuku and help him stop hating himself for using his enhanced strength and speed, but Momo and Uraraka knew that they couldn't help him deal with it, so they walked with each other as he just walked ahead all alone. The grip strength test was a little better for Izuku as he could control the amount of enhanced strength he used, but even then his held back power was still 400 kilograms, making him stand out a little more as the only person who got higher was the tall boy with 3 arm-type tentacles. Izuku didn't care that much though, as his excitement began to fade due to him knowing the increasing amount of risks even showing his power. The third event, which was a standing long jump, led to Izuku doing fairly average as due to his holding back, he got a directly in the middle score, beating most of the other students, making him a little happier and emotionally stable enough to hang around with Momo and Uraraka, which made them happy to see him returning to normal. The fourth event only increased Izuku's mood as it was just simple sidestepping, which led again to an average score from Izuku, which he forced of course, but right now he was only focused on being as average as possible and was convinced that he would already do fine if he kept it up. This plan didn't work at all when he was about to step up to take his turn for the softball throw, but Izawa called him aside and told the next person to take his place. Izuku's heart was beating at an insane pace as he stood in front of Izawa waiting for him to speak. Midoriya, care to explain to me why you are holding back your power? I saw your performance at the entrance exam, you're holding back. This is meant to test the limits of your quirk, and the fact you don't want to even do that is insulting, not to me but for what UA stands for. Izawa's tone was a little hostile as the cloth around his neck threatened to attack Izuku, but let him see the yellow goggles around his neck. Razorhead. I'm sorry B, but I don't want to reveal who I am to them. Izuku explained, looking down. You're with these people for 3 years, you've got to learn to trust them with that fact, and besides we at U have agreed to keep your identity secret, and the students, if they were to find out, would be forced to keep quiet about it, Izawa stated with an annoyed sigh, almost as if he didn't agree with it. Thanks, Izawa-sensei. I won't hold back any more dash, Izuku stated with a little bit of determination, but got cut off again. No, you're redoing everything with your full power. You didn't want people to notice you, so as punishment you're going to give it your all in front of everyone. While his blood ran cold as ice, Izuku paled at what Izawa was telling him, as he knew he was as good as done for if he did that. And if you refuse, say goodbye to your place here at U. Izuku remained completely silent at that as he knew he had no way out of this, so he just watched everyone else do their quirk tests while he was forced to stand next to Aizawa, but did use the opportunity to think of a way he could incorporate one for all into his tests. It would be impossible to use it without breaking my bones completely, so, wait, all this time I've been using one for all in one section of my body and that's it. What if I used it across my entire body for a brief moment? The power would spread and the use of it only being less than a second wouldn't break my bones. Raising his hand triumphantly, Izuku mentally celebrated at his plan but stopped and looked incredibly embarrassed when he saw all the other Class A students in front of him asking why he hadn't done any of the other tests. Midoriya here was holding back and not being honest with his power to you all. I made sure that you got to see what he was capable of seeing as he got to see the limits you all have, Aizawa stated boredly as he reached into his pocket and started to use eye drops on his red eyes. UBSTRD. You weir. Bakugo shouted in pure fiery fury but stopped when he saw Aizawa glaring at him. Now Midoriya, you're up and remember, don't hold back. A gulp could be heard from Izuku as he saw Aizawa glare at him while he slowly walked towards the beginning of the sprinting track while all the students looked somewhat interested to see what Izuku's best was. You there. You seem to know Midoriya-kun very well. How pow dash. Ida shouted at both Momo and Uraraka, but both of them cut him off. Stop shouting. Both of them shouted back at him. My apologies, as I was saying, do either of you know how strong Midoriya-kun is? Ida asked them while Bakugo listened with anger as he wanted to know the answer to this sudden appearance of power from Izuku while the curly-haired teen himself was readying up to sprint with the mindset of, think of saving Uraraka, just like at the entrance exam, only for a moment. Ready. Go. For only a single moment Izuku used one for all to make his start off have no slow start so he could go straight into a sprint which for him was a ridiculous speed that shocked everyone including Aizawa as Izuku crossed the line and scraped along the rough ground to slow down his momentum and unintentionally looked cool while doing it as the device at the end of the track spoke. 1.49 seconds. Everyone was speechless at what they had just witnessed. Even Aizawa himself had dropped the device in his hand at the time Izuku scored as he looked away with a completely red face as he was completely embarrassed by all the looks in his direction. Aizawa quickly recovered from his shock and just told him to do the grip strength test and handed him the machine which he gripped with as much strength he could muster with a little flash in his head of the entrance exam used one for all for less than a moment, but that was more than enough to smash the machine into little pieces. Whoa, this Midoriya kid is a monster. A kid with spiky red hair shouted out at what the curly-haired teen did by accident. This continued for all the other events. Sidestepping he got the highest due to repeatedly turning on one for all with every sidestep which was really risky on Izuku's end as just as the time was about to run out Izuku could feel his bones on the brink of shattering. Seated toe touching was also extremely easy due to the amount of flexibility and abdominal strength Izuku had gained through his powers and training. Not to mention when upper body training came around Izuku won without question. The softball throw was the second to last test for Izuku as he also decided to use one for all in only his right index finger, but in the process of doing so the backlash blew back all the students from the impact while the ball itself landed 37.3 meters ahead, shocking everyone at pure power contained within what they thought was Izuku's scrawny body. That was amazing, Deku-kun. Both Momo and Uraraka cheered at Izuku as he held his broken index finger with a slightly strained face but didn't mind as the pain was already easing due to all his healing abilities being focused solely on his finger. Amazing. Midoriya-kun has amazing power. I'd say he's a truly talented individual. I completely misjudged him, Ida said to himself with rather unnecessary hand motions, but everybody around him didn't really care. Bakugo on the other hand was in shock and still filled with rage as his knuckles were completely white from how tightly his fist was clenched so hard. This isn't right. Deku was a bug like the rest of them. A bug in my path. As Bakugo kept denying everything he was seeing about Izuku, Aizawa announced that class was dismissed after showing the leaderboard to them all, showing that Izuku was on the top even without him doing the endurance running with Momo just underneath him. Aizawa had given up making Izuku do the running as he knew they'd be there all day if they had to wait for Izuku to get tired. As soon as Izuku heard class dismissed, he ran at full sprint into the changing room before quickly changing back into his uniform and running into the school so he could avoid the bombardment of questions, as he wasn't ready for that at all, so he decided to wait it out as the final bell for the day went. So he went out to the front gate and waited for Momo and Uraraka while thinking to himself, "Please don't let tomorrow be any worse than it was today." Unfortunately, fate, as we well know, wasn't favorable on Izuku, as tomorrow he was going to have a fight that would change him either for better or for the worse. Speech, thoughts, mental communication, phone, TV, letter, flashback, robot. Present mic speech, shouting, Ida, rage-fueled Bakugo. Normal speech, quotations when he isn't using a mic or shouting. Buff AM speech, buff AM thoughts. Question mark. Recap, Izuku's first day at UA could be summed up really easily. He had been openly exposed for having ridiculous amounts of strength and speed which, while making every other student in the class get blown away both metaphorically and physically if you count the softball throw, made Izuku insecure about his powers. While he was somewhat comfortable being at the center of people's attention as Spider-Man, because it wasn't really him and just his heroic ideals thrown into a persona, Izuku himself hated when all eyes were on him. However, after being called out, he came to terms with the fact that he would be in the public eye a lot and just grit his teeth. However, that didn't stop Izuku from running out of class like a speeding bullet when it was announced that class was over. After such a bad first day, Izuku needed something, anything, to make him feel better, so he waited by the front gate and thanked the stars as Uraraka and Momo were the first two to exit UA after him. They had worried expressions on their faces while he returned a half-hearted smile, giving them the illusion that he was fine. "Hey Momo-chan, sorry about running off like that." Izuku apologized, but the two of them just looked at him in shock at what he was saying. "You're kidding me, right, Deku-kun?" Momo questioned. "You had every right to run. You got called out as top in the exam and forced to show your power, which, by the way, was amazing." Uraraka exclaimed in pure awe while Izuku blushed at the comment. "That time you got for the dash made even Aizawa-sensei drop his score tracker." Momo added, making Izuku's blush an even deeper red. I didn't see that." Izuku stuttered in embarrassment, instinctively covering his face as he and the other two girls started to walk away from UA. However, they didn't even take 3 steps before someone dashed in front of them and bowed heavily to Izuku. "Midoriya-kun. IW-. Ida began shouting but saw the girls glare. "My apologies. Midoriya-kun, I would be honored if you would train with me." "Your speed, it was something I had never seen before," he asked Izuku with his arms indicating to himself and to Izuku. "Sure, are Sundays okay?" Izuku asked nervously but was a little surprised to see Ida handing him a piece of paper with a phone number on it. "Of course. Whatever works for you." That was only said to Izuku before Ida ran off in a quick dash, leaving the 3 other teens in a confused silence. Are we going to talk about what just happened?" Uraraka questioned, still a little confused. Momo and Izuku just shook their heads with blank expressions. The 3 looked at each other silently before bursting out in pure laughter as they slowly walked away from UA again, Izuku in the process of forgetting the awful day he had just dealt with. Fortunately, it did get a hell of a lot better when he felt Momo jump onto his back and wrap her arms around his neck like Uraraka did earlier that same day. "Momo-chan." Izuku stuttered out with a bright red blush, making the 2 girls giggle before Momo gave a playful smirk to Izuku. "I heard all about the lift you gave Yura-chan this morning, Deku-kun. You never let me ride on your back while you swing around," Momo said to the curly-haired teen while Uraraka just kept giggling with her hand over her mouth to stop it from turning into laughter. "WW were in a rush. I had no choice." Still stuttering like a nervous fool, Izuku's face turned an even darker shade of red. "Well, I want to ride too. Yura-chan doesn't mind." Uraraka gave a subtle but soft glare to Momo but said it was fine and began to walk away from the 2 now laughing out loud. "Come on, horsey, giddy up." Momo smirked with a slight jump on his back. All the while, Izuku's head was as red as a tomato and steaming like a kettle. Izuku knew this wasn't going to get any better, so he did a quick run-up before leaping into the air and beginning to web swing high up through all the tall skyscrapers, making sure to do the occasional flip or fancy maneuver to make Momo scream or laugh in excitement. She even undid her ponytail so that all the rushing winds could flow through her hair with ease. After a lot of swinging and 30 minutes worth of detours, Izuku landed on the roof of Momo's apartment building and helped Momo off his back as she was still laughing like crazy with tears in her eyes. "Momo-chan, calm down," Izuku said to her, starting to laugh himself. They both tried to cover their mouths and stop laughing, but one look at each other and they began laughing so hard that Momo ended up falling on the ground clutching her stomach while Izuku struggled to stay on his own 2 feet and keep his mouth covered. Finally, after several long minutes of laughter, Momo had calmed down enough for Izuku to offer her a hand, which she took with a smile. However, due to Izuku still giggling so much, he used just a little too much strength when pulling her up and she slammed against his chest, making her blush while Izuku himself was back to being as red as a tomato. Momo looked up at Izuku with an embarrassed expression but decided not to move away as not only did Izuku's warm body make him extremely comfortable for her, but she also knew she wouldn't get a chance like this again anytime soon, so she wanted to see if this went anywhere. Izuku's heart was beating 100 miles an hour as he had no clue what to do, but his body, possibly the very blood pumping through his veins, was almost urging, no, forcing him forward. Momo was a little shocked that he was the one moving forward, but she felt excited and moved her own head up, slowly closing her eyes, waiting for what she wanted for the last 3 months. To Momo, this mood was perfect. They had known each other for roughly 5, almost 6, months now. They were extremely close friends, who they both trusted dearly. Even the position they were in, ending me with Momo's hands on Izuku's almost rock-hard chest while his hands were hovering just around her voluptuous hips. The two teens' lips were almost an inch apart from each other, with Izuku's right hand now moved up onto Momo's left cheek, urging her forward before they finally got interrupted by Izuku's phone ringing, ruining the entire mood and making Momo internally scream in anger. She was very tempted to just grab his collar and pull the green-haired teen into a kiss. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to do that as Izuku had stepped back. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, answering it to hear his mother talking to him. "Hi, Mom." "Yeah, I'm with Momo-chan right now." "Yeah, I'll come home." "I love you too." "Okay, bye," Izuku said quietly over the phone while looking away from Momo as he was still incredibly embarrassed. "So, I'm just gonna go," Izuku stated to Momo while walking towards the edge of the building. "Yeah, thanks for the lift and everything. I'll see you in class, Deku-kun." Momo smiled while still blushing at what almost happened. "Yeah, see ya, Momo-chan." Izuku smiled before leaping off the building and swinging off. "Oh my god. I almost kissed him. I almost kissed him." It had just gone past 7 at night and Izuku still couldn't get over what had happened. He was begging for something to take his mind off his situation with Momo and thanked his stars when Connors texted him saying that he had a new set of web shooters for Izuku, as well as some information regarding another Oscorp scientist. Izuku quickly grabbed his vigilante outfit and a new little device he had been working on, putting the device's earpiece into his ear before trailing the wire down to the device now attached to his hoodie that played radio transmission into his right ear. Pulling up his mask and lowering his goggles, Izuku quickly made his way towards Connor's lab in the dark of the night. He almost relaxed as the breeze flowed into his hood and swirled around, making his hair flow around, which he never got sick of. Landing in Connor's lab like he usually did, Izuku greeted the scientist before removing his mask and goggles, resting them around his neck. As promised, here's your updated web shooters, which can now mix up to 3 different types of web filters at once. Speaking of which, here is a refill on all your web filters and several new ones. Connor smiled, handing Izuku a backpack full of web filters. "Thank you, Dr. Connors. This is amazing. I have to ask though, were you able to make the fireproof webbing?" Izuku asked in curiosity as he knew that webbing wasn't exactly suited for going against Bakugo's quirk. "Of course." "Oh, and I meant to tell you, I also made another discovery with the symbiote," Connors stated as he began walking towards a cabinet and opened it up to reveal countless vials, all labeled and full of black liquid. "Are those all my blood?" Izuku asked, his eyes as wide as saucers. Looking closer, he noticed that every single vial was shaking, trying to move towards him. Well, when I was working with the symbiote cells, I found that they possessed a strong weakness to high-frequency sound and fire. Using electrical STMLTN to make the cells multiply, I increased the size of my symbiote sample so that I had enough cells to work with to achieve 100% accurate results. I just recently made a sample that's capable of being resistant to both of those things. Now reaching for the most recent vial and a syringe on a tray next to his desk, Dr. Connors drained the liquid into the syringe and began walking towards Izuku. Theoretically, by injecting this specific vial of modified symbiote into your body's bloodstream, you should be less affected by fire and sound-based quirks, the scientist stated while Izuku just looked with hesitation at the syringe. Dr. Connors, I know how you've told me this symbiote is helping me, but I feel a bit unsure about this, Izuku confessed, but was rolling up his sleeve anyway because part of his mind was telling him he needed this. Finally agreeing with himself that this was for the best, Izuku stuck his left arm out for Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors grabbed a disinfectant wipe from that same tray and carefully cleaned the inner side of Izuku's elbow before readying the needle against the skin. As the needle was inserted, Izuku could feel it slowly pierce and slide through his skin, followed by Connors injecting the symbiote directly into Izuku's bloodstream. Izuku flinched as he could feel it wriggling around in his arm, but when it began heading towards his chest, that flinch evolved into a shudder. When the injection was finally done, Izuku thanked Dr. Connors with a half-hearted smile while he rubbed the sore spot on his arm. Suddenly remembering something, Connors told Izuku about how Dr. Otto Octavius would be coming to Tokyo to show off a new potential energy source for the entire city. Really? Wow, I can't wait to meet him, Izuku said, smiling excitedly. Don't worry about that. We're going to see the presentation this weekend and you can bring a guest with you as well, just make sure you're both well-dressed, Connors stated, putting away the equipment he had just used before pulling out a notepad. Now, just as precaution, I'm going to have to record any symptoms you could be experiencing, Connors stated before sitting down in his work chair. He began writing a description of how Izuku felt, which went along the lines of momentary wriggles in his arm, slight tiredness, bursts of energy when he wasn't tired, and itchiness. Well, for the time being, get some rest and come back tomorrow. We'll see if there are any changes then. Now putting away his notepad, Connors watched as Izuku sorted out his vigilante outfit before waving off the scientist and leaping up the hole in the ceiling, making his way to the roof. Once Izuku got on the roof, he was about to leap off and begin making his way home, but in the corner of his eye he saw something suspicious. The window on the top floor of a skyscraper had been cut open in a circle, indicating to him that it had obviously been broken into, which was odd to him as he heard nothing about a break-in on his earpiece. Quickly web swinging over to the building and making it through the hole in the window without any noise or loss of speed, Izuku looked around the dark building to see not a person in sight across the highly expensive building. Izuku quietly made his way through until he reached a set of office doors that had been lock-picked by someone before entering the office. The second Izuku entered the office, he felt his spider sense flare up. Reacting from the slight movement he heard to his left, he grabbed the incoming hand heading straight for his face before pushing it away and doing a quick combat flip backwards so he could go straight into a fighting stance, while also making sure he was looking straight forward to see the perpetrator. Izuku's eyes widened behind his goggles as he saw a slender young girl with pure white hair in her mid-teens standing before him wearing a black LTX bodysuit with white fur around the wrists, ankles, and collar. The suit was designed in such a way that it purposely showed off cleavage, revealing to Izuku a bust that rivaled Momo's. To hide a very small percentage of her face, the thief had a black mask around her eyes with a small glass layer over the eye holes, seeming to be some form of protection or serve some other purpose that was unknown to him. I had a feeling it was you, bug boy. After all, I know I didn't trip any alarms, the white-haired thief said in a soft yet incredibly flirtatious tone to Izuku, who took no notice of it as he spoke in his vigilante voice. Put back what you stole and I'll take you in quietly without use of force, Izuku threatened her, noticing that a safe on the wall behind what seemed to be a desk had been broken into. How mean? I mean, come on, a girl's gotta eat, the thief stated with a playfully pouty face as she began to walk out the door of the office. Izuku immediately charged at her with his left arm forward, firing a web line at her back to pull her backwards, but she was able to react quick enough to spin while moving to the left to avoid it, pouncing forward at Izuku with what seemed to be claw-like nails. Thinking ahead several steps, Izuku's right arm was already down low to the floor aiming towards the thief. Firing a web line at her stomach, he grabbed hold of the web and pulled on it hard, making her slam down to the ground and knocking the wind out of her. While gritting her teeth with a smirk on her face, the thief pushed off the floor and ran towards the window she entered through, but she was no match for Izuku as he effortlessly caught up with her and grabbed her wrists, forcing her against the window. "Nowhere to go now. I'm turning you in," Izuku stated as he forced her wrists above her head before using his webbing to bind them together. This only made her smirk grow a little more as when she had an opening, the thief forced her arms down so that they were around Izuku's neck while she brought herself closer to him. "What they said about you was true. You really are as good as they come. Sorry, bug boy, but this black cat doesn't belong in a cage," the thief said in her flirty tone before leaning forward and pressing her lips against Izuku's mask, making him go completely wide-eyed in shock as his mind started to spiral out of control. The distraction the thief made worked perfectly as she was able to cut herself free of the webbing before pushing Izuku back and jumping out of the window without a single sign of hesitation. Izuku didn't run after her like he normally would but instead stood still in a daze. Mind boggled at the very fact this thief tried to kiss him to escape, Izuku sat there for another minute or two before regaining enough composure to exit the building. He contacted the police to report the situation to them before heading home, making sure to convince himself that his first kiss wasn't that, thinking that it didn't count due to his mask being in the way. When Izuku snuck back into his room through the window, he wasted no time at all in throwing off his clothes and sliding into bed in hopes of ridding his mind of that black cat. After a few hours of sleep, Izuku was expecting to feel the warmth of his own bed but was instead met with the white void plaguing his dreams. He looked around, expecting to see the black orb, but it was nowhere to be seen within the thick endless sea of white. "Please." Izuku's spine jolted at the voice that rang in his ears, making him turn around to see a humanoid-shaped lump of black liquid on the floor of the void. "Help." The curly-haired teen's eyes widened in shock looking at the figure and stepped forward ready to help it, but as he stepped closer, the figure became more human-like in appearance. When Izuku kneeled down in front of the humanoid-looking figure and helped it up, he was shocked to come face-to-face with himself, just with darkened green eyes that were almost black. This other form of Izuku didn't even have his curly green hair. Instead, it was more black than green while being straight rather than curly, making his hair seem so much longer compared to Izuku's own curly hair. "Please help me." Izuku was horrified to see what looked to be himself grab his shirt, shouting that plea with tears streaming down his face as if he was in incredible pain, before melting away into the black liquid. This scared Izuku beyond horror as he could only scream in fear while watching himself melt away. The liquid began to climb Izuku's body, clinging tightly to him as he tried to get it off him. It became a fruitless effort as it got closer and closer to his face before consuming his head, surrounding him in darkness. The instant the darkness had consumed Izuku, he jolted straight up in his bed in a cold sweat, panting heavily while his body was shaking in fear. Not even mentally prepared to question what happened, Izuku instead just moved his knees up to his chest and hugged them for a good 10 minutes. He looked at the time to see it had just gone past 5 o'clock in the morning and decided that after such a nightmare, he would just go out and train down at the beach. He grabbed one of his vests and a pair of baggy pants before slipping into them and quietly going into the kitchen with his phone and earphones in hand. Grabbing 2 breakfast bars for his breakfast, Izuku left, going out for a jog to the beach. With an almost emotionless expression and not a single thought going through his head, he ran to the beach as music played into ears, feeling the cool breeze of the early morning darkness. When he finally arrived at the beach, Izuku remembered that today was his focus on gymnastics and strength work, so he began doing stretches to loosen up his muscles to make training easier. After finishing up his stretches, Izuku lowered his left leg that he'd had straight up in the air, almost like he was doing a yoga position, before walking up towards the edge of the ocean and breathing in a focused stance with his right arm reeled back. "Okay, so let's see what One for All can do," Izuku thought to himself while preparing to use the technique that he used yesterday at UA. With a glint of determination, Izuku's grip became a lot tighter on his right hand as he threw a powerful punch towards the ocean, making him slide back in the sand with his bones aching from one for all being used for just a little longer than yesterday. When Izuku looked forward though, he was almost in shock to see the ocean was split for as far as the eye could see, with the split itself being roughly 20 meters wide. I guess I had more power than I thought. With a nervous laugh, Izuku watched as the two split parts of the ocean came crashing together. I can't use this kind of power on a person. It might be best if I just stick with my enhanced attributes, Izuku said to himself as he thought about his spider powers and how he wanted to try and hide his identity. You're with these people for 3 years. You've got to learn to trust them. Those words from Aizawa rattled about in Izuku's head for a moment, stopping his train of thought, and he looked at his open right hand before clenching it and gaining a look of confidence on his face. No. Aizawa-sensei is right, I have to trust them, even if it means revealing my identity, Izuku said to himself before practicing his fighting style with a flurry of punches and kicks, assessing the speed and agility of his movements. Even after an hour, every movement Izuku made caused a small amount of sand to be lifted from the ground. As he had shed his vest very early on, the sweat that had accumulated on his bare upper body due to his vigorous training glistened in the early morning light. I need to be faster, Izuku said with a serious expression. He was now pushing his body to its limits, using his enhanced strength and speed to make his movements flow faster than the waves a few feet away from him. Faster. Now on both hands, Izuku started spinning on the spot with his hands, all the while his legs spun around in an almost helicopter-like fashion, making the sand rise in a circular pattern around him. Faster. Pushing off from his hands, Izuku pointed his legs straight up and maneuvered himself to be upright in the air. He then began to repeatedly punch and kick the air before landing on his feet with uneven breaths. Before the curly-haired teen could do anything else, he heard his phone alarm go off, telling him that he should head home and start getting ready for school. Izuku landed near the street harboring the entrance to UA as he noticed a few press reporters near the front gate, then proceeding to walk towards the front gate. Straightening out her hair after getting a ride, courtesy of Izuku, Uraraka smiled at Izuku and thanked him. Thanks again, Deku-kun, you're really a lifesaver. Deku-kun? Uraraka noticed that he seemed distracted, almost zoned out. HM? Oh yeah, you're welcome. Izuku responded after a small jolt back into reality. He continued towards UA's front entrance with his head hung slightly, walking with Uraraka into the building. Shortly after they entered their classroom, Izuku's eyes instantly met with Momo's, making his face redden while a blush formed on hers. Okay everyone, take your seats. Regular lessons will start as normal, Aizawa stated with a tired and grumbling voice before he laid back on the floor in his yellow sleeping bag. Everyone apart from Izuku, Ida and Momo groaned in annoyance that they had to do normal curriculum lessons such as English and mathematics. When lunch came around, Izuku couldn't do anything but geek out when he discovered that all of UA's lunches were cooked and provided by the Food Hero Lunch Rush. So many things to pick from. I guess I'll have the white rice. Izuku smiled, making Lunch Rush chuckle as he stated that it was a good choice as it was his specialty. As soon as Izuku sat down on a free empty table, he was immediately met with Ida and Uraraka sitting down on his right and left respectively. It didn't stop there, though, as sat on the other side of Uraraka was the frog-like girl, while opposite Izuku was Momo, the pink-haired girl, what seemed to be an invisible girl, and the girl with long earphone-like earlobes. Oh. Midoriya's already getting along with girls, Kirishima laughed from a table over with the rest of the 1A boys. I'm so jealous. Just one little peek and he'd see up their dash. Mineta exclaimed with large eyes and a small nosebleed before he was hit on the head by Siro. Dude, have a little decency, Siro said to the short bubble-haired pervert. I swear, I'm going to murder that BC. Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger as he kept glaring at Izuku, fury filling his eyes as he kept thinking of the events of the day before. He's been holding back a quirk this whole time. He's been mocking me. That can't be forgiven. Bakugo shouted while slamming his fist down onto the table. After lunch, everyone in Class 1A sat in their seats excitedly waiting for their basic hero training. hoping that their teacher was actually. I have. Everyone's eyes brightened a little as they heard the deep booming voice of the number 1 hero. Come through the door like a normal person. Without a doubt being the most over-exaggerated entrance ever, All Might burst through the door in his Silver Age costume before he began posing in front of the class. Basic Hero Training. The class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. Now, today's activity is Battle Training. As All Might yelled that out and presented a card marked Battle, Izuku's face paled while Bakugo's gained a massive smirk. Izuku could already feel his heart pumping as he watched All Might talk about everyone else's hero costumes that came out of a hidden compartment in the wall. While everyone else was grabbing their suits and almost running to the changing rooms, Izuku sat in his seat while clutching his bag tightly. Come on, my boy, I can guarantee you that your identity will not leave this school, All Might said while putting his right hand on Izuku's shoulder, his left giving a large thumbs up. Izuku's spirits were lifted with that, so he finally got up and went to the changing rooms. Seeing that all the guys were almost done changing, Izuku just waited until Ida, the last person, left, then pulled out his green and black spider suit. Slipping into the suit like it was nothing, Izuku was about to press the symbol on the suit's chest but stopped short. He grabbed his mask and put it on before opening the door and walking towards the exit in his currently loose suit, full of nervousness. Standing closest to the exit, Uraraka noticed Izuku enter and had to smile a little. Deku-kun, I think your suit is a little loose, Uraraka said as she giggled with a hand in front of her mouth, but that giggle quickly turned into a gasp when Izuku pressed the symbol, making the little clink noise as his suit tightened to fit his body perfectly. Uraraka could only look with a shocked and embarrassed expression as a large blush washed over her face. Momo's attention was caught by Uraraka's gasp and had a little one of her own as a small smirk and blush appeared on her face. I'm so glad I convinced him to get the spandex suit, Momo thought as her eyes trailed up and down Izuku's muscular and incredibly lean body while everyone else started to notice Izuku. Holy crap! Midoriya is ripped. Truly an elegant suit. Midoriya-kun. That is a spectacular suit. Hearing all the compliments, Izuku was bright red behind his mask as they all turned back to face All Might. Deku-kun, that suit looks amazing. I wish I had been more specific with mine. It's so tight and curvy, Uraraka said, scratching the back of her head in nervousness while Izuku looked on in embarrassment at her curvy figure. Oh my god. Izuku thought before Uraraka continued. I guess I should have stated for it to not be skin tight. That was a lie. Uraraka stated that she wanted her suit to be that tight because she wanted a little bit more attention from Izuku. She knew that she didn't have a figure like Momo, but she was still proud of it enough to try and get a little attention. Being in the hero course is the best. Mineta said to Izuku with a slight nosebleed and thumbs up, but was met with a hard punch to the face from Izuku's right arm. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, I swear. Izuku shouted apologetically as he moved up his mask so his mouth was visible. Oh, did I just get hit by a car? Mineta yelled while holding his face with tears stinging the corners of his eyes. What was that? I didn't even feel my arm move. Everyone's attention was quickly lost from the accidental punch to Mineta's face as All Might explain the training situation and the teams that everyone would be. Nice. It must be fate if we're together. Uraraka said excitedly while Izuku just laughed nervously behind his mask with a bright red blush. While Uraraka said that though, she looked over at Momo and smirked at her. Momo responded by sticking out her tongue, not really caring if it seemed a bit childish. Moving on. The first two teams are Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. As All Might called that out, Bakugo gained a massive smirk while Izuku just gulped in fear. Villains are the first to enter with the heroes entering in 5 minutes. Good luck. All Might boomed before handing Izuku and Uraraka a layout of the building. All Might instructed both Ida and Bakugo to adopt villain-like personas for the exercise. All Might, are we allowed to prepare outside the building and do what we want? All Might nodded at that before adding that they could do whatever preparation they needed, so long as it wasn't inside the building. After he said that, The rest of the students went to an observation area while the two teams were left where they were. Izuku nodded at that, and as soon as the other team entered the building, he leapt into the air and began covering all the windows with his webbing before landing back down next to Uraraka. "Take these," Izuku stated as he reached behind him to the biggest pouch in his suit and pulled out his vigilante goggles, handing them to Uraraka. "It's gonna be dark in there, so you're gonna need these to see." Izuku's logic made sense to Uraraka as he held the blueprint of the building against the wall, then stuck it with 4 web shots. "Okay, so we'll want to avoid conflict as much as possible. Kaken will be the biggest threat out of the two of them," Izuku explained as he marked with webbing where he saw the target while he was covering all the windows. "Oh yeah. He was the one who bullied you," Uraraka said with a sad expression. "He may be a JRK, but he's amazing. His goals, his confidence, even his quirk. He's stronger than me, and that's why I want to prove him wrong," Izuku stated with a serious expression, moving his mask down to cover his mouth. "He must be joking. Wait, is Deku-kun really that insecure about his own strength? Just what did Bakugo do to him?" Uraraka thought with a sympathetic look. Meanwhile, at the observation basement, All Might already had a notepad out because he was giving marks and taking away marks from what he was seeing from both teams. "Midoriya, my boy, you have the advantage over everyone here from your months of experience, but that might also give you away," All Might thought as he heard Mina speak behind him. "Is it just me, or does that thing on Midoriya-kun's chest look like a spider? Oh shit." The second both Izuku and Uraraka entered the building, Uraraka noticed something about Izuku felt different. His posture was confident, his shoulders were pushed out looking broader than normal, even his very presence felt reassuring and comforting. "I guess this is what he's like as Spider-Man. We've got this in the bag," Uraraka thought with a big confident smile. As both Izuku and Uraraka made their way through the dark building, Izuku kept thinking of scenarios for if they ran into Bakugo, but the best one resulted in him adding the fireproof filter on both wrists, with the addition of expanding web and quick-dry webbing onto his left wrist. When the two of them were about to turn a corner in the pitch-black halls, Izuku's spider sense flared like crazy, so he quickly wrapped his arm around Uraraka and jumped back to see Bakugo looking around the halls frantically. "Where are you? I know you're here, you be..." Bakugo yelled in rage, trying to light up the halls with small explosions in his hands. Izuku quickly signaled Uraraka to carry on while he dealt with Bakugo. While Uraraka went around the incoming conflict, Izuku fired a web shot down the hall opposite to him, drawing Bakugo's attention while Izuku walked towards him with a light step. Everyone watched in anticipation as Izuku inched closer to the fuming teen. He reeled his right arm back, and the second Bakugo turned enough, he sent his fist flying towards Bakugo's jaw, making a powerful impact. Everyone looked in shock and awe at the hard punch that sent Bakugo straight to the floor. "You be yesterday," Bakugo yelled in rage, pointing his hand forward and making an explosion to light up the area in front of him, but he saw nothing, making him even angrier. Izuku just kept using the shadows to his advantage as he kept hiding, then sneaking close before hitting Bakugo and firing a small web shot at his joints, slowing the rage-fueled blonde down with every shot. This continued for a full minute until Bakugo's rage reached another level. He screamed out in anger before pointing his grenade-looking gauntlet down the corridor Izuku was at and pulled the pin while yelling, "F you!" 3 floors above, Uraraka had been trying to sneak around and catch the objective, but due to her boots having heels on them, that failed miserable. However, due to the darkness and the huge explosion, Ida accidentally ended up running into a concrete pillar which Uraraka used the debris of as throwing ammo, almost hitting the objective a few times. "Oi, Four Eyes. I dealt with thieving nerd." Bakugo's voice echoed from the only hallway leading to the room. "Deku, no." Uraraka gasped in horror with her hands in front of her mouth. "Ah, excellent work, Bakugo-kun. As expected of villains like us," Ida shouted while looking up a little, still in character for the task. Ida's celebration was used by Uraraka as a distraction as she ran for the bomb at full spirit, which caught Ida's attention. Not so Fa-. Ida's attempt to run failed as he tripped over and fell only to look at his feet and see them completely covered in webbing. "What?" Ida questioned and looked at the hallway to see not Bakugo, but instead a completely unscathed Izuku with some form of a strap or collar around his suit's neck. Sorry Ida, but it had to be done, Izuku stated in Bakugo's voice while taking off the collar around his neck, switching it back to normal. Hero Team Y Yithins. As All Might announced that, Izuku looked over at the objective to see Uraraka with her hand on it. She quickly ran over to Izuku and hugged him tightly while laughing happily, shouting, "We won! We won!" while Izuku removed his mask. "Why yeah we did." Izuku stuttered with a small blush on his face. "But how did you do it? I even heard that big explosion." Uraraka asked with a curious look. "Well, F you." Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the humongous trail of explosions heading towards him while most of the students watching looked on in fear as on their screen, they watched as he got completely consumed by the explosions. Bakugo's attack blew a massive hole in the building, causing it to shake while opening it up to light as Bakugo just kept laughing while insulting Izuku with every breath he drew. Almost as if he was struck with ice, Bakugo stopped his celebrating when he saw a huge lump of gray-emitting smoke where Izuku was previously standing. In a split second, it shattered, sending solid pieces of debris in every direction. Slowly rising from his crouched position, Izuku looked directly at Bakugo as he let go of the grenade shells in his hands which made a metal clang as they struck the ground. "I've got to thank Dr. Connors for those web grenades." "How? That was meant to hit you!" Bakugo screamed as the vein on his forehead looked ready to burst. "I spent years taking notes on you. How you fought. How you acted. It was obvious you'd make something as a form of finisher or ranged attack," Izuku stated as he walked towards Bakugo. Letting out another scream of rage, Bakugo charged towards Izuku who remained straight-faced and emotionless. Right hook, left kick again, right kick, left hook. Izuku spoke as every action he said, Bakugo did without fail, only to be dodged or countered by Izuku. This isn't happening. You're a bug. AF quirkless bug. You're beneath me. Bakugo yelled as he leapt back, touching just underneath his nose while walking backwards to see that it was bleeding. Everyone, including All Might, was shocked to see Bakugo shaking as he held onto the pin of his other gauntlet. It makes sense. He's never dealt with someone so overwhelming in power, especially since it's young Midoriya, All Might thought as the other students, with the exception of Todoroki, watched silently in awe at the fight. "You're right. I am a bug. I'm a spider, and you fell into my web," Izuku stated as he pressed a button on his suit's belt, making 2 web grenades on either side of Bakugo beep before he was consumed in thick webbing that completely halted his movements and covered his entire body, save his face. "UBSTRD. You planned this." Struggling and trying to break free from the solidifying web, Bakugo yelled at Izuku while he just stood in front of him. "Answer me. You dash." His shout was cut short by a splatter of webbing covering his mouth and nose. "I have what I need," Izuku stated, pressing another button on his suit, making a small collar before poking 2 holes in the web so Bakugo could breathe. Mumbled screams could be heard from Bakugo as Izuku quickly and quietly web zipped away from him and up to where he knew the objective was but stopped for a moment. "I be Kaken. I actually be Kaken. And I did it without any harm to myself." Izuku yelled in his head but remembered he was on a time limit and kept running, but his mind was still telling him to go back. "You need to go back." Izuku's spine shivered as he stopped running when he arrived on the floor he needed to be on and began walking light-footed. "He made you suffer. He deserves to be beaten within an inch of his life." "That's not who I am," Izuku mentally protested against the voice which sounded exactly like the voice in his nightmare last night. "But it's what you want." Izuku stopped after hearing that. It was true. It was as true as he was Spider-Man. Izuku wanted to run back and hit Bakugo as many times as he could, but he knew there was only 2 options: win the challenge with his current plan, or put everything on the line just to get payback for all his years of misery. Maybe if it was another time, another opportunity, Izuku would have turned around and given Bakugo what was coming to him, but not now. It wasn't the right thing to do. After several minutes and the transportation Bakugo in the block of solid webbing, Both Team A and Team D were standing in front of All Might and the other students. "Alright, who can tell me who the best player of that match was?" All Might boomed out and was met with an immediate response from almost everyone. "Midoriya." Although his performance really shouldn't have made that a surprise to him, Izuku looked at them all in shock with a small embarrassed blush across his face. I couldn't have been that good?" Izuku stuttered, looking away slightly. "Deku-kun, you really were. You made a quick and effective strategy, you used your own equipment to help your partner when it wasn't required, you looked past a personal grudge and instead used your knowledge of your opponents to beat them with ease, you even completed the whole test without a scratch," Momo said with a serious face and tone, but when she finished, she gave him a bright smile. "And the fact that you're Spider-Man," Kirishima and Kaminari yelled with bright, excited eyes. What? Izuku shouted in slight shock, not expecting them to figure it out so quickly, but then he realized that he had used not only his webs but his combat style to deal with Bakugo. "Young Midoriya, could you please escort young Bakugo to Recovery Girl's office?" All Might asked Izuku as he could sense the bombardment of questions coming. He still had a class to teach, so this was the only option. Quickly grabbing the sides of the big web block Bakugo was stuck in, Izuku picked it up and ran through the halls of UA until he reached Recovery Girl's office. After almost an hour of restraining Bakugo so he could get healed, Izuku left Recovery Girl's office and headed for the changing room so he could get out of his suit. He quickly stopped, however, as when he turned the corner, Izuku saw both Mina and Tsuyu standing in front of the changing room waiting for him. "Hello? Can I help you?" Izuku asked as he walked towards them with his mask off. The two girls looked at each other before Mina signaled Tsuyu to go first. "Midoriya-kun, after seeing the fight today, I know that you're Spider-Man. So, I just wanted to say thank you for saving me and my family," Tsuyu said with a calm smile before walking away, leaving Mina and Izuku alone. "I'm pretty much the same. I just want to do this as a show of thanks." Mina smiled before walking up to Izuku, standing on the tips of her toes and using her soft lips to place a kiss on Izuku's cheek. Izuku froze up as he felt the soft kiss on his cheek before Mina moved away and smiled up at him. "Thanks. I'll see you around." Mina smiled as she walked in the same direction Tsuyu went. Still blushing like a tomato, Izuku just made embarrassed noises as he struggled to grasp what had just happened. "What is it with girls and trying to kiss me? I don't know how I'm going to deal with this." Now in front of the door to his classroom, Izuku gave a long sigh before pushing open the door to be met with a bombardment of questions and loud voices. Izuku could feel his ears stinging in pain, so he just pointed his right arm in the air and shot a single web shot up at the ceiling which shut everyone up in a second. "One at a time, please." Everyone nodded in understanding. They all looked at each other to see who would go first when Kirishima dashed forward. "Dude, you're freaking Spider-Man, that just how?" Kirishima asked in a mixture of shock and awe. "I just wanted to help people, and I couldn't exactly wait for a hero license, so, yeah," Izuku confessed with an embarrassed look. "Midoriya, you're my idol. The webbing you use is similar to my tape Quirk," Siro added as he ran up to him, pointing to his circular elbow. "And maybe I could given you some tips then?" Izuku nervously laughed. "Midoriya-kun, your efforts as Spider-Man are known by all of us. Celebrations are in order." Ida yelled as he started trudging towards Izuku while the curly-haired teen just started flailing his arms in protest. No. There can be no celebration. No one can know I'm Spider-Man until I'm ready." Izuku protested with a serious expression. "That is understandable," Tsuyu stated with a finger on her chin. Izuku quickly gathered this was her thinking expression. "So how did all those cool powers happen?" Mina asked loudly in interest. "And how many people have you saved?" Kaminari interrupted, making Mina annoyed, so she hit him in the back. "Don't interrupt. And besides, I was the first person he saved," Mina stated rather proudly before Tsuyu stepped in, saying that Izuku had saved her and some of her family. "Geez, Midoriya, how many people here have you saved?" Kirishima laughed while Izuku just nervously chuckled and scratched the back of his head. That question was not answered though, as Momo tapped Izuku's shoulder and signaled to the door, telling him without a single word that they should leave. He nodded at her, signaling to give him a moment, so she turned on her heel and exited the classroom as she knew he would catch up. Now Izuku had the task of being released by his classmates. So, I have to go now, Izuku said meekly to the crowd that surrounded him as he walked to his desk to grab his bag. Everyone complained, but Izuku just continued with his exit, waving at his peers and bidding them farewell as he escaped. Many protests and promises of a continuation of the questioning could be heard from the 1A classroom as he hastily walked down the hallway. He caught up to Momo and followed her out of the UA building. Once outside, she jumped on his back without a word and he swung off into the concrete jungle. During their swing across the city, Momo finally spoke up. "Deku-kun, I want to talk about yesterday." Momo quietly spoke into Izuku's ear, blushing a little, while his face was bright red. "Why?" Izuku gulped, not looking behind and keeping himself focused on swinging them safely to Momo's apartment. "How do you feel about me?" Momo asked with a serious expression, not bothering to avoid the question at all. She needed an answer from him. "W-a-dash?" The curly-haired teen almost missed one of his web shots because of her question but recovered enough to swing them both onto the apartment complex that Momo lived at. "I need you to be honest with me, because I like you more than a friend," Momo confessed with her blush growing a little more while Izuku just looked at her in shock at the boldness she was showing. "Momo-chan, I don't know what to say. My head is spinning." Izuku stuttered in a wide-eyed shock as he looked at Momo for several seconds before she sighed and looked away from him. "It's Yura-chan, isn't it? You have feelings for her instead." Momo sighed out in a sad tone as she crossed her arms. "I'm just confused. My head is swirling with feelings. Just give me a little time, then I promise to give you an answer," Izuku insisted. Feeling his phone vibrate, he took it out of his pocket and looked at it to see a reported break-in at the bank near the center of Tokyo. "Momo-chan, I promise to give you an answer, but right now I've got to go deal with a break-in," Izuku stated before leaping off the building in a hurry, rushing towards his house to get his vigilante outfit. "So, what's the situation?" Izuku asked Tsukachi, trying to make it sound like he wasn't out of breath from swinging and running at full speed to where the officers were all camping out to survey the situation. Spider-Man, I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. I thought I would have to call in heroes," Tsukachi said to the vigilante while handing him a quick report of what was going on inside the bank. "You didn't call in any heroes?" Izuku questioned in shock as he began to scan through the report. It seemed that the culprits were two villains who used control-type quirks to rob banks with almost hordes of civilians. "You're more reliable than most heroes, Spider-Man. Besides, you never ask for thanks or compensation and you make every situation less stressful by being here. You're almost like a smaller All Might," Tsukachi joked, making Izuku nervously laugh as he continued to read the report. Deciding he had enough information to go on, Izuku began web-zipping up towards the roof of the building. Once spotting the shattered glass on the roof, Izuku jumped down into the building. He could immediately smell something was off, meaning that there were traces of the villain's quirks in the air, so he made his way to the vault. Not even 3 steps towards the vault and Izuku felt his spider sense surge in his brain as 3 men charged at him. They clearly had no plan of action, so Izuku struck the 3 of them in the head with a punch just hard enough to knock them all out. After restraining them all with webbing, Izuku continued towards the vault entrance before entering it to see 2 people, a man and a woman, sitting atop a large pile of cash. The woman was wearing an incredibly skimpy outfit with 2 large containers of pink liquid strapped to her back and pipes that lead to gas nozzles attached to her. "Finally, the man I wanted to see. Glad I got your attention, Spider-Man," the woman hummed while the man stood next to her in an almost mindless daze. "Why did you want my attention?" Izuku asked in his vigilante voice in an attempt to draw out information. "Because rumor has it you're the only one who can rival All Might, and I know someone who would want that strength to kill," the woman stated with a small giggle before the containers on her back began to hiss and pink liquid traveled through the tubes, ready for her to fire some form of gas at him. "I'd never help you or whoever you work for," Izuku declared with a hint of hostility added in his voice. "That's the beauty of my quirk, dear Spider. Any person who smells this gas falls instantly in love with me to the point of absolute obedience, and after some modifications I'll be able to control those of the same section. But it doesn't matter if I control you, the woman smirked before pointing both gas nozzles at Izuku. He didn't even flinch, though, as he shot 2 web shots, blocking up the nozzles and unknowingly building up the air pressure. Koda, mind gas, the woman demanded as the male villain, now known as Koda, grabbed a gas grenade on his belt and readied to throw it. Izuku suddenly noticed the containers on the woman's back starting to shake and crack. Heroic instincts kicking in, he grabbed Koda and threw him out of the vault, causing him to drop the grenade. He then quickly turned to the woman and ripped the containers off her back along with the piping before pushing her out of the vault as well. Gotta stop this gas from getting out, Izuku thought as he quickly covered up all the vents with as much webbing as he could. Satisfied with the web seals, he turned to leave but saw the vault door close and lock in front of him. No. No! Izuku shouted, slamming his fist against the vault and denting it. He took a step back and was ready to use one for all, but the pressure in the containers and grenade got too much and they burst, releasing both gases into the vault. Feeling the air slowly thinning out, oxygen being displaced by the toxins, Izuku clutched at his neck while he slammed on the vault door. Every second made Izuku weaker. Air escaped his lungs while he tried to gasp for more, filling his lungs with nothing but gas which suffocated him. Tears were now filling his goggles from the pain. Izuku's sight fogged up and dimmed as he collapsed on the ground, his right hand clenched in a shaking fist. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for going out like this. Those were Izuku's thoughts at first, but the pain of suffocation was truly getting to him now. He could feel all his insides screaming in agony as he clawed at anything close enough. The intense pain tipped Izuku over the edge and made him truly aware of his most primal instincts. The simplest wish of all living things. As he felt himself slipping into a cold darkness, he begged in his mind, "Please, that I don't want to die." Clear. As an extremely powerful electric shock coursed throughout his entire body, Izuku let out a loud gasp for air and quickly began coughing, trying to get air back into his lungs. "Oh, thank God you're alive," Dr. Connors shouted in joy as he set aside the defibrillator he'd just used on Izuku. Izuku looked around him to see not the inside of the vault but instead Dr. Connors' lab. The scientist could tell from instinct that Izuku would be questioning how he got here in the first place. "I don't know how, but the symbiote must have taken over your, I guess, corpse, if you want to be technical, and brought you here while forcing the blood around your body to keep it warm, allowing me to revive you with a defibrillator." "Izuku, you beat death," Connors informed Izuku with a smile in an attempt to make him feel better about the situation, but he realized something when he saw how Izuku looked. He didn't look thankful, curious, shocked. Izuku looked traumatized. His breathing was deep and frantic while his eyes were wide with shock, streams of tears flowing down both sides of his face. Izuku's hands were near his neck as if he could still feel the lack of air in his system. Connors was now glad he had messaged All Might about the situation the second Izuku's body fell through the hole in the ceiling. It only took a minute after Connors revived Izuku for the buff hero to fall down into the lab and look at his student in sympathy as he reverted to his normal form. "It's okay, kid, you're alive," All Might reassured Izuku as he crouched down next to him and slowly wrapped his arm around the teen, pulling him into a hug. Frozen in place from the action, Izuku's eyes began to fill with even more tears as he sobbed repeatedly about how he was sorry for letting All Might down. But that was half of it. Izuku was also crying because this was the most fatherly interaction he'd had for as long as he could remember. He'd never had a dad to give him support. He'd never had a dad to tell him to stand up to bullies. He'd never had a dad to make him strong. He'd never had a dad to tell him that he could be a hero. He'd never had a dad. All Might had been more of a dad to Izuku than anyone else, and this hug meant a lot more to them both than they would care to confess. After 30 long minutes, Izuku had finally recovered enough, mentally, to actually speak normally. "Thank you, Dr. Connors. That was terrifying," Izuku confessed, but he noticed that the Oscorp scientist was looking at a device in his hand. "Izuku, what was the last thing you remember before, you know?" Connors asked as he was puzzled by what he was seeing on his device's screen. Suffocating in a locked vault full of, I guess you'd call it love gas and mind gas. The curly-haired teen responded when it dawned on him how much of both gases were in his system. Extraordinary. It would appear that the gases reacted with each other in some form of compressed explosion to form a new gas which, as you found out, is impossible to breathe in. However, the symbiote must have worked off your instincts and memories, taking in all the gas to save others from the same fate, then bringing you here, Connors explained as he began to type in a few equations into his device. Yes. When taking in all that harmful gas, it would seem the symbiote, due to its protectiveness of you, tried to find a way for your body to not reject the gas completely. That would explain why your body is currently releasing some form of pheromone at a consistent rate. The gas you consumed in order to save others is now a part of your being. Connors motioned for All Might to step back as he grabbed another device, scanning Izuku's body. Aside from the release of pheromones, the gas had no physical impact on you, and seeing as mine and All Might's attitudes and thought processes haven't changed, the pheromones have no effect on us. Perhaps the effects are something different entirely. Izuku had taken everything in but was now hesitating to tell Connors about the recent nightmare as the symbiote seemed to be helping him more than doing harm. His mind quickly changed, however, when he remembered Connors saying that his corpse came here of its own free will, meaning the symbiote is a lot more powerful and dangerous than he'd previously thought. Dr. Connors, I have something I need to tell you about the symbiote. It's been trying to talk to me and giving me nightmares, Izuku stated while looking down at his hand. That shouldn't be possible. The symbiote inside you has relied heavily on instinct due to it not having a brain, so to speak, which prevents it from having its own consciousness and thoughts. The only possible way for it to contact and speak with you would be if the symbiote inside you had an external main brain and was purposely trying to connect to that, or if that external main brain was trying to connect to you. This is definitely strange, Dr. Connors mused. Time slowly went by within the lab as Dr. Connors was going through and writing down everything Izuku thought was a symptom of the symbiote. This confession and documentation session with consequent discussion of potential progression of symptoms lasted for roughly an hour, ending with Izuku being reminded to inform Connors immediately if things got worse or new symptoms appeared. Izuku thanked him and bid him and All Might farewell before he headed out, swinging back towards Momo's apartment building. While in the process of swinging over, Izuku was surprised as his left arm reached out when he swung by a balcony and grasped a handful of flowers. Just what is this symbiote trying to pull? Izuku mentally questioned before landing on the roof. Scanning the roof, he quickly spotted Momo gazing out at the city with her hair down, flowing in the soft breeze. Hey Momo-chan? Izuku stuttered out as he used his free hand to move his mask, goggles and hood down so his face was visible to her. Momo excitedly turned around to look at her curly-haired crush, but something felt different when she looked at him. Her heart was beating even faster than when she normally saw him. Something just made him so much more attractive, as if his very smell made her want him. Ignoring what she thought was just excitement, Momo looked down and saw a bunch of red tulips in Izuku's left hand, making her blush as he slowly approached her. I wanted to tell you the truth. I really like you back, but I think I feel the same about you, Uraraka-chan, Izuku confessed to her. He expected she might be a mixture of happy and sad, but when he looked up to gauge her reaction, he noticed she was subtly biting her lower lip and looking directly at his own. What's gotten into Momo-chan? She's usually really calm when it comes to serious stuff like this. The Pharaoh dash. Izuku thought, but he could only watch as the creation-quirked girl grabbed the neck of his vigilante hoodie and pulled him down so that his lips were forced against hers. Similar to what happened the night before, Izuku had frozen up. However, because this was Momo, he only looked at her closed, relaxed eyes for a few seconds before submitting and closing his own, attempting to mimic what she did with her lips as he had no experience to draw from. The kiss was awkward and clumsy with teeth clashing and unsure movements from Izuku, but still held a certain sweetness and warmth assisted by Momo's certainty and boldness. Her arms moved so that they were around the back of Izuku's neck while her slender fingers knotted in his curly locks. Izuku was still trying to build up some confidence, so he mentally thanked the symbiote when he felt his hands move down to settle on Momo's hips. After several seconds, Izuku slowly moved his head back and looked at Momo to see her with a soft expression, eyes still slightly closed and lips a little pouty as if she wanted to continue kissing. It was too cute for Izuku and almost made him want to lean in for a second go, but it also brought him back into reality as he realized what had just happened. Momo frowned a little at the continued lack of warmth on her lips before opening her eyes to the sight of Izuku sporting a massive blush on his face. Her expression turned blank, but a light blush dusted the apples of her cheeks. That was... Yeah. So are we? Yeah. The two teens just smiled at each other before Izuku spoke up again, still blushing. So, now seems like a good time? And Momo-chan, I was wondering if why you wanted to attend a science demonstration with me this Saturday? Izuku asked, still a little embarrassed, but Momo just giggled at his nervous attempt at asking her on a date. Sure, I'd be happy to, you nervous dork, Momo giggled. Standing up on her tippy toes, she gave him another quick peck on the lips so she could savor the fact that she was finally with the curly-haired teen she'd been crushing on for months. I'm gonna head home. See ya, Momo-chan. Izuku blushed heavily as he smiled at her before sorting out his mask, hood and goggles and leaping off the building, heading home. Momo just watched him swing off into the night, holding the flowers he'd gifted her while her fingers featherly touched her lips. She giggled to herself. His lips tasted like kiwi. This is becoming a problem. Izuku thought to himself as he stood on the beach at 3:30 in the morning, carrying several prototype weights that he found after cleaning his room for half an hour. Why did he clean his room at 3 in the morning, you ask? Another nightmare. It wasn't a symbiote-based nightmare like the previous nights. Instead, it was his mind vividly recalling his traumatic, near-death experience in the vault. Maybe this training will help me stop thinking about that, Izuku thought to himself with a short sigh before reaching into the small bag he brought with him and pulling out body weights. He slid them onto his forearms and calves before grabbing the rest of the weights which had to be put on and strapped around his shoulders and abdominal area. Okay, I think this is what controls it. Dr. Connors wasn't really specific about how this worked. Izuku spoke to himself as he got out a small electronic device that went with the weights. I don't know what my limit is, so I'll stick with. Let's see how I do with a ton. After saying that, Izuku pressed a single button on the device and immediately fell to his knees. He thought the weights would be a ton when added up, not individually. Doing his best to try and reach for the device he dropped, Izuku stopped as he remembered that he swore he would train harder than anyone else to earn his one for all. Now pushing his body to the limit as he tried to move what was technically his now over 7-ton body, Izuku stood up with a strained look on his face as he began walking, stamping each foot into the sand with a thud. While it was certainly risky, Izuku was not really too concerned about severely hurting his muscles or the rest of his body as he knew the symbiote would constantly heal any damage done to his body. Plus, from the start, his bones and muscles were strengthened to handle extreme weights and power. It took 2 hours, but Izuku had gotten used to the powerful weights enough to be in a light jog while sweat poured off his body as if he just came out of the sea. I'm done with these for this morning, Izuku thought as he ended up back where had started and deactivated the weights, making him let out one big loud sigh of relief. Oh wow, I've never felt so light. Izuku gushed as he jumped on the spot and went 3 times as high as he normally would, making him laugh as he fell from 60 meters in the air. The second Izuku landed, he broke out into a sprint, now laughing even louder than before as he enjoyed the speed and power he felt from actually being this fast. Izuku's awe of his power lasted for another hour before he began running home with the bag on his back holding the deactivated weights. Remembering that he left his window open before he left, Izuku ran towards the wall of the building opposite his window and ran up it before pushing off with his feet, arching his body so he could fit through the small window gap without hitting the sides. After quickly flipping backwards in the air of his room, Izuku landed on his feet, stumbling back but still landing it. Izuku couldn't help but throw his arms up in the air in celebration of his landing and movement in general, but had to stop himself from shouting in excitement as it was still really early in the morning. After forcing his excitement away, Izuku set his bag to the side and headed out of his room to take a shower so he could ready himself for his third day at UA. When Uraraka exited her small apartment to head to Izuku, she jumped a little as she put her hand on top of her chest as she was greeted with Izuku hanging upside down on a single strand of webbing. Uraraka was about to complain at the currently giggling teen but stopped as, without even knowing, she was hit by Izuku's pheromones and felt her face fluster a deep shade of red. Her heart rate started to increase rapidly. Her head started to fill with images of Izuku and her roughly making out in her apar. "Hey, Yurton, you okay?" Now moving his legs so he was able to be upright and on the ground, Izuku looked at the flustered girl currently fanning her face but began innocently laughing to distract herself. "Why yeah, I am fine. Let's just go." Uraraka insisted but made a little yelping noise when Izuku stepped forward and placed the back of his hand on her forehead, looking really concerned at her, which made her feelings even stronger as she swore to herself she felt her heart skip a beat. "Are you sure? You are really warm," the freckled teen insisted, but he felt Uraraka's hands grab his arms, forcing him to turn around before jumping on his back, hiding her face into his back, just telling him over and over to just start swinging over to you. "Are you dash? Just start swinging. Please." Uraraka almost begged while Izuku looked a little confused for a moment before he did as she asked and began web-zipping and swinging through the city at a super fast speed. What is wrong with me? I've never had thoughts like that before. Uraraka thought to herself, still blushing as she didn't pay attention to Izuku at all, even when he stopped a little further away from the school. Why are there so many more reporters now? Izuku thought out loud as he spotted a huge swarm of reporters, journalists and news crews all surrounding the front gate of UA. After sighing, Izuku made his way down the building before shrugging his shoulders while politely telling Uraraka that she needed to get off of his back. Uraraka couldn't help but follow behind Izuku as she still felt a little embarrassed with her thoughts to even walk next to him or even look at him. The second the two of them got close enough to the UA gate, though, they were met with cameras and microphones shoved in their faces. "What is it like to be learning from All Might?" one female reporter asked in a shout at Izuku, who nervously waved them off with the excuse that he had to go to the nurse's office even though he was completely fine. Uraraka, on the other hand, had made the mistake of stopping, so she was stuck giving an answer before another reporter shouted another question that Izuku heard loud and clear. "What about the rumors of Spider-Man attending UA?" Izuku froze on the spot at hearing that but continued on walking as he knew that would look suspicious, but his mind was racing with thoughts on how rumors like that could have gotten around so quickly. But then he remembered that his class wasn't exactly quiet when they confronted him, meaning two possibilities could have happened. The first being that one of 1A let it slip that he's Spider-Man, or someone from another class heard them shouting and figured it out that way. As he kept thinking about the several possibilities, Izuku walked to his classroom with his head slightly down before opening up the door to see only a small handful of the 1A class actually there: Shiro, Momo, Todoroki, Ojiro, and Kirishima. As soon as Izuku sat down, he was met with Momo smiling at him, but before he could even greet her, she leant down and pecked him on the lips, making him bright red and just stammer out random noises which made her giggle. "You really need to stop being embarrassed so easily," Momo said in a slightly playful voice before asking him what his plans were for this evening. "I'm taking the night off on being Spider-Man. So I might spend the night researching into everyone's quirks in the class, so if something like yesterday happens again, I have a plan ready," Izuku stated to her, showing her the notebook he had with the words UA quirks. "That works perfectly. I mean, you didn't see everyone's quirks yesterday, so why don't we study on that after school today?" Momo smiled warningly at him, to which he couldn't say anything but yes to her before other students started coming in one by one. Izuku was thankful that none of them immediately went up to him and started asking questions like yesterday, but he was, however, noticing that all the girls were taking glances at him with small yet noticeable blushes spread across their faces, which made him think back to Dr. Connors telling him about the pheromones. If what he said is true and I take into account what's happened recently, then I fear that the symbiote has made my body able to produce that love gas stuff, but straight into gas form. However, the effect seemed to only be working on certain females, as Mom, the reporters outside, and the girls I walked past to class, means that these pheromones only work based on the symbiote. Izuku thought while he continuously tapped his index finger against his chin before he saw in the corner of his eye Aizawa enter the room and set a bunch of papers on the front desk. "Good morning everyone, good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations," Aizawa stated in a dreary voice before looking at Bakugo with a slight glare. "Bakugo, stop wasting your talent and grow up. You're in the real world now and it doesn't care for your temper tantrums just because someone beat you. Speaking of which, Midoriya?" That statement made Bakugo grit his teeth in anger as he looked down at his desk, trying not to glare back at him. Midoriya on the other hand jolted at his name but was a little shocked when he saw a small smirk on Aizawa's face. "Glad to see my words didn't fall on deaf ears, good work with yesterday." Izuku couldn't help but lower his head, smile like an idiot and go red-faced in embarrassment from the surprise praise he was receiving from one of the heroes he admired and took inspiration from. "Now, onto homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement but today you'll be picking a class president," Aizawa stated, which led to the whole class bursting into chaos as they all were talking about how they should be class president with the exception of Izuku, who quietly sat at the back of the room with his hand nervously raised. Everyone quickly quietened down when Ida began shouting about how the process should be decided by a vote, which he quickly arranged with several neatly cut pieces of paper that he handed out to everyone. For Izuku the decision was easy as he knew Momo wanted to be president really bad, so he quickly picked her expecting her to win, but when the votes were counted and drawn up on the board, "I got 6 votes?" Izuku looked in pure shock at the board while Bakugo turned to look at the rest of the class with rage shouting at the top of his lungs, "What? Who the F voted for D?" His shout led to Uraraka whistling, Mina playing with the curls in her hair, Hagakure who tapped her invisible fingers on the desk, Tsuyu looking away with a straight face, Ida who said nothing as he looked down at his desk slightly annoyed at how he had 0 votes, and finally Momo who seemed rather happy that her and Izuku were class president and vice president. I just don't think I have what it takes to be class president," Izuku said little nervous tone as he, Uraraka, Momo and Ida started walking to the lunch area. "Of course you do." Uraraka smiled brightly at him while Momo nodded in agreement. "Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch makes you perfect to lead our class. That's why I voted for you and why I assume they voted for you too," Ida stated seriously before gesturing to the 2 girls who were looking away with small blushes. Before Izuku could even react to that comment, he realized that he left his money for lunch in his bag, which he had forgotten back in class, so after a quick apology to the 3 of them he quickly dashed off back to his classroom, just quick enough to not raise any suspicion amongst other UA students about the already spreading Spider-Man rumors. The second he entered the classroom, Izuku did a quick jump flip over nearly all the tables, landing somewhat purposely on Bakugo's desk before webbing up his bag to him so he could rummage through his bag and get his money before setting his bag back down by his own desk. Not even an instant after he had set his bag down though, Izuku heard the classroom door open then quickly close, making him jump slightly as he jumped off the desk ready to make any excuse, but was surprised to see Uraraka with her head down a little so her eyes couldn't be seen by him. "Yura-chan? I thought you were with the others?" Izuku questioned out loud as he saw her take a few steps forward before stumbling as if she was going to fall, which led to Izuku reacting quickly and catching her with a worried expression. "Hey, you alright, Yura-chan?" Izuku asked with concern, but he was surprised to see Uraraka completely fine. Not only that but she was smiling. Izuku froze from what he was about to ask as he spotted her eyes being the same as Momo's the night before. Not even a second passed as Uraraka quickly grabbed Izuku's jacket and forced him into a kiss, making Izuku go wide-eyed in shock. Knowing that he shouldn't be doing this, Izuku attempted to push Uraraka away by her waist. However, the symbiote inside him had other clear intentions as instead of pushing her away, he pulled her closer. Izuku tried to fight the feeling as he knew this was betraying Momo's trust, but in that split second something in his head just clicked and everything just felt right. He started kissing her back using what little knowledge he learnt yesterday as a guide for what to do. After a couple seconds of kissing, Uraraka pulled away blushing furiously as without saying a single word she ran out of the classroom, leaving a very confused Izuku standing there almost like he didn't know what to do with himself. "Okay, what was that about?" Izuku questioned on his head while looking at his right hand expecting a response but was met with silence. "Great. Now I'm going insane. Izuku sighed out before making his way back to the dining area, getting what he got yesterday, and sat down at the same table. With the same people there, but Uraraka was still blushing. After sitting down and enjoying his food, Izuku merely listened with interest as he found out that Ida was part of a long line of family heroes, but his story was cut short by an ear-grating alarm that went throughout the whole school. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Izuku could already see the oncoming chaos that would ensue from that statement alone, so while Ida was asking about the alarm and the situation, Izuku saw the oncoming swarm of UA students rushing in his direction, so with a burst of instinct he grabbed the closest person, which was conveniently Momo, and shot a web up at the ceiling and used a hand motion for his web shooters to pull him up the web just enough to be above them all. Thanks. Momo sighed in relief as she held onto Izuku for dear life as she glanced around her now better look of the situation. While she did that, Izuku was looking around the crowd, Ida being trampled with his shouts being ignored by the other students. Tsuyu was making use of her quirk and was stuck to the wall crawling to the exit. Mina was struggling to move in general, as was Uraraka, and Hagakure was difficult to spot in general. Deku-kun, look. It's only the press. Momo said to the curly-haired teen, now looking out the window as well to see that she was right and thus was nothing serious at all. We need to tell them all to stop. Izuku simply muttered to himself before looking towards the exit and seeing a small ledge on it and began swinging over, earning a few people's attention, but it was fully captured when Izuku stuck his left hand and feet to the wall while still holding on to Momo, who began shouting out to their fellow UA students. Everyone calm down. It's just the press. You have nothing to be afraid about. Momo shouted at the top of her lungs, making a lot of people sigh in relief, while Izuku quickly whispered in Momo's ear that he'd take care of the media outside as he lowered her down before making his way up to the roof. Izuku wasted no time as he grabbed his vigilante equipment and threw off his school clothes while simultaneously putting on his vigilante outfit before leaping off the building and landing on one of the many archways in front of UA. It didn't even take a second before every reporter and journalist had their attention straight at Izuku, who stood up from his crouched position and looked down at them all before speaking to them all with his vigilante voice. You are all trespassing on private property. I suggest you leave now before the police arrive, or I have to interfere. Izuku spoke, pointing to the UA exit, which had been reduced to but a pile of broken metal. Wow. That kid's fast. Present Mike loudly whispered to Aizawa, who was merely observing Izuku and how he approached the situation. Questions and cameras were now all directed at Izuku at full force, but he only sighed as he dropped down from the arch before firing large quantities of webbing to stop them from moving forward anymore. After he did that, Izuku could begin to hear sirens quickly getting closer and used the covering from the web wall to get away, but while he did so, he made sure to stay out of any reporter's sight before heading back up to UA's rooftop and changing back into his school uniform as quick as he could before heading back to class. It took a while, but everything eventually sorted itself out enough for classes to go back to how they were. However, right now both Izuku and Momo were standing in front of their homeroom class, with Izuku shaking a little as he spoke. We'd like to choose the other student council members, but before that, I believe that Momo-chan should take over as class president, Izuku first said, really nervous before saying the second part with complete confidence, surprising Momo a lot as she was told nothing about this. You all saw how she led everyone in that crisis? I think she'd be a much better choice for the job. I think she deserves it more than me, Izuku stated to the class, but said the last past while smiling at Momo, who felt incredibly touched at what Izuku was doing for her. All the other students seemed happy with the decision, with Kirishima and a handful of others praising Momo for earlier, all the while Aizawa groaned out something about not caring and to get on with it. Momo gave one more thankful look to Izuku before she stepped forward and gave a respectful bow while her eyes were still looking at Izuku as she spoke. I will accept this job, and I will give everything I can to be a worthy class president, and hopefully I can make you proud. Momo's message was received by Izuku, and he couldn't help but smile back at her, as he was well aware of just how much being class president meant to her, and if Izuku was honest, he really wasn't cut out for the job like she was. When school had finally finished, Izuku went with Momo back to her apartment building, where she hugged him tightly, whispering thank you over and over again, which made Izuku grin like an idiot as he finally landed on the rooftop. After landing, Momo led Izuku through the building, which didn't take long at all as she lived on the top floor. Well, it would be more accurate to say that where she lived was the top floor. Oh my god, Momon. How rich are your family? Izuku asked in pure shock at the sheer size and quality of where she lived. Well, my parents own the building, I'm just living here as it's closer than where my parents actually live, Momo simply stated after finally getting off Izuku's back and walking into what Izuku assumed was her room. A little bit later, Momo emerged with her hair down, dressed in a pair of high red shorts that were showing quite a lot of her long and slender legs. Izuku was well and truly surprised, however, when he saw Momo in a black baggy tank top with what was clearly his spider insignia across the chest. What? I made your Spider-Man outfit, you didn't think I wouldn't make at least a few bits to support you? Plus they look cool. Momo explained while saying that last little bit in a quieter tone. Izuku, who was now just in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, couldn't help but chuckle at that before he went over to where the living room was and shot a line of webbing up before pulling himself up and spinning his body around so he was upside down while Momo sat down on the couch opposite him with a notepad and pen while Izuku was already with pencil and his notebook in hand. They began talking for almost 3 hours as they discussed their classmates' quirks, variable weaknesses, possible strengths, and all-around effectiveness as a quirk. When Izuku's webbing dissolved and he was forced back onto normal ground, Momo tried a little bold move and convinced Izuku to lie down on the couch, to which she then immediately laid herself down on him but facing the same way he was so that she was snuggling with him but also at the same time able to see what he was writing. As would of course expect, Izuku was an embarrassed and stuttering mess when she did this, but the longer they were like that, the more comfortable it was and the less nervous Izuku became. However, the more that the two cuddled, laughed, and talked to each other, the more a single thought ate away in the back of Izuku's head that just made him feel even more guilt with each passing second. Momo, I need to tell you something, Izuku said to her now in quieter and much more guilty tone, to which he felt Momo's head move on his chest to show she was listening. Earlier today, Yura-chan kissed me. I didn't want it because I'm with you, but this thing inside me made me want to kiss back. I know I must have betrayed your trust, but please know I still really like you, Izuku said to Momo as the words struggled to come out of his mouth. Tears were even stinging the corners of Izuku's eyes as he spoke, as he felt horrible for what he had done but was left jaw dropped in silence when he felt Momo's hands cup his cheeks as she looked him dead in the eyes with a smile. It's okay. Izuku couldn't even fathom this situation at all. Momo was okay with him kissing Uraraka? This didn't sound right to him at all. Something inside me just knew that something was different with you when I saw you last night. I don't know why and I hope you can tell me more, but I just feel more attracted to you, Momo confessed to Izuku as she saw his eyes widen a little more as he began telling her all about the symbiote inside of him and the pheromones that he was now producing. Wait, you have a living thing inside you? Momo shouted in shock while Izuku covered his mouth as he realized the only people he had actually told about the symbiote was Dr. Connors and All Might. Possibly. Izuku nervously laughed before Momo just sighed before smiling and kissing him on the lips before starting with a small smile that he was an idiot. So you're really okay with all the side effects of all these pheromones? Izuku asked Momo in need of a serious answer, to which she just gave him a smile. Of course, and who knows, maybe it'll sort itself out and lead to something better. After a much more peaceful lunch where all the girls were blushing and Momo occasionally held hands with Izuku under the table, Class 1A were sitting in their classroom waiting eagerly as Aizawa walked up to the front before speaking. Alright, you all are going to take part in a special hero training lesson with me, All Might, 13 and Midoriya, Aizawa stated as if it was a completely normal thing for Izuku to be helping him teach when he himself was here to learn. Why me? Izuku questioned as he felt everyone else's eyes on him. Principal Nedzu insisted you help because of your abilities and your little display yesterday. By the way, we're looking into how the press found out about you, Aizawa reassured the curly-haired teen. Holding up a card for all the class to see, he grumbled out, today's class will be based around rescue situations, so get your costumes and meet me at the bus outside. He pushed a button, revealing everyone's suits apart from Izuku's, as he didn't like to keep his suit at UA. The possibility of other people finding out about his secret identity would only increase if he did that. After a quick change into their costumes, Momo had a quick glimpse inside the bus and saw it was more open, so didn't bother to get anyone organized. She instead just stayed close to Izuku, as did Uraraka, and Mina, and Hagakure, and you get the picture. As you would probably expect at this point, the girls were sat next to and opposite the spandex-clad teen who currently had his mask off as Tsuyu spoke to him. "I generally just say what's on my mind, Midoriya," Tsuyu stated, turning her head to look at Izuku. "How come you have these random bursts of tremendous strength?" Tsuyu asked, making Izuku choke on his own saliva. Sounds of agreement could be heard from those around them, saying that they thought it was weird considering what he did at both the entrance exam and Quirk limit test with the ball throw. I don't know, honestly." Izuku lied before he heard something even worse. That kind of power is also very similar to All Might's. Izuku was about to go into a fit of denial, but thankfully Kirishima spoke up. All Might doesn't break his bones from his power, so they aren't that alike. After a sigh of relief left Izuku's mouth, he then took interest in Kirishima showing off his hardening quirk. "My quirk can be useful, but it isn't that showy like Izuku's powers. I think that it's an amazing quirk. You'll make it as a pro for sure," Izuku declared to Kirishima, who gained a thankful smile before speaking again. "But the flashiest quirks here have got to be without a doubt you and Todoroki," Kirishima laughed. Bakugo twitched for a second before he gripped the metal bar in front of him and stood up with a look of pure fury. "Take that back, you red bastard. I could beat those two dash. Shut up before I give you another broken nose." Everyone froze at the voice cutting off Bakugo. It held a tone that sent shivers down their spines from the hostility that oozed out of every word. They collectively looked towards the source to discover Izuku was the one who spoke. He looked different, though. His hair was completely straight, letting it dangle in front of his eyes, which were now darker and narrower than his normally big and bright eyes. Bakugo just grit his teeth before barging past to go sit alone at the back. Closing his eyes for a second, Izuku's hair sprung back to its usual curly state, and when his eyes opened, they were back to normal, just filled with confusion as he looked around. I zoned out. Did I say something?" Izuku asked in a nervous tone. Momo leaned toward him and whispered, "Do you have no idea of what just happened?" I remember Bakugo was in the middle of saying something, then everything went black." Izuku confessed, now a little worried from the look in Momo's eyes. They were full of fear. Just what exactly did I say?" After some time sitting in awkward silence, Class 1A finally arrived at a huge white dome that Aizawa refused to give the name of, because he forgot it out of not really caring. When the class walked in, all of them were greeted by a small man in an almost space suit-looking outfit. The hero was recognized instantly as 13. "Greetings all. Welcome to the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, if you want to be specific," 13 greeted with a bow in what seemed to be some form of filtered voice. Aizawa signaled Izuku forward, meaning he would have to do something, but as he walked over to the two teachers he heard them speak thanks to his heightened hearing. 13, where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here, Aizawa questioned whilst looking around the area. 13 held up 3 fingers and said, "About that, it seems he just about reached his limit on his daily commute this morning." Aizawa sighed, muttering something about irrationality before turning slightly and gesturing to Izuku. 13, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's the exception I'm making so he can show from his experience as a certain vigilante you know, Aizawa explained, allowing Izuku to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, 13. I am Izuku Midoriya, a student of Class 1A in the Hero course at UA, as well as the vigilante known as Spider-Man. I hope that you can guide me further in how to handle rescue situations, as I am still but a student who wishes to learn the ways of pro heroes and expand my skills to help more people in Dash. Izuku rambled on as he was in a tizzy about meeting a new pro hero, but was cut off by 13 raising a hand. I have heard many things about you from various sources and already know the basic stuff. I'm glad that you can help us out with this, considering All Might's current absence. Taking a few deep breaths, Izuku turned and stood next to the two teachers as 13 began to explain the importance of quirk control. My quirk, black hole, turns all material to dust. This is very useful for removing wreckage, but without control, I could also very easily SCK up a person I'm trying to rescue and kill them, shredding them into nothingness. This aspect of my quirk is no different to your own. Without control or with the intent to, they could easily injure or kill. 13 even looked towards Izuku for an example, and even though he was put on the spot, Izuku quickly gave one. My webbing could easily be used to kill, as a single shot could cover a person's mouth and nose, stopping them from breathing. Hence, why I always poke little holes in the nostril area so they can breathe, Izuku explained, pointing at his nose. 13 continued with his speech, looking around at the members of the class. The last 2 hero training lessons you did taught you about the limits of your power, but also about the danger of brandishing that power against another. This lesson will demonstrate to you and teach you how to wield your power for the sake of saving lives. Quirks are not inherently meant for hurting others, so how you wield yours and the intent behind it are of key importance. Please realize that with power comes great responsibility, so please come away from today understanding that your power is meant to help, not hurt. Everyone was practically bursting with excitement and respect as 13 finished up. That is all. Thank you for listening so intently and patiently for such a long time. Cheers of respect could be heard, intermingled with applause and compliments from the students, while Izuku just stood next to 13 about to burst from fanboying so hard. Suddenly, Izuku felt his spider sense go ballistic, forcing him to turn around and look down the huge flight of stairs. Aizawa's attention was caught by Izuku's quick spin, compelling him to also look down. His expression immediately turned to one of dread when he saw a pale hand reach out from a swirling portal of black mist, revealing a face covered by a hand with a piercing eye peeking between the fingers. Turning around, he yelled, "Huddle together and don't move. Those are villains," before the portal spread open massively to let out villain after villain. The last villain to exit was a huge behemoth with jet black skin and scars covering his arms. The thing just looked straight at Izuku as it stood stock still, Izuku mirroring it while a horrible chill crawled down his spine. Noumu Midoriya, Noumu Midoriya, Noumu Midoriya. Both of them ignored the shouts of Aizawa and Shigaraki until Izuku somehow managed to break the almost hypnotic eye contact and look at Aizawa, who had finished instructing the others on what to do. "Midoriya, you're with me," Aizawa stated with a serious tone as he lowered his goggles to hide his eyes. Izuku's eyes widened at that, but he didn't question it as he pulled his mask over his face and leapt forward along with Aizawa towards the horde of villains. "Ranged squadron, fire at Spider-Man," one of the villains shouted, pointing straight at Izuku. He felt his spider sense surge, making him want to dodge the forthcoming projectiles, but some of his classmates would be caught in the hail of bullets if he did. Izuku noticed, however, that they weren't firing thanks to Aizawa's quirk, so he quickly threw a handful of web grenades, trapping all the ranged villains. "Izuku!" As he landed and Aizawa began taking care of the low-level villains with ease, Izuku looked to where the voice came from and saw Numu looking directly at him. His skin crawled, but his heart urged him forward toward the hulking black form. Izuku began walking towards the huge monster while its skin started to bulge and lose its color, making it more and more gray with every passing second while its right hand remained completely black. "Numu, what's happening? What are you doing? Stop it!" Shigaraki yelled almost like a frustrated child before Numu threw what seemed to be a black orb of sludge. It didn't set off Izuku's spider sense, but he still punched the orb, making it spread out slightly before it attached to his outstretched right arm, completely looking like it was a part of his suit. "What is this stuff? It feels familiar?" Izuku questioned as a weird feeling washed over his head, making him look at his now jet black sleeve. Within a single instant, Izuku felt fear was over his being as he felt something bone-chilling ripple through his entire body as it overwhelmed him before freezing him on the spot. "Numu, break him," Shigaraki ordered, pointing at Izuku. Without any form of hesitation, the now gray Numu dashed at Izuku faster than he expected, leaving him wide open for the Numu creature to grab his left arm and crush it in its giant hand, making Izuku scream as he felt his bones snapping under the grasp. In a moment of agony, Izuku used what little control over his left arm he had and ripped it out of Numu's grasp with the help of One for All, shattering his already broken arm and ripping the sleeve from the suit, showing his bloodied and broken arm. Izuku saw the creature running towards him and took a battle-ready position, but it vanished from thin air, sending a small shockwave that shattered the right lens of his mask. After quickly adjusting to his new state of vision, Izuku saw Noumu was by Shigaraki and a now damaged Aizawa, who shouted at Izuku, "Don't worry about me. Save the students." Izuku simply nodded at that demand and began using his right arm to swing around the USJ building. He quickly spotted Momo and Kyoka fighting off various villains, and just as Kyoka was about to use her earjacks, one of the bigger villains grabbed her neck and began strangling her. Kyoka clawed and clawed away at his hands, trying to escape while she attempted to use her earjacks to knock him out, all of which were fruitless efforts. As Kyoka made a mental plea for help, she saw a shadow swing in with enough force that his foot knocked out the villain holding her within an inch of her life, letting her fall slightly before she felt herself being caught by a single arm. Quickly regaining her breath, Kyoka looked up to see it was Izuku holding her, asking if she was okay. Normally Kyoka wouldn't be flustered at something so little, but she did have a little secret. She had a crush on Spider-Man, and by extension, Izuku. It was no big deal to her at all. Everyone has celebrity crushes. Hers just happened to be an illegal vigilante with a killer bot. She admired him as much as the pro heroes. However, things were a bit of a mess once she found out about Izuku's secret, as she couldn't stop seeing him as the web-slinging vigilante. Kyoka believed that Izuku and Spider-Man were still two completely different people, but that opinion quickly changed when she saw him during the combat test. They were clearly one and the same. It also helped that unknowingly her crush for him became so much stronger because of Izuku's pheromones. But right now, as Kyoka looked up and saw a glimpse of Izuku's eye through his shattered lens, she saw his determination reflected in his gaze and felt his skill radiate from his being, making her feel safe. A small blush dusted her cheeks as she looked away from Izuku, who let her down softly. "Thanks, but I had it covered." "Are you hurt?" Izuku questioned as he checked her for wounds and saw nothing but bruises and the red mark around her neck. His hand went towards her neck, fingers ghosting over the mark that remained before dropping to his side as he felt something building in the back of his mind. "Yeah," Kyoka admitted. "A little bit." Izuku told her to get to the USJ entrance before he noticed Momo running towards him. As she gave him a quick hug, she whispered, "I'm so happy to see you." "Me too, now get to the entrance with Kyoka-san." "We're more vulnerable separated," Izuku insisted. She simply nodded before running away with Kyoka, allowing Izuku to see the thick layering of bandages on her right forearm with a long stain of red on it and causing that feeling from before to grow a little more. "Damn it. If I was faster, I could have gotten here sooner and stopped them from getting hurt." Izuku cursed in his head, pointedly ignoring the pain of his bones slowly moving back into place while he swung towards the flood zone. Over at said zone, Tsuyu, Hagakure and Mineta were stuck on what seemed to be a large boat. Mineta was panicking about the situation and being no help at all, while Tsuyu held her shoulder to stop the small flow of blood trailing down her arm, Hagakure trying to help her friend as much as possible. Shocking the lot of them, Izuku landed on the deck of the ship clutching his left shoulder as it didn't feel any better, almost like his healing factor had stopped after his bones were in place. "You all okay?" Izuku asked in a forced voice that sounded like he was fine. The two girls explained that while in the process of getting them all on the boat, Tsuyu had gotten shot in the shoulder by an underwater gunner. Izuku's right fist instinctively tightened when he heard that, so he quickly turned around towards the entrance and aimed his right arm at the ceiling, but realized he couldn't slingshot any of them due to his broken arm. After a quick swear in his head, Izuku pressed down on the center of his palm to get a line to swing them to the entrance. He expected only one line of webbing to be shot, but instead he saw two lines of pure black webbing streaming from his wrist, going diagonally apart enough for him to make a web slingshot that stuck together in his hand. "Well, that's certainly new." "Get on quickly," Izuku demanded as he pulled back hard on the webbing and crouched down, allowing the three of them to grab on. Confirming they were on and ready, he concentrated on his right leg as he tried to focus One for All into it. Unsuccessfully keeping his leg undamaged, Izuku winced in pain but did his best maneuvering through the air before landing hard on the brick floor, breaking the other's fall. The three quickly got off Izuku, allowing him to weakly stand up and limp towards the stairs before his arm was grabbed by Uraraka. Deku-kun, stop. Look at yourself. Why need to stop and rest, please? Uraraka begged with tears stinging her eyes. Let go. The black had now spread over Izuku's right shoulder and gone a little over his chest. You've done enough. Mina shouted, struggling to even look at Izuku's broken and bloody body. I need to go stop them. The black had now spread across Izuku's chest and covered the black spider insignia. Midoriya, you really should rest. Tsuyu insisted with a slightly sad-sounding voice. Izuku didn't say anything else and just forced himself out of Uraraka's grip before leaping up and swinging straight to Shigaraki. When he arrived, however, Izuku's eyes fell onto Aizawa, who was being crushed under the Numu creature with his arms broken and torn to shreds, large cuts all over his body. The poor pro-hero looked like he was right on death's door. The feeling in the back of Izuku's head had now become clear as day. It was rage. Pure, vengeful rage. This wouldn't have happened if I had more control of my power. If I had the power, I could have stopped them all from being hurt. Izuku thought to himself in self-hatred and heavy guilt. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he didn't feel the black on his suit slowly spreading more and more until it was completely black with white lenses on the mask. I can help with that. That voice echoed through Izuku's head, sounding like a deeper and darker version of his own. How? Izuku asked, now interested by the offer. Say yes and we'll figure it out later. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Izuku replied, you have a deal. He instantly felt his suit come alive as the now black suit began forming over his bare left arm, changing back into his suit prior to the damage, just with the colors reversed. The second the suit had fully enveloped his body, Izuku felt his broken arm and leg heal up faster than they ever had before, shocking Izuku as he looked at his left arm briefly in awe. Now with a strange feeling washing through his body, Izuku stared down at Shigaraki, Kurogiri and the gray Numu creature. Before any of them could say a word, Izuku dashed forward with a speed that shocked the villains. As a quick tactic, Izuku fired a single shot of black webbing at Shigaraki, which was intercepted by the Numu as if he was commanded to sacrifice himself as a meat shield in the case of an attack. Learning from that, Izuku jumped forward several feet into the air, aiming straight for Numu with his right arm reeled back and one for all surging through it, not even thinking of the repercussions. Izuku's fist was met with Numu's arms crossed over in an X position to block the powerful impact that sent out a tremendous shockwave, smashing the glass of all the lights around the edge of the dome as well as knocking over a few trees. Izuku quickly realized that he hadn't broken his arm at all from the punch, much to his surprise, and quickly kicked off the monster's arms, allowing him to put a lot of distance between him and Numu. While he scratched his neck, Shigaraki growled in annoyance, "You're a real pain, Spider-Man. After all this time and effort, we don't even get dash." His scratching and growling was cut off, though, when a loud explosion burst from the front entrance. All the students currently gathered at the front gate looked beyond happy, a few of them even with tears of joy. With every step, an almost thunderous noise echoed throughout the entire Yusei building, and there stood All Might at the head of the stairs, not with a smile, but with a look of pure fury aimed at all the villains. "Fear not. I am here." As Izuku heard that, he smiled underneath his mask, suddenly feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, and used the opportunity All Might gave him to dash around and grab Aizawa with a strand of webbing while the villains were distracted. All Might then rushed over in one immense jump and hit Shigaraki hard enough to knock the pale hand off his face. Despite being injured, Shigaraki scrambled toward the hand to pick it up, brushing it off before placing it back on his face. After dropping off Aizawa at the entrance with the other students, Izuku quickly made his way back to the fight and stood next to All Might in a battle-ready stance. "You're fast, All Might? Too fast to keep up with, but not as fast as expected," Shigaraki noted as he smirked and pointed at All Might. "You, on the other hand," he said, turning to Izuku as his smirk turned to an annoyed scowl. "Too fast. You're more of a problem than expected, Spider-Man. Young Spider-Man, this isn't your business. Please leave this to me, All Might insisted to Izuku. Expression unchanging, Izuku simply refuted, this is my business. Shigaraki's eyes lit up as he observed the two, hands pointed at them both. Vigilante against hero. How I've waited for this to happen, Shigaraki laughed with a sadistic smirk. His laugh stopped in moments when he saw Izuku shoot a web line into All Might's hand and let himself be swung around twice before being sent flying towards Numu. Using the speed to his advantage, Izuku quickly delivered a powerful kick straight to Numu's head, stunning it just long enough for All Might to charge forward and give a powerful punch straight to its stomach with the power making the gray Numu's body ripple from the force. That won't work. Noumu has a shock absorption quirk. Shigaraki bragged like an excited child but was ignored as Izuku quickly shot webbing at the backs of Numu's hands and pulled with every ounce of his strength. After a struggle, Izuku was able to pin the creature's arms behind its back and hold them there. Just to reach my belt. Izuku gritted as he tried to reach for his web grenades. He suddenly stopped and watched in shock as a small, thin black tentacle formed on the waist of the black suit and pulled out a web grenade, throwing it hard before disappearing. I'm liking this new suit, Izuku thought to himself as he watched his grenade let out black webbing instead of white, trapping the creature's arms and spreading to trap his legs. The creature couldn't help but roar as it began struggling against the strong webbing. It even made my web stronger, Izuku thought before web zipping next to All Might and speaking to him. He said absorption, not negation. That means there's a limit to it, Izuku stated while cracking his knuckles. I was thinking the exact same thing. All Might laughed as he did the same before they both leaped directly at the trapped Numu. All Might began a relentless assault of attacks on the trapped beast, releasing shockwave after shockwave that sent both villains back, as well as Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki, all three of which had just arrived at the scene now looking in awe at the spectacle. Izuku, on the other hand, was providing additional attacks that ranged from an extremely fast variety of kicks and punches to Izuku pulling large parts of the concrete out of the ground with webbing then swinging them around like a medieval flail. No words were even exchanged between the two as thanks to them each knowing how the other fought, they worked around that and managed to turn their assault into a deadly tag team. Every punch, kick, web shot and synchronized impact was a struggle to follow for most people as All Might was, well, All Might and the new black suit on Izuku was making him feel so much stronger and faster than before that he was able to keep up with All Might's insane. But after a full minute assault, Izuku was forced to leap back and let his body rest for a second. He grit his teeth as he realized he needed to go beyond his body's limit to fully defeat the enemy. Resolving to surpass his limits while knowing full well he would be almost incapacitated afterwards, Izuku sprinted forward, filling his left arm with as much power as physically possible while All Might charged up one final punch, a punch several times more powerful than his full power. Izuku timed it just right, coinciding their punches' time of impact, and as they both yelled from the top of their lungs, Izuku and All Might sent the monster crashing through the roof of the dome and rocketing into the sky. Not even a second had passed and Izuku's left arm hung disgustingly limp and disfigured beside him. However, he stood firm and emitted his normal intimidating aura as Spider-Man. All Might on the other hand stood proud and tall, staring down Shigaraki and Kurogiri with a huge smile like he normally did. You cheated. He broke my Noumu. It's not fair. Spider-Man and All Might broke my Noumu. Shigaraki yelled in frustration as he kept scratching his neck, almost to the point of drawing blood. We beat it. Fair and square. Now leave before I make you leave. Izuku threatened with a darker tone that made All Might look at the masked teen with some concern. The villains looked at the two in rage but felt they could do nothing more at this point in time, so Shigaraki and Kurogiri simply left, leaving the two drained heroes. Now that the major threats were gone, Izuku grabbed his mask with his right hand and pulled it off, showing his bruised and completely exhausted face with sweat dripping down his forehead. All Might watched through the large cloud of steam being expelled from his body as Izuku's bruises healed up within seconds, followed by his body suddenly collapsing onto the floor. You alright, kid? All Might asked in a concerned tone as he exited his buff form and looked down at Izuku who was panting heavily. He can't move. I've torn all my muscles. Izuku laughed weakly as he tried to stand but failed miserably. Just get some rest, kid. You deserve it. All Might smiled as he watched Izuku slowly close his eyes and begin breathing softer. Deku-kun. All Might turned his head and saw Uraraka, Momo, Mina, Tsu, Hagakure and Kyoka all running over to Izuku with very concerned faces, making All Might panic slightly as he was now stuck in his true form for the rest of the day. Everyone was shocked, however, when the exhausted teen slowly rose up from the floor despite seeming to be unconscious. He simply placed his mask in front of his face, the mask morphing around his head so he was now fully in the black suit, before weakly taking a few steps. While everyone was frozen in awe, he leaped into the air and made his way through the giant hole in the ceiling, vanishing from everyone's sight. Kid, just what is happening with you? All Might questioned quietly to himself. Sleep had never felt as good to Izuku as it did right now, sleeping in his own bed. Wait. Izuku forced his eyes open and looked down to see himself lying down in his bed dressed in only a pair of black underpants. Quickly giving his body a once-over, Izuku figured out his body had healed, thus meaning that at least an hour had passed. Glad to see you're awake. Izuku looked to his right and saw at his desk a weird lump of black sludge currently looking through his computer, seeming as if it was trying to learn. To say Izuku was creeped the hell out was an understatement, but for some reason, he didn't feel like shouting or screaming in shock at the fact that there was some thing that sounded almost exactly like him. Sorry, but I had to make sure your mother didn't enter, so I played with your nerves a little so you wouldn't be freaked out, the lump of ooze stated. I'm really lost right now. What the hell is happening? Izuku asked, now questioning if he was just dreaming or something. Well, I'm the symbiote that lives inside you. What's the best way to put it? I'm the main brain for the symbiote stated as it jumped off the desk and attached itself to Izuku's right forearm. So, you're the thing that's been causing my nightmares and trying to contact me, Izuku said, now piecing a few things together. Again, I'm sorry about that, but I was forced onto a body with very low intelligence, so I could only ever say what was in the back of your head or just very short sentences. Now looking around his room and seeing it was a complete mess, Izuku just sighed as he waited for an explanation and simply got the words, I was learning. He raised a curious eyebrow at that explanation, asking, what do you mean you were learning? A small laugh was the response he received. The curly-haired teen could only watch as the symbiote on his arm quickly spread across his whole body and turned into his new black suit. Before Izuku could even react to the morph, he saw the suit turn into his UA outfit, then back to the black suit. That was so cool. Izuku quietly marveled before realizing he didn't have his web shooters on and questioned the symbiote about it. I studied your abilities, memories and everything you wore, so I adjusted your suit structure so that you no longer need the web shooters to keep a strong, stable webbing. Izuku looked down at his wrists before firing a black line of webbing, seeing it not as several incredibly thin strands forming one line of webbing but instead as a single thread, completely perfected. I don't know what you are, but this feeling, it's amazing, Izuku confessed as he looked at his reflection in the mirror in front of him before watching as his mask formed over his face. Then go out and test this power, the symbiote insisted as if it was trying to persuade Izuku. I'd be an idiot not to, Izuku laughed quietly as he leapt out of his window and began making his way to the city. As he swung through the concrete jungle on vines of his making, a loud rumble of thunder played the soundtrack of his evening while a few drops of rain hit his mask. This doesn't even feel like a suit anymore. It feels like part of me, Izuku thought as he leapt high into the air. Just as he would have begun descending, he felt his arms move a little before he began properly gliding through the air. The symbiote had made web-styled green wings that went underneath his arms, giving him so much distance coverage. When the sky darkened over with thick rain clouds, Izuku perched himself on a ledge and watched the streets below, enjoying observing the ant-like people from on high. While watching people go about their nightly activities, he spotted a flash of pink that he recognized as Mina running in the rain, seemingly taking a shortcut through an alleyway. Izuku then watched as 5 men in hoods went down the same alleyway. While running home in an effort to get out of the rain quicker, Mina noticed out the corner of her eye she was being followed. She was ready to use her acid quirk to fight back against those thugs and turned around, preparing for battle, but was paralyzed when a flash of lightning lit up the dark alleyway for a second and revealed to her the faces of her pursuers, faces sporting vulgar, sickening expressions that indicated their vile intent. Shaking slightly, Mina just watched as the 5 men approached her, laughing quietly to themselves. She couldn't let them touch her. As soon as they get a hold of her, that'd be it. Their laughter was short-lived, however, when one of the 5 men shot up into the shadows of the alleyway. They all stood in shock as another flash of lightning revealed the thug, knocked out and stuck to the wall, courtesy of a large amount of black webbing. "Oh shit! It's Spider H!" One of the front thugs tried to shout, but webbing covered his mouth and pulled him up into the shadows. Seconds later, he fell back down, unconscious with a large black eye and bloody nose. Mina's eyes widened in excitement when she realized who her savior was and watched as one by one, the last 3 thugs were disposed of without Izuku even coming into view. As the last thug fell, Mina frantically looked around to spot Izuku but jumped when she heard a voice behind her. "You really are a magnet for trouble," Izuku said in a more confident tone that Mina didn't pick up on. "Well, it got you here, didn't it?" Mina giggled as she turned around and saw Izuku's face level with hers as he hung upside down. "Now, you're just asking for trouble with an answer like that," Izuku teased as his eyes darkened a little while Mina took a step closer. "Well, what if I want it?" Mina asked as she reached up to Izuku's neck and pulled down his black mask, revealing only his mouth. After a second of looking at his lips, Mina took a final step closer and leaned up before claiming his lips with her own. Mina loved every second that went by during the kiss. To her, Izuku seemed amazing at it, and the rainy environment mixed with the fact it was upside down made the whole kiss seem so much sweeter. Izuku had held a special place in her heart ever since he first saved her in that alleyway several months ago. After almost a minute of making out, Mina pulled away and looked at her masked crush with a loving gaze before Izuku began going up his strand of webbing, letting Mina look up at him while smiling to herself. "Best first kiss ever." "Oh god. That wasn't me. I'm not that confident," Izuku muttered to himself, still pacing around his room in only a pair of black briefs. The symbiote, on the other hand, was trying to make a physical form, failing a lot before it managed to turn into some form of cat. "Ugh, this is humiliating. Besides, I don't see why you're so bothered by this." "You have feelings for her," the symbiote stated, making Izuku blush and stutter before speaking properly. "Why yeah, but I'm with Momo-chan. I shouldn't be kissing other girls. It's betraying her trust," Izuku said with a guilty expression while the symbiote jumped onto his shoulders, trying to get used to a physical form that wasn't attached to Izuku. "You can't help it, I did it to you after all," the symbiote stated, not bothering to hide what it had done for and to Izuku. "During the process of saving you from the gases, not only do you attract girls with your pheromones, but you have an equal share of love and attraction towards the same girls. You have a big heart, Izuku. Back when I was relying solely on instinct, I guess I turned your big-hearted nature into something more," the symbiote explained to Izuku, who looked at the small, fake cat on his shoulder in complete shock. Izuku also couldn't help but look at this symbiote cat with a weird look, as it looked like a black kitten but had his voice. It was just weird. "So what else have you changed about me?" Izuku asked, almost a little scared to know the truth from this creature that seemed to have good intentions but was just doing as it pleased. "Well, I've only done little things. I've improved your health since the beginning. I've, in a sense, kept your body slim and toned rather than buff and huge from all the training you do. I've increased the size of your genitalia. I've improved your mental stability to an extent dash." "Why, you did what?" "What? I've improved your mental stability?" the symbiote questioned, as if it had said nothing wrong, while Izuku looked at it with dumbfounded eyes. Now desperate for an answer, Izuku grabbed the black kitten on his left shoulder and looked it straight in the eyes. "Why you increased the size of my just why?" "Well, during my research on your species, I discovered that females show more primitive attraction to the opposite gender with larger genitalia. I'm surprised you didn't notice, considering I changed it from dash," the symbiote began explaining before Izuku cut it off. But I didn't want to hear any more of what you did." Izuku stated with a bright red face as he laid down on his bed, covering his face with his hands while he began thinking of all the problems this symbiote might cause for him. However, his human curiosity began eating away at the back of his head as he quietly wondered about the change the symbiote had made to his. No. This is exactly what it wants. It wants me to do something crude to myself or even worse, one of the girls. Izuku gulped as that thought ran through his head before thankfully another entered his head regarding the symbiote. Wait, you don't have a name, and it'll be a bit weird if I address you as symbiote. So, how about I give you a name, the curly-haired teen suggested, smiling a little as he picked up the symbiote in his hands. This isn't a good idea. I have to stay regularly bonded with you or else your body will go into a state of chaos and I will die. Naming me will only encourage you to make me have my own physical form like I do now, the symbiote stated seriously. Izuku gave the symbiote a look. Well, how long can we be apart? Theoretically, it should roughly be 24 hours, but considering I can become your clothing this shouldn't be a problem. Izuku looked at the symbiote for a while before smiling a little and speaking the symbiote's new name. Kyosei. The word for symbiotic? Yet, it doesn't sound too bad. You know what? I might actually keep the name, the symbiote now known as Kyosei stated with a small laugh. It connected its tail-like tendril to Izuku's hand before going over to his computer and looking at him. I'm going to commence more research on your species while you sleep, Kyosei simply stated. Izuku nodded and climbed into bed with a sigh of relief. His bed never felt more comfortable than after a long day like today. Although Izuku enjoyed the feeling of his own bed in his peaceful sleep, it was put to an abrupt end as he suffered another traumatic nightmare regarding the vault. Are you okay? Kyosei asked as it jumped off the desk and leapt onto Izuku in its black kitten form so that it could calm its host down. Izuku shook his head while his hands remained on his face before he stood up and pulled the symbiote onto his arm. It spread across his body, forming into a black tank top, gray shorts and dark red shoes. We're going to train. Izuku, you suffered a serious anxiety attack. If you continue to live like this and go on very little sleep, you will suffer serious mental and physical consequences, Kyosei insisted to its host while said host was climbing out of the window and heading to the beach. That's why I'm going to go train. It'll take my mind off this stress until I can actually sleep properly without having to be exhausted, Izuku stated while trying to think of anything that would put his mind off the extreme trauma. After several hours of training that consisted of swimming, sprinting, and gymnastics, Izuku stopped to check his phone but noticed it was off. He quickly turned it on only to hear his phone make several notification sounds that bombarded his ears with noise. He looked to see that Momo, Uraraka, and 3 unknown numbers had texted him yesterday but only just shown up. You're popular, Kyosei teased slightly, making Izuku blush as he read Momo's text first. Momo-chan, for 37 p.m., Dekun, you idiot. Why did you put your life in so much danger? You knew All Might had the situation covered. Never mind, just please for the love of God come see me tomorrow. I'm so worried. Izuku remained in a state of silent guilt after reading the text and just continued onto the next one from Uraraka. Yura-chan, 5:02 p.m., Divin, are you okay? When we saw you up and leave after collapsing I was so scared. Is your arm okay? Unknown, 5:19 p.m., hey Deku-kun, Yura-chan said it was okay to call you that. It's me Mina, but you better call me Mimi-chan. I want a cute nickname like Yura-chan. Anyway, thanks for risking your life to protect us and all that. I might have to show thanks like last time, winky face. Izuku's face became a bright shade of red as he added the contact as Mimi-chan with Mina in brackets. He thought back to when Mina had kissed him on the cheek, which then made him think about the upside-down kiss, and it started to make sense. It was a thank you kiss and her showing how she felt. After a soft smile appeared on Izuku's face, he moved on to the next message, which was from Hagakure. It read with a similar message to the other girls as she checked up on him and asked him to refer to her as Toru-chan from now on. Izuku then went on to read the final message from Tsuyu, again stating how thankful she was and explaining that a little bit after he left the other UA heroes arrived and helped round up as many of the villains as they could find. She also let Izuku know that Aizawa was in a critical condition with both arms shattered. his ribs snapped like sticks and severe cuts covering his face that would most likely leave scars. As Izuku read the last part of the message stating that UA would be closed until next week, guilt began filling him as he kept thinking about how all of Aizawa's pain and damage was because of him and his own idiocy. "Stop moping, you idiot. It's not your fault," Kyosei insisted to its currently miserable host. It let out a sigh when Izuku forced a smile onto his own face. Dropping the smile, Izuku put away his phone and let the thought of changing his clothes go through his head, letting the symbiote know. His training clothes instantly morphed into a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt that was a lot snugger than he'd like. "Do you really have to make my shirts like this?" Izuku questioned with an embarrassed blush covering his face. Kyosei chuckled lightly before the curly-haired teen let out a defeated sigh and began walking towards his first stop, Uraraka's apartment. "Your species confuses me," Kyosei quietly muttered, making Izuku slightly raise an eyebrow that urged the symbiote to continue. "Well, from what I've seen through studying your Earth's knowledge, most male teenagers are secretly perverts or have inner lustful desires for the opposite section. They make various attempts to win them over through acts of confidence and boldness." "Yeah, what about it?" Izuku asked, slightly worried as to where the symbiote was trying to go with this topic. "You are a complete anomaly to that. From what I've looked into within your head, you've shown no signs of lust towards any of the girls attracted to you. You hold a strong emotional passion for each of them, admiring all of them for who they are and not solely what they look like. You're a caring person, yet you have an extreme lack of confidence in yourself. You're a complete mystery to me, Izuku." Izuku stopped, feeling quite touched by the statement before he began walking again, this time with a little smile plastered on his face. After a slow but enjoyable walk, Izuku climbed up the side of Uraraka's apartment building, arriving on her floor and heading to her door. With a soft knock, Izuku waited in front of the door. It opened to reveal Uraraka in clearly comfortable clothing, a baggy tank top similar to the one Momo had, but it was white with a black spider insignia in the bottom corner and a pair of shorts. Uraraka's high-waisted shorts could almost not be seen thanks to how short they were and how long her top was. Guess she made her own spider top. That or Momo-chan made it for her, Izuku thought as he quickly noticed the spider insignia. "Deku-kun, I wasn't expecting you, but..." Uraraka stammered out in surprise with a small blush before she looked down at the floor. Izuku was caught off guard and could only watch as Uraraka leapt forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him, beginning to babble away. I was so scared, and when I saw the state you were in, I was so scared I was going to lose you." Every word that left the normally bubbly girl's mouth felt like a tug at Izuku's heart. He could tell even without looking at her that Uraraka was fighting off tears as her grip became a tiny bit tighter. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you worry," Izuku said softly as he slowly put his arms around her, pulling her into a hug that she clearly needed as reassurance. The embrace the two shared managed to speak more words than they could ever hope to verbalize. However, the entire moment was completely ruined when Kyosei spoke inside Izuku's head. "She's not wearing a bra." The symbiote spoke in an almost teasing tone, like it was trying to lead Izuku on. The curly-haired teen didn't dignify that comment with a response and continued to hug Uraraka, even softly stroking the back of her head, an action she seemed to enjoy judging by the soft smile now on her face. However, the fact that the symbiote had pointed out that little fact made Izuku's eyes suddenly jolt open as he realized he could feel two soft, almost pillow-like mounds of flesh pressed firmly against his abs. He began to panic slightly and realized that the symbiote was trying to force him to have some form of dirty thoughts, so he instead attempted to focus his mind on anything else to distract himself. Izuku could feel the symbiote smirking as a chilly morning breeze came in through the doorway. Uraraka shivered a little before Izuku felt two small nubs poking into him slightly, making him only think of a single word: sheet. Izuku could feel basic human instinct kicking in as blood started flowing towards his lower body, making him mentally curse more and more as he knew that the symbiote's plan was coming into fruition. Uraraka, on the other hand, was still blissfully enjoying the hug, but that quickly stopped as she gasped and backed away while covering her mouth, blushing furiously. Meanwhile, Izuku was looking away with a completely bright red face, stammering out his apologies, trying to make "it was a voice in my head" not sound crazy, which as you might have guessed was something very hard to do. You generally expect Uraraka to be completely disgusted at this point from the fact Izuku's Urkten just poked into her, but if she was honest, she saw it as a compliment. Maybe it was Izuku's pheromones unintentionally making her feelings grow so that she'd be distracted from the crudeness of it, but after a few seconds Uraraka couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. And almost as if it was contagious, Izuku couldn't stop himself from joining her in a laughing fit as he leaned against the wall to keep himself up. Uraraka managed to calm her laughing fit as she looked up at Izuku and stepped closer to him. "Yura-chan?" Izuku questioned, slowly recovering from the laughing fit himself. He watched as Uraraka closed her front door and got close to Izuku, placing a hand on his chest that made the now red-faced teen back up against the wall. Izuku looked down into Uraraka's eyes and saw a passion in them that was almost hypnotic. He watched as Uraraka slowly floated up to match his height while moving her hands up his body so that she was touching his cheeks, all the while making sure not to use her quirk on him too. Almost like he was in a trance from her eyes alone, Izuku did nothing as Uraraka moved her head forward and tilted it slightly before softly claiming his lips, her hands moving to rest behind his head during the swift yet soft movement. The moment Izuku was against the wall, Kyosei took the liberty of clearing all the thoughts of stress and overthinking that would be rushing around the teen's head out of his mind so he could actually learn how to enjoy a kiss. Both Uraraka and Izuku enjoyed the kiss as their lips shaped together softly, making the sweet kiss just that much better. Uraraka pulled back for a single second before leaning a little quicker into the kiss, giving it a small element of hunger. With each brief pause for breath, both teens leaned in a little quicker and a little more passionately. Uraraka had even convinced herself on the third kiss to do a bold move and parted her lips a little, a movement Izuku mimicked out of instinct before he felt the bubbly teen's tongue caress his own, shocking him. Yet, because it was such a good feeling that added to the kiss, he did nothing but return the action so she could feel the same. While the two teens continued to kiss passionately, Uraraka couldn't help but let her hands explore Izuku's body. First starting at his broad shoulders consisting of refined muscles from all his web swinging, she slid her hands down his strong arms that were firm to the touch, gliding them across to his chest that felt as hard as rock. Both of Uraraka's hands then trailed down to brush her fingertips against his finely sculpted abs. When did Deku-kun get so hot? No, he's always been this hot, Uraraka thought before smirking a little as she couldn't stop herself from feeling up Izuku. She wanted some touching back, so she released her quirk's hold on her body and only dropped a few centimeters as Izuku had quickly reacted and moved his hands up, but because it was such a quick motion he ended up grabbing the gravity-quirked girl by her shapely butt cheeks. Her breath hitched in surprise, but it made her smirk a little more as she pulled on his shirt so they could go back to the amazing moment they were sharing. Izuku had no idea, but his legs were slowly walking towards Uraraka's bed and his shirt had disappeared due to his subconscious making it deform. His chest was completely exposed, making Uraraka mentally gasp from the shock of his shirt disappearing and how sculpted his body was. Uraraka's eyes happened to fall upon all the scars that were scattered over his chest and back. She was aware that Izuku had a healing factor, but the deeper cuts and gunshot wounds would always scar his body, making it seem like he had been through a war when it was merely him putting others' safety before his own. While Uraraka had that thought regarding Izuku's scars briefly run through her mind, Izuku on the other hand was still focused fully on the kiss. Just as he set Uraraka down on her bed, his form hovering over hers and seemingly ready to take their intimacy one step further, Izuku snapped back into reality. His position and the current situation he was in hit him like a brick wall, making him scramble away from her with wide eyes as he reformed his shirt. "Wow. Since when could you do that?" Uraraka asked with a small amount of awe, then shook her head before she asked what she considered a more important question. "Deku-kun, why did you stop?" "I shouldn't have done that, and if we'd kept going..." Izuku muttered to himself in shock. He stopped his sentence short, turning on his heel and walking towards the door only to be stopped by Uraraka softly grabbing his hand. "Deku-kun, do you actually like me? And I mean in the way I like you?" Uraraka asked. Izuku froze and his heart subtly skipped a beat, but he quickly turned around and kissed her once more before moving back and walking out the door. With a big grin on her currently blushing face, Uraraka watched Izuku leap from the railing outside her door and change into his black suit in the process, making her question when Izuku managed to acquire the ability to change and morph his clothes. Damn it, why did I do that? Kyosei. I bet you had something to do with that, Izuku stated out loud as he landed on the edge of a building overlooking several high-end buildings, one of which was the apartment building Momo lived in. I don't know what you mean. The symbiote responded, sounding like it was smirking. I couldn't think straight. All I could think of was the kiss, he now muttered as he guiltily thought back to the long make-out session he had with Uraraka. But you enjoyed it dash. That's beside the point. Because of you, I might have gone too far. Izuku snapped, followed by him muttering, maybe accepting you was a bad idea, raising his hand ready to pull off his mask. Wait. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I did that to take your mind off all the stress you're dealing with. Your mental stability affects my stability, so I have to do what I can to ensure the safety of both your mind and body so we both don't do something we'll regret, the symbiote quickly explained, trying to stop its host from attempting to tear them apart. Fine, but we're setting boundaries before tomorrow, Izuku sighed as he leaped off the edge of the building, making it across the almost 30-meter gap with ease and landing without any difficulty. He walked towards the open glass door as his suit changed back into a shirt and jeans. As he stepped closer, Izuku spotted the back of Momo's head extending above the back of the couch and noticed she was watching the news on a huge plasma screen TV. He also happened to spot that the news was covering something regarding him. Well, Spider-Man. Just as Izuku was about to greet Momo, she turned around because she heard his footsteps and wasted no time in quickly climbing over the couch and tightly hugging Izuku. Izuku said nothing at first but began whispering softly to Momo that he was here now. He knew that Momo would be a lot more open with him than Uraraka, seeing as they were officially a thing. Tears couldn't help but slowly seep from Momo's onyx-colored eyes as she softly wept into Izuku's shirt. Taking a guess, Izuku figured that Momo would feel more inclined to stop crying if she were comfortable, so he gently moved his hands behind Momo's thighs and lifted her up. He carried her to the couch where he laid down comfortably with Momo now on top of him, softly smiling for a moment. You're so sweet. Momo breathed out while Izuku stroked the back of her head to comfort her. He looked towards the TV and saw them reporting on the USJ incident from yesterday, which didn't bother him at all, but he felt his blood run cold when he saw a somewhat good quality recording of inside the USJ building. It showed him swinging around the building saving students, the end of the clip showing almost the entire fight against Numu. Izuku watched in a horrified and blank stare as now his secret identity had gone down from just being at UA to now being in the 1A class. The villains must have recorded the fight to show All Might's downfall, and the press must have found the recording in the aftermath of the whole thing, Kyosei stated, trying to piece together what was being shown. Hey, it's all right, Momo quietly reassured her curly-haired boyfriend, which made him laugh lightly in response. I thought I was meant to be comforting you, not the other way around, Izuku chuckled while Momo pushed herself up a little bit so that she was looking directly at his charming green eyes. You're the one with the secret identity at risk here, not me. Momo subtly smirked before laying a soft kiss on Izuku's lips, lying back down on his chest and enjoying his embrace as she spoke again. What are you going to do? It's only a matter of time before everyone finds out who you are. Not to mention the sports festival isn't too far away, meaning that the whole country will find out your true identity, Momo stated as she watched some reporter gush about Spider-Man, which made her roll her eyes. I'll deal with that when it comes. Honestly, this whole secret identity thing is just tiring. And besides, Spider-Man is a symbol for everyone to look up to. That means it can be passed on to another person. It also means that those who look up to the symbol don't recognize Spider-Man as someone in a mask but as the hero looking out for them, Izuku explained as he realized that Momo was completely right. It was only a matter of time before his identity was out for the world to know. You really are a true hero. Now enough sappy talk, we're watching something, Momo declared, tapping Izuku's chest and pulling out her phone as she connected it to the TV. What are we watching? Izuku asked as he watched Momo scroll through anime, movies and even a few reality TV shows. She eventually stopped, hovering over a show by the name of One Punch Man. Izuku read the title out loud with a slight questioning tone in his voice which sparked something in Momo. You haven't seen this show? Momo forced Izuku down, stating, We're marathoning this show regardless of what you say, to which Izuku simply nodded and enjoyed her company as the show began playing. By the time the 8th or 9th episode started up, the two teens were shouting the words, One Punch, whenever the opening started up before they'd both laugh and continue to watch what they both considered to be a great show. When the two of them had finished watching the show, it was around about 6 in the evening, and while Momo was already persuading Izuku to watch Mob Psycho 100, Izuku was texting his mother to see if he could get away with staying at Momo's. There was a bit of a wait for the reply, but Inko responded that it was fine as she trusted him, and she was well aware of how nervous he could be in regards to girls. I got permission, Izuku said while Momo had already started the show. She'd even grabbed a bag of popcorn from her kitchen while she put a pizza in one of her kitchen's many ovens before walking back over. You planned this, didn't you? Izuku asked while Momo had a mouth full of popcorn. I might have. Now with a small smile on her slightly blushing face, Momo laid back down on Izuku's chest to hide the quite obvious look of mischievous intent in her eyes. The two teens then continued to watch through the 13 episodes of the psychic-centered anime, all the while eating a pretty great pepperoni pizza. Their second marathon ended around 11 o'clock at night. Izuku looked down as the last episode came to a close to see his girlfriend softly snoring while tightly cuddling into him, making him smile to himself. As if she weighed nothing at all, Izuku picked up Momo and carried her towards, from what he remembered was, her bedroom. Softly laying the black-haired girl down on her bed, Izuku attempted to head out to the living room so he could sleep on the couch, but he accidentally stepped a little too heavily and made Momo stir. Deku-kun? Where are you going? Momo tiredly asked while rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Izuku was about to respond but turned into a bright red mess as he watched Momo unclip her bra and remove it without even taking off her black spider top. What are you doing? Innocently panicking, Izuku stuttered out before Momo just giggled at his reaction. Well, if you must know, bras are not very comfortable to sleep in. Now come on, sleep with me. Those last 3 words filled the room with an awkward silence as Izuku became a deeper shade of red while Momo turned a similar color as she covered her mouth. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that, I swear. Momo insisted as she hid her face in her hands. She removed them when, from between her fingers, she saw Izuku walk around to the other side of the bed while his clothes began to deform, leaving him in just his underwear as he got under the sheets. I know you didn't. Those words relaxed Momo and she couldn't help but shuffle backwards a little so that her back was flush against Izuku's chest, therefore spooning with the now yawning Izuku. Night, Momo-chan. Izuku softly whispered to his girlfriend as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the natural warmth that came from her. Momo replied with something similar, but the last 3 words were whispered so quietly that Izuku didn't even hear it. Night, Deku-kun. I love you. For the first time in a long while, Izuku was able to actually get some peaceful sleep that lasted longer than only a couple of hours, but of course at around 6 in the morning he was woken up by another anxiety attack. Thankfully he wasn't too loud and hadn't moved too much so Momo wasn't awoken by him. Kaiosei, you there? Izuku mentally asked as he had a feeling that the symbiote would have separated as he slept to learn more. Obviously. I know you just had another attack, so instead of you running off to train, look out the window, the symbiote stated. Izuku stood up and walked to where he was asked, and as he did so, he felt some of the symbiote attached to his left leg before forming into a pair of pants. So, what did you want me to see? All I see is a bunch of crows, Izuku stated as he looked out the window to the building opposite where a row of crows was looking up at him, making him go slightly wide-eyed. I found out while you were sleeping that I could separate my being to control very weak-minded creatures such as these things known as crows, I think you call them? So last night I took control of these creatures but still have them connected to me, to us so we can dash. Use them as our eyes and ears over the entire city, Izuku finished as he realized how much potential these controlled crows had. He watched them all fly away in different directions, continuing his prior thought. We could find and stop crime before the police even report it through their comms. Already thought of that, and I've worked out the prime positions for these little beauties. I've also worked on a formal outfit for your appearance at the Oscorp presentation today. Izuku thanked the symbiote for preparing in advance before he got a small glimpse of something through the eyes of one of his new little crows. An alleyway drag deal, only a few streets away. I can be back before she wakes up, he quietly muttered to himself before glancing over to his still sleeping girlfriend. Izuku couldn't help but have one last glance before he left. He extended his left hand a little and the rest of the symbiote underneath the bed shot up, straight up to his fingertips and began morphing to make his black suit without the mask. Hey Kaiosei, do you think you could help me with my hair right now? It's constantly in my field of view and has been for a while, Izuku confessed as he began walking out towards the balcony. Let me try something. After that was said, Izuku felt his hair straighten out a little bit before it was gently pulled back and held in a single point. Izuku looked at his reflection in the glass to see his hair now in a small ponytail. It surprised him a little that his hair was actually long enough, but it did make some sense considering he hadn't cut his hair in months and it was straightened now. Izuku smiled at the new look as his mask formed over his face. He made a powerful leap backwards off the balcony, diving headfirst towards the ground with his arms straight against his sides, then extending them and the webbing attached to his arms out, allowing him to glide through the air before he began web swinging when he started losing speed. It didn't even take 2 minutes for Izuku to be above the street the deal was happening in. He wasted no time as he dropped down in between the 6 thugs, scaring them all before firing 3 solid web shots out of each hand, hitting them in the center of their foreheads and knocking them out instantly. That's new, Izuku muttered as he looked at his wrist, somewhat surprised by the way his web shots acted like rubber bullets. That would be me again. The symbiote spoke up while its host began webbing up the thugs ready for the police who had been notified thanks to an anonymous message he sent on his phone. Hiding these abilities I could be using, Izuku muttered in a sigh as he began climbing up the side of the building. Sorry, I'll avoid it in the future, the symbiote apologized as Izuku began swinging through the city once again. That took a little longer than I'd have liked. Izuku sighed as he swung back into Momo's apartment after dealing with 4-armed drag dealers and stopping a car crash. While he quietly walked through back to Momo's room, Izuku let the symbiote separate itself from his head and torso, leaving his scars exposed, while Kaiosei hopped around the floor in its little kitten form. Slowly opening up her door, Izuku quietly walked in, seeing Momo beginning to wake up and look at him with a tired expression as she attempted to make a playful frown while stating, "Why did you leave? I enjoyed that." Feeling a small twinge of guilt, Izuku had a look of confusion as he saw Momo look at him with wide eyes as she noticed his normally curly hair was in a ponytail. I never knew how much I wanted to see you with a ponytail until just now, Momo said, staring at his ponytail with a small smile on her face. Izuku couldn't help but blush when he saw Momo get up out of her bed and walk towards him before placing a hand on his chest, featherly touching a diagonally cut scar that was near his heart. 2 months ago, I put myself between a mugger and an old lady, Izuku quietly spoke as Momo's soft, slender fingers brushed against it before moving up and to the opposite side of his chest, brushing against a gunshot wound that had scarred up. 3.5 months ago, hostage situation. The guy had an itchy trigger finger. Izuku explained with a small sigh as he began to date and explain every single scar that Momo brushed her fingers by. After a few more scars, she wrapped her arms around him. Why? Both Izuku and Kaiosei's ears perked up at Momo's question before she looked up at Izuku with teary eyes. Why do you risk everything for others? I know we want to be heroes, but you're putting yourself through so much pain. It's too much. I hate seeing these scars on you. How long until I'm the cause of one of your scars? Momo shouted through her pain tears and clung to Izuku as if he'd disappear if she let go. The symbiote knew that Momo would be a teary mess throughout the day if something wasn't done, so he quickly ran into the room and pounced onto Izuku's shoulder, gaining her attention while the symbiote's host couldn't help but look at the small black kitten with a look that said, "What are you doing?" Wiping away her tears, Momo smiled at the little cat while talking to Izuku. I didn't know you brought this little guy with you? Actually, that's not a cat. That's the symbiote. Just as Izuku said that, Kyosei gave a little smirk. Suddenly its cat form turned to liquid and molded over Izuku before turning into a dark green, long-sleeve dress shirt along with a jet black waistcoat and tie. Needless to say, because of how it was created, the whole outfit looked tailor-made. It made him look taller and slimmer than he normally did, also making his shoulders appear broader. Just stood there completely speechless. Momo wasn't sure at all what to make of what she had just witnessed. The symbiote was forming clothes for him now? She tried to make sense out of it and just listened as he explained how it had gained a consciousness during the whole USJ attack, and now he had more power and even a few more abilities. That's a lot to take in, Momo stated as she walked over to her wardrobe. She politely asked Izuku to wait outside while she got ready for their visit to the Oscorp presentation, and he willingly complied, far too embarrassed to even try and stay in the same room while she changed. He also saw this as the perfect opportunity to set some rules between him and the symbiote, so Izuku moved into the lounge room and sat on the couch, beginning to talk to Kyosei. First rule I'm setting, none of what happened yesterday. Don't clear out my head without a word from me. Second, if you find out we can do something new like that crow thing, or you figure out new things about my body and abilities, then let me know. Third, get a hand on these pheromones because I don't want to deal with an army of girls, Izuku stated with a serious look as he quietly listed off what he thought was fair. You know what, I can actually live with that, the symbiote chuckled as it really didn't have much say in the matter. Disagreeing would mean its own destruction. So, I guess I should tell you them. I believe I have figured something out in regard to the black suit. The reasons for your somewhat bursts of confidence are due to prolonged exposure to the black suit. What I mean by that is that I possess the ability to maintain our essences relatively separate despite being somewhat fused. However, as the black suit is less intellectual and more instinctual, it is unable to do so and leaks its essence into you, hence those little moments. Izuku gained a small smile at the symbiote's willingness to cooperate with him and little disclosure of information before he heard Momo's door open. He turned to see her in a stunning red dress that clung to her hourglass figure perfectly. The dress showed the perfect amount of skin for Momo as it cut off about 3/4 of the way down her thighs, showing off her creamy legs. As Izuku's eyes slowly traveled up the rest of Momo's figure, he admired every inch of her, taking note of every little detail, ranging from the delicate spider necklace resting above the small window of cleavage that her dress provided, to the small amount of makeup she was wearing. A light shade of glossy red lipstick was on her lips, while the use of eyeshadow and eyeliner somehow made her eyes even more beautiful to look at. All of that topped with Momo's now straightened hair left Izuku completely slack-jawed as he stood in front of his girlfriend while she blushed at his expression. Come on, we don't want to be late, Momo giggled as she poked the underside of his chin, closing Izuku's mouth and turning him bright red in embarrassment. She took the opportunity and grabbed his hand in her own, guiding him to the limo that was apparently outside. After several minutes of Momo playing with Izuku's new ponytail, they both arrived in front of a giant laboratory with the huge Oscorp logo written above the doors. They exited the car, Momo almost bouncing with excitement, and approached the double doors. Hand in hand. As soon as they were inside, a loud and extremely cheerful voice called out, "Izuku! Glad you could make it." Izuku turned to his left, seeing Dr. Connors who had his right hand outstretched for a handshake. He released Momo's hand to reciprocate the gesture. Glad to, Dr. Connors? Why your arm? Izuku said in shock as he had just realized he was shaking a hand that didn't exist previously. I know. The project I was working on finally succeeded and now I have my arm back. Dr. Connors excitedly stated before he seemed to be called over somewhere else. Do you know how many jealous looks you're getting right now? Kyosei chuckled lightly in Izuku's head. He gave a mental sigh as he and Momo walked further into the building, towards the exhibition stage with Dr. Otto Octavius standing in front of a large machine. Yes, I'm aware, but if anyone tries something, the security guards will handle it, Izuku mentally replied as he indicated to the many guards around the building. When the two teens got to the stage, Izuku noticed someone walk up next to him with bright pink hair and a short dress in the same color. What stood out most about this girl, though, was the goggles on her head and the bright yellow eyes with crosshair-looking pupils. The girl seemed to be writing and sketching on a notepad she was currently holding. Izuku caught a glimpse and saw she was trying to design web shooters like he used to use. It's just impossible. The G-force alone would break his body. Spider-Man sure is interesting, the girl muttered to herself with a little spark of excitement before Izuku pointed at her design. Why not have the wire launchers on the waist so the force is a lot more evened out and frees up your hands? Izuku suggested with a smile, making her take a small breath in before quickly drawing that very idea and laughing. That would work. May Hatsum, UA support course. Going from a crazy excitement down to a formal greeting, Izuku couldn't help but be a little shocked by her sudden change in attitude. Izuku Midoriya, hero course. Izuku nervously laughed before Momo pulled his attention back to the stage as the lights dimmed down a little. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd first like to thank you all for coming here today. I extend a special thank you to both Norman Osborn and his son Harry for arranging this presentation for us scientists today. Now to start off this day of science, I present The Death of Spider-Man. Everyone looked in confusion as a girl with messy blonde hair and an oversized cardigan skipped onto the stage laughing before she casually threw a knife straight into Octavia's shoulder, making the audience gasp and scream in shock. How did we not see her? Izuku questioned as he knew that the symbiote was monitoring the front door. I don't know, I never even saw her out on the street, Kaiosei responded. The two of them could only watch everything play out until an opportunity to change arrived. Nobody move or else I might just have to skin you all. The girl laughed with a sadistic look on her face while she held a knife in each hand. Those who were too scared to move followed her order almost instantly, but a few tried to run for the doors. They were easily stopped by all the men in security outfits. You'd be surprised how easily people will do whatever you want if you threaten to skin their family enough times, the girl laughed while all the guards' faces twinged in fear. Spidey-sama won't show if someone isn't dead, Eeny meeny miny. The girl laughed while she pointed straight at Momo, making her pale in fear while Izuku felt his vigilante instincts kick in. Why go to all this trouble? Taking hostage an entire collection of Oscorp's smartest just for one vigilante. Seems a bit much, doesn't it? Izuku shouted, taking a few steps forward to turn this insane girl's attention to him. You've got fire in those eyes, but how about you come up here and I'll tell you all about the why? Now making a somewhat teasing finger motion, Izuku couldn't help but follow this girl's orders until he had the chance to suit up. As Izuku stood onto the lit-up stage, the girl skipped over to Izuku and stood on the tips of her toes, leaned against his ear and pretended to start speaking, but instead shoved a knife right into his heart. Of course, Izuku had got a warning from his spider sense, but he chose to ignore it for the sake of this risky plan of his. Izuku! Dropping the nickname completely, Momo screamed in horror along with several others as they watched him look down at the knife in pain and slowly pull it out before falling to the floor with a loud thud. Unconscious. But now Spidey-sama will show for sure. Now clapping and jumping on the spot, the girl casually ordered two guards to throw Izuku out a window somewhere, to which they complied without much hesitation. Feeling his body being picked up by both of his arms, Izuku pretended to remain in an unconscious state before he felt he was far away enough. Shocking the two guards, Izuku forced his arms out of their hold before punching them quickly in the head just hard enough to knock them out. Sorry about that, but I couldn't let Momo-chan get hurt by that psycho, Izuku simply stated as his outfit changed into his black suit. He began making his way back to the exhibition hall to stop all this madness from going any further than it had to. So, what was it like watching your boyfriend getting murdered? Now laughing directly in Momo's face, the psycho blonde dragged her up on stage while her unwillingly obedient minions finished what she ordered. While Momo was fully aware of Izuku's healing factor, she was still furious as hell, both at herself and at this psycho blonde. She was mad at the blonde for obvious reasons, but she was angry at herself because she thought it was her fault that Izuku got stabbed. Her fear had come true. She was the reason for one of his many scars. And of course, her scar was right on his heart. You're gonna pay for what you did. Momo gritted out in anger. Her expression did not remain set in that angry glare for long, though, as her eyes widened full of hope when she saw Izuku drop down right behind their captive in his black suit, giving off his normal intimidating presence. "Spidey-sama, I'm so happy you could make it," the blonde shouted in excitement. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't show," she said with a playful pout on her face before she turned to her loud crowd of hostages. "All of you can I've got what I want, oh, but you stay," the psycho hummed as she pointed to Momo. All the hostages ran out screaming without an ounce of hesitation, and because the guards were still too afraid, they didn't try to stop any of them from leaving. When everyone had left, with the exception of Dr. Connors as he refused to leave, the guards stood in front of the doors and watched what their captive would do from now on. "Who are you? And what do you want?" Izuku asked in a threatening tone as he was not in the mood to deal with this girl's insanity. "I'm Toga Himiko, and what I want is you." Toga smirked as she tried to kiss Izuku's mask, but he stopped her by holding the blonde's shoulders. Kyosei?" Izuku mentally asked, getting a relatively quick response. "This isn't me. She isn't affected by the pheromones. I think she might just be completely insane." Izuku couldn't help but sigh in response to that statement. "Fantastic. I don't be like that. Besides, lives are at risk here." Toga giggled as the lights on other stages turned on, revealing an Oscorp scientist being held above a container with swirling electric blue water inside it by a single line of rope. On another stage, Norman Osborn was inside of some form of glass chamber with his arms crossed in annoyance, not really too bothered by the situation. And finally, on the third stage was Dr. Octavius with his 4 metal, Quirk-related arms attached to a large machine while 4 barrels of unnamed chemicals surrounded him. "Now, unless you'd like those people to die, pull that mask up and kiss me," Toga threatened with a big blushing smirk on her face. Just to encourage him some more, she gave out another threat, this time directed at Momo. "Oh, and you better not try anything, girly, or a knife is going between your eyes." Izuku saw no way out right now. He wasn't fast enough to save all 3 of them without one of them being seriously injured. He had a small glance at Momo, who nodded slightly in pain and understanding before looking away. With a small sigh of defeat, the masked vigilante moved up his mask so only his mouth was revealed to Toga, who wasted almost no time in pulling him into a kiss which was very half-hearted on Izuku's part. Toga's blush grew a little before she pulled back and placed a hand on Izuku's chest. "All that power coursing through your body. You could snap my bones like twigs, you could kill me with ease, no wonder the law doesn't get in your way anymore. They're afraid of you, God. Just thinking of breaking you makes me want you even more." Each sadistically spoken word got under Momo's skin, but she could do nothing but watch as the blonde psycho pulled out a knife and slowly dragged the tip of the blade across Izuku's chest, cutting the suit and a little into his flesh. Toga's eyes brightened like a small child as she watched both Izuku's body and suit healed in seconds, while her look of excitement turned into a look he had never seen before. Before Izuku could react to his spider sense, Toga pushed him down onto the ground and pulled out 2 new long knives that were forced through Izuku's forearms and straight into the stage, making him wince in pain, but he forced himself to not scream. "Spidey-sama, I know now we're destined to be together. We're in love. My lust for blood and your ability to heal are perfect for each other." Toga laughed with a crazy look in her eyes before she trailed the knife from earlier down Izuku's chest, stopping at his waist. "Open up, Spidey-sama, I want you, all of you." Toga laughed even more before undoing the top 4 buttons of her cardigan and then doing the same for her top underneath, revealing a blood-red bra. Izuku said nothing as he tried to force his arms out, but every time he moved the muscles in his arms, unbearable amounts of pain went through his top half, sending him back to square one. Toga just sighed at Izuku's resistance before taking out 2 small throwing knives from her cardigan pocket and throwing one directly at the rope holding the Oscorp scientist above a tank of electrified water. The other knife had slashed the scientist's chest wide open while it dropped him into the tank, making Dr. Connors shout out in shock. "God damn it. You crazy beach." Izuku was full of rage from Toga so easily killing someone, but now he knew that this girl was truly insane. He looked up at Toga undoing her messy buns, letting her hair flow down like a curtain around her face of pure want and obsession. With a large blush covering her face and a sadistic smirk spread across her lips, she spoke. Are you ready to do as I say now, my love? Are you ready to do as I say now, my love? Izuku could feel a sense of fear running through him as he looked up at the partially naked psychopath who was waiting for him to reveal his deed to her. Kaiosei, can't you do anything? Izuku mentally cried out in panic only to be met with a very sympathetic voice. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I'm currently focused on healing and keeping you alive. I can't do anything else until you find a way to pull these knives out. Izuku shakily took in a breath before he used his mind to manipulate the black suit to reveal his crotch. Toga smirked at the sight of it while Momo blushed heavily. Frantically trying to think of anything else, Izuku remained silent while Toga slowly and teasingly wrapped her hand around the base of his and softly whispered to him. Spidey-sama, get harder for me, we can't consummate our love if you aren't at your best. Toga giggled as she held up a knife in her left hand, ready to throw at Momo. After gritting his teeth at the demand, Izuku closed his eyes and began to imagine that it was Momo stroking his instead, which got him fully irked. Spidey-sama, stop, I don't think I can get any more in love. Toga gushed as her blush grew and her expression became equally more lustful and insane at the size of Izuku. With one last burst of determination, Izuku used what very little strength existed in his arms to try and pull the knives out of the floor, but instead he was met with unbearable amounts of pain shooting through his system, making him scream out in agony while Toga let out a soft and quiet in response. That scream made me so wet. That statement made both Izuku and Momo's eyes go wide at how sadistic and insane she really was. Toga trailed her hands down the sides of her body before reaching under her skirt and slowly sliding down her panties, making Izuku's heart race as he tried to get out, but it just made him scream in pain more. Each scream that left Izuku's mouth made Toga's face more clouded with lust as she lifted her skirt up from the front and spread her currently wet lips, allowing Izuku to see that he really was about to be raped by a psychopath. Get off him, you bitch! Momo had finally gotten to a tipping point where she created a metal bar in her hand and hit Toga in the side of the head out of pure, instinctive anger. Throwing the bar to the side, Momo knelt down next to Izuku and quickly apologized before she grabbed the handle of the knife in his right arm and pulled it out with as much strength she could. Even though the knife had been removed from his arm, Izuku still struggled to move it at all, but he used the opportunity to manipulate the suit and cover up his previously exposed genitalia. He was about to smile and thank Momo when he saw Toga run up and smack Momo straight across the face. He's my man. Just 'cause I killed yours. That unless, Toga threatened before glancing back at Izuku and reaching down to grab his mask. Out of sheer panic, he used one for all in his right hand and created a small shockwave that sent Toga back several feet, but both Izuku and Momo looked in fear at the mask currently in her hand. No! Kaiosei! What the hell? Why didn't you keep my mask on? Izuku shouted in his head before hearing a response from the symbiote. I was healing you. And don't forget, in that moment I had to try and regulate your power so you didn't kill her. Realizing he did kind of recklessly use his strength, Izuku apologized to the symbiote as he grabbed the other knife and pulled it out of his arm before standing up. He gave a glare as he used his right hand to fire a webline and pull the mask from Toga's grip, pulling it over his face. So much fire, so much anger, you hide it from yourself, but that's holding you back. Let it all go and be like me. The destruction and carnage we could cause together would be beautiful, Toga gushed as she began twirling knives between her fingers, suddenly throwing one in the direction of Dr. Octavius and another towards Norman Osborn. Due to his left arm still healing, Izuku only used his right arm to try and stop the knives, thus he could only stop one of them. Out of instinct, he stopped the one heading straight for Dr. Octavius. Because he had stopped only one of the knives, Izuku could only watch as the second knife hit a large button on the control panel, releasing a green gas into the glass chamber holding Norman Osborn. Just as he was about to dash forward, Izuku was pounced on by Toga, but she was quickly pulled off by Momo, who was ready to fight the blonde. Thanks, I owe you one, Izuku said to Momo before running towards the control panel. He quickly scanned the buttons until he saw one labeled ventilation and hit it, skiing up all the green fumes. The second the chamber was empty of all the gases inside, Izuku punched the glass, shattering it, before grabbing the currently unconscious man and carrying him over his left shoulder. Now running towards the front entrance, Izuku raised his right arm and fired web bullets at the guards' heads, knocking them out due to the force of the new web type. Barging through the doors and seeing ambulances and police cars surrounding the building, Izuku softly laid the man on the ground before shouting, "Help him!" then running back into the building to help who was left. As he ran back in, Izuku saw Momo with a few small cuts along her arms while Toga had bruises on her legs, arms and even one or two on her face. As much as it pained him, Izuku knew the hostages came first, so ran over to Dr. Octavius and began working on the chains around his metal Quirk arms. His spider sense suddenly flared up, making him leap back as a bolt of electricity shot one of the barrels underneath Octavius. Izuku watched in horror as an explosive reaction happened right in front of him but quickly snapped out of his stupor and shot a line of webbing at Octavius' chest, pulling him out of the fire. As exposure was short, he was only left with minor burns, but the scientist was knocked unconscious from the force. Repeating the process he did with Norman Osborn, Izuku dropped off Octavius and dashed back inside to tackle Toga to the ground. "You've lost. Just give up, Toga," Izuku stated while he kept his hands on her arms to keep her from moving. "Nah," Toga said before laughing in his face as a bolt of electricity shot him, this time causing him to go flying into a wall. Feeling his body slowly healing after the force, Izuku looked over to where the bolt came from and saw the container Max fell in explode in a surge of electricity, revealing a man in tattered pants with bright blue, glowing skin and electricity surging around his body. "Max, figured. I thought you were dead," Connors said with a look of concern as well as pure joy. "Kurt," Max said in confusion. He raised his hand toward him before, without any control, streams of electricity shot out of his hand, hitting Dr. Connors straight in the chest and sending him to the floor. "Damn it," Izuku muttered in annoyance. From what he saw, Max would surely cause civilian casualties if he wasn't contained, so he took priority, and he knew that Toga would use this chance to escape. "Bye, Izuku, my love." Toga smirked as she realized the same thing and began making her way towards an exit around the back. Now frustrated out of his mind, Izuku rushed over to Dr. Connor's side and checked to see he was still alive before turning to Max. "Your power is out of control. I recommend dash." Izuku tried to calmly speak, but instead of listening, Max panicked and disappeared out of the large hall by turning his own body into a stream of electricity. Before Izuku could dash off after him, Dr. Connors grabbed his arm, forcing him to stay as he spoke. "Get me to my lab." His voice was strained as if he was in pain, but he showed no physical injuries from what Izuku could see. Gently picking up Dr. Connors and carrying him on his back, Izuku noticed Momo coming towards him, so he deformed part of his mask, making his mouth visible. Momo went straight in for a kiss that only lasted about 5 seconds before she moved back and told him, "Don't screw this up." The worry in her eyes was obvious, but she tried her best to hide it. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little touched at her concern, but only smiled at her before reforming his mask and making his way with Connors to his lab. Dropping down into Dr. Connors' lab, Izuku carried him to his desk before setting him down on a chair. "Give me 10 minutes, was all Dr. Connors muttered before he began writing equations and formulas. Izuku, on the other hand, wandered around the lab until Kaiosei spoke up and deformed Izuku's mask so his head was exposed. "You alright? Did I mean with what happened back there?" Izuku's expression was one of almost complete depression, as not only was he assaulted by some insane girl, but she also knew his secret identity. "I'm stressed." "Stress never goes away when you're a vigilante, does it?" Stopping his own mind from calling himself a hero, Izuku leaned up against a wall and crossed his arms. "If it did, then everyone would be a hero. However, you actually do a good job of it dash." "No, I don't. If I did a good job, then I wouldn't have let myself get into that position, or I would have at least stopped that guy from becoming some electro monster." Now realizing that he didn't even know what Max had become, Izuku made up a name on the spot. "You're not invincible, Izuku. Everyone has their limits. You're just setting your bar too high and thinking too far ahead," Kaiosei stated to its host as Izuku thought about that statement. Was he setting the bar too high for himself? He had no idea, in all honesty. With so much chaos in his life, whenever he was relaxing he never actually took a step back to think if what he was trying to accomplish was actually possible for a 15-year-old teenager. His internal wondering lasted longer than he thought as Connors eventually called him over and handed him 2 large syringes in a metal casing, a preventative measure against them being destroyed. Use these on Max. Try and aim for the spine when injecting these, Dr. Connors said to Izuku, pointing to the location on a diagram of a human spine where he would have to inject. This will make his quirk shut down for roughly an hour. You should be able to bring him here or someplace safe before time's up. While Izuku gazed at the chart, Connors had begun scratching the top of his new right hand with a look of discomfort. Wait, you're saying this is his quirk? Izuku questioned in slight shock as he had no idea the Oscorp scientist held so much power. Not exactly. His quirk is the ability to absorb electricity and produce a very small but constant current of electricity throughout his body. After his blood mixed with the electrically charged water he created, though, it amped up his quirk to ridiculous levels we could have never imagined, Connors explained, leaving Izuku to look at the syringes held in his hand. But think of what a quirk like that could do for the public. I'm aware. That's why, when the hour is up, he'll be able to use his power more like a switch rather than it always being in use, slowly draining him with each passing second, Connors added with a half-hearted proud smile as he then handed Izuku a disinfectant kit. Thanks, Dr. Connors, I won't let you down. Leaping back up the hole in the ceiling, Izuku headed out to find this electro. I know you won't. Connors sighed out. He looked down at his right arm to see scales starting to form on his skin. But I might not see you succeed. After using his little spy crows, Izuku was able to track down Electro to a quiet part of the city where he was currently standing on top of an abandoned building. Hoping that he was still sane, Izuku jumped onto the roof with a thud that caught his attention, making the currently glowing man turn around with a look of fear on his face. Hey, it's okay. I'm here to help. Dr. Connors sent me. Izuku quickly blurted out to save himself from getting hit with more electricity. Kurt, that he's alive? Max asked in shock. Izuku slowly held up one of the syringes. Yes, he sent me here to fix you. The second Max heard that, he seemed overwhelmed with joy that he would be rid of the chaos he was causing. However, his joy was replaced with worry as Izuku went on to tell him that the injection would have to be spinal. With a small sigh, Max turned back around and got on his knees so that his back was facing Izuku. Although he did get several shocks, Izuku cleaned the skin of where he was about to inject him before slowly piercing the needle through Max's skin and into a soft spot in his spine. As the formula was injected into his spine, Max's skin slowly lost its blue color and his body stopped producing electricity. When he felt the needle leave his spine, Max looked at his hands and was ecstatic to find he was cured of being stuck in such a state. Now that you've been sorted out, the police will hopefully drop charges on you, Izuku said to Max. You promise? Of course. Izuku quickly regretted that promise as he heard the whirring of helicopter blades before 2 police helicopters hovered over the top of the roof with Officer Naomasa jumping down. Thank you for your help, Spider-Man. I don't know how you did it, but you've helped the city once again. Takachi praised Izuku while Max had a look of betrayal directed at Izuku. You don't understand, it was all an accident. He didn't mean to harm anyone or cause any damage, Izuku insisted before Takachi gave off a soft sigh. I do understand, but the fact of the matter remains that he still caused citywide damage and several civilians have been hospitalized because of him. However, we will give him the right care and support he needs because of his situation. Izuku, don't argue with him. Maybe this is for the best, Kyosei insisted to its host who was feeling guilty for Max's current situation. I hope you're right, and besides, Dr. Connors would want him to be in the right care and support, Izuku thought as he left the scene but was now looking at his phone. You want to tell her about the serum? Izuku was nothing but silent as he brought up his messages, specifically the contact by the name of Toru-chan. Typing up a quick text, Izuku sent to Hagakure, Hey Toru-chan, you free right now? It was only a minute before he got sent back a happy emoji and her location, which actually wasn't too far from where he currently was. Taking a slow breath to calm himself, Izuku leapt off the building and began swinging towards the location he was sent. After landing on the side of a building, Izuku began crawling up the brick wall, all the while glancing into all the windows he passed. He noticed some clothes defining an invisible female figure through one and noted the teenage appearance of the room, figuring it was Hagikure's room. Izuku gave 2 soft knocks on the glass and watched as Hagikure quickly dashed over to the window. She opened it up before moving back enough for Izuku to climb in. "Hey Torchan. Thanks for seeing me on such short notice," Izuku greeted while he removed his mask and his hair sprung free. "No problem, Deku-kun. What was it you wanted to see me about?" Hagikure asked in an extremely sweet and cheery voice. "What? It's about your quirk. I believe I might be able to make you visible," Izuku stated as he pulled out the remaining syringe, making Hagikure a little excited and confused at the same time. "What about my quirk? You can make me visible?" Hagikure asked in an extremely hopeful tone. "In simple terms, yes. What this injection will do is, when it's injected into the spinal cord, it'll negate your quirk completely for 1 hour, then you'll be able to control your quirk. So, you'll be able to control when you're visible and when you aren't," Izuku explained, holding up the syringe. "Why are being serious, that this be better not be a joke?" With her voice slowly filling up with emotion, Izuku couldn't help but smile at the currently invisible girl. He now realized how much this meant to her. "I promise you that this is real." Not even a second had passed and Hagikure had leapt forward and hugged him tightly while soft whimpers of joy could be heard from her. Izuku slowly wrapped his arms around her, returning the hug, and softly stroked her back, which sent a warm feeling through her entire body. The soft embrace lasted for only a minute or two, but Hagikure couldn't stop the large smile on her face. When she pulled back, though, she turned around and pulled up the back of her pink t-shirt so her back was revealed to Izuku. Due to the fact she was invisible, Izuku placed his fingers at the top of Hagikure's back so he could feel the joints of her spine, concentrating as he moved his fingers slowly down her spine and tried to remember where the exact point of injection would be. Trying to avoid making any small noises, Hagikure closed her mouth tightly as a small tingling sensation traveled through her spine from Izuku's soft yet strong fingers brushing against the skin along her spine. Thankfully for Hagikure, Izuku eventually found the injection point and cleaned it before slowly inserting the needle through her skin and into her nerves, making Hagikure give a little pained yelp. When the needle reached deep enough, Izuku slowly let the formula enter her nervous system. Removing the needle from her back, Izuku stood back and watched as Hagikure's body slowly turned into a normal creamy skin color from the feet up, but as it reached her head, Izuku saw long locks of turquoise blue hair and bold eyes of the same color. Izuku was so stunned by all her soft and innocent features that he didn't even realize when the words slipped out of his mouth. "You're beautiful." Both teens went completely red at Izuku's comment, but Hagikure let out a soft little giggle before she stepped forward and pecked Izuku on the lips. "Thank you, Izuku-kun. The fact you do this for me, well, I'm beyond grateful." Not able to stop the smile on her face, the blue-haired beauty tightly hugged Izuku for a little before she rose onto the tips of her toes to kiss Izuku again. Her eyes widened, however, when she heard her bedroom door open. "Toru, sweetie? Is everything okay in dash dot?" Pure shock had consumed Hagikure's mother as not only was her daughter visible, but she was passionately kissing an unmasked Spider-Man. An incredibly awkward silence filled the room as Izuku had no idea what to do or say, so he quickly kissed Hagikure back on the lips before pulling his mask on and literally diving out the window he came in. "I probably shouldn't have done that, but I had no idea how to deal with that kind of situation," Izuku thought in guilt as he went from his dive into a glide. "Finally, I can talk without interrupting you." "Izuku, your phone has been making some noise for a while now," Kyosei stated, earning its host's attention. "Okay, can you tell me what's happening?" Izuku asked the symbiote as he couldn't get to his phone without a hassle while Kyosei could read and use his phone so long as it was in the suit. "Land and I'll show you the whole situation." With that small statement, Izuku got out of his glide and landed on the nearest rooftop. He was about to get out his phone, but instead he saw a screen now on his left arm about the size of his smartphone. "How did you dash?" "It took me a while, But I was able to absorb your mobile device, so now I can make it work faster and move the screen to anywhere on your body, Kyosei stated with a hint of pride in his voice as he showed several images of destroyed rooftops around Tokyo. The crows came across several rooftops damaged heavily from what seemed to be large claws. The police have also been getting reports of a large lizard-like creature at the same locations. Can you show me a map view of all the locations? Maybe I can pinpoint a pattern of where this thing will hit next, Izuku muttered to himself before a map of Tokyo appeared on the screen of his arm and all the damaged rooftops showed up as small dots. I think I can guess where he'll show up. Noticing a slight pattern, Izuku began running, leaping and web-zipping across rooftops to get to his next location where he was fairly confident this lizard creature would show up. As he was leaping, Izuku attempted several times to phone Dr. Connors, but they all went straight to voicemail, which made him nervous. He almost always picked up the phone. Yeah, the crows aren't picking up anything, watch out. Thanks to both the warning and his own spider sense, Izuku was able to pull off a quick front flip to avoid the almost razor-sharp claws that were swung at him from behind. The instant that Izuku had finished his maneuver, he turned and got ready to strike back, but a giant lizard with some white cloth attached to its back leapt right at him, giving him no time to rest. The lizard creature used its tremendously large, scaly green claw to force Izuku onto the hard floor, allowing him very little room to even move. Unfortunately, as he was about to attempt an escape, Izuku noticed something that made him stop everything. The cloth on this lizard's back was a lab coat, one with a name tag that read, Dr. Kurt Connors. Izuku's shock and realization prevented him from even processing the other claw coming down at him with terrifyingly sharp and long claws. The claws pierced deep into the flesh of his chest and ripped along it. 4 large gashes now covering Izuku's suit and torso. Loud pain screams of agony began to slowly fill the area around Izuku as his body screamed in a horrible agony, the cuts beginning to create a horrible burning sensation. While Izuku laid there in a helpless agony, the lizard didn't spare a second thought as it began to crawl away, leaving only a trail of Izuku's blood behind it. A warm feeling began to spread on Izuku's back, which he thought was just shock, but it was actually the feeling of his own blood forming a small pool underneath him while he painfully breathed out. Kyosei. Sheet. You're losing too much blood. Damn it. Whatever was on that thing's claws, it's stopping me from healing you like normal. Wait, I think I can stop the bleeding at least. There we go. The symbiote celebrated its small victory as unhealthy amounts of blood stopped leaking from Izuku's chest, but he was still unnaturally pale and his consciousness was dipping. Nearest hospital? No, that's too far. Yue? Even further. Damn it, there's Dash. Still hope. Yes. The symbiote didn't even hesitate as it used its own biomass to form 4 tendrils on Izuku's back so it could lift him slightly and slowly drag his legs along the rooftops while Izuku's vision faded into black. Still feeling as tired and weak as when he passed out, Izuku had a moment of déjà vu as he was in front of another bedroom window but didn't question it, instead slowly tapping his head against the glass trying to get someone's attention. A couple of seconds went by and Izuku saw Kyoka push away from her desk. She looked out the window to see him and smiled before waving him in, letting him know the window was unlocked. He struggled on the first attempt, but Izuku eventually opened the window and slowly climbed into her room, pulling off his mask. You know, there are things called doors. And you could have at least, oh my god. Kyoka attempted to joke but saw Izuku trying to stand and the 4 huge wounds on his torso. Yeah. You should see the other guy. Izuku laughed weakly before getting hit with a wave of dizziness. He fell to his knees as his senses numbed and he slipped back into unconsciousness. When Izuku awoke for the second time, he felt a lot more comfortable than before and noticed that he was currently being bandaged up by a blushing Kyoka, the slashed top half of his black suit draped over a chair. Kyosei, what happened to us? Izuku asked as he preferred to have an explanation before talking with Kyoka. Well, long story short, Dr. Connor's quirk has stopped us from regenerating for the last hour or so. The effects will hopefully end soon, Kyosei explained, and it hit Izuku like a brick wall how much of an idiot he was. Of course, Dr. Connor's quirk slows down the process of cell division. It's how he was able to get such an in-depth understanding of how quirks work on a biological level, Izuku mentally stated, releasing a small sigh that earned Kyoka's attention. Thank God you're up. Kyoka sighed quietly in relief as she kept bandaging up his abdomen, slowly making her way up to his chest. Sorry. I didn't want to put you in this situation, but you were the closest option. I think, Izuku said as he did his best to avoid getting in Kyoka's way while she worked. First explain what happened, Kyoka demanded, not even looking up from what she was doing, so Izuku told her about the giant lizard while she slowly wrapped the bandages around his torso. I would be jealous that you saw a giant 7-foot lizard, but I like my body unscathed, Kyoka joked as an attempt to lighten the mood. Silence returned to the room as Izuku didn't know how to maintain the conversation while a girl was bandaging his body. To distract himself, he looked around the punk girl's room, confirming his previous suspicions that she was very heavily into music thanks to the number of band posters plastered to her walls. There was one poster from among them, though, that stood out. I see you like music. But what is that poster over by your desk? Izuku asked with a small smirk as he indicated to the poster in question. It was one of him in his old vigilante outfit in a pose that looked like he was in the process of web swinging. If he was completely honest, the poster was actually pretty good. Oh God! Kyoka's blush became an even deeper shade of red as her left hand covered her face in embarrassment while her right tried and failed to continue to bandage his body. I mean, if you wanted a good angle, you could have just asked, Izuku chuckled as a little more of Kyosei's confidence seeped into him. Shut up, shut up. Kyoka shouted as her entire face became as red as a strawberry, attempting to hide it by burying it in Izuku's chest. Roughly a minute went by before Kyoka glanced up at Izuku, still with a bright red complexion, before mumbling, stupid. She continued the rest of the bandaging, finishing within a few short minutes before Izuku finally spoke again. You know, you're really cute when you're embarrassed. That sentence sent Kyoka back into an embarrassed state and she was so tempted to hit him but knew she couldn't right now. It still didn't stop her from mumbling into his chest, I hate you so much right now. No, you don't, Izuku retorted with a smile but could feel Kyosei's confidence fading away slowly so he decided to make the most of it. I also just wanted to say thanks for doing this for me, Izuku said quietly as he softened his expression and reached forward, softly grabbing Kyoka's chin and making her look up into his eyes. Izuku. Kyoka spoke softly as she slowly eased under his touch and looked into his entrancing green eyes that had a similar look to when she saw them during the USJ incident. Strong yet completely caring. Drawing her in like a lure, a light amount of Izuku's pheromones made her more confident in wanting this. Still making complete eye contact with Izuku, Kyoka crawled atop the bed he was resting on and followed his gentle guiding hand. Slowly feeling his confidence leave him, Izuku ended up stopping when Kyoka was only less than a couple inches away from his lips. Both teens could feel their heartbeats increase with each moment that passed as they looked at each other in a locked gaze before Kyoka couldn't handle it anymore and claimed his lips. Izuku used his previous experience of kissing so that Kyoka enjoyed this moment as much as she could. He rested his hands just below her hips while she made sure not to rest her body weight onto his damaged body. Kyoka pulled back. She smiled at Izuku before she spoke in a voice that was a little softer than her normal voice. I've been wanting to do that since you put on the mask. Both of them were ready to go in for another kiss but Kyoka's phone went off, making her sigh as she picked it up, inserted one of her ear jacks into her phone and answered it, losing her blush as she spoke. Hello? Oh hey Momo-chan. What's up? Kyoka greeted with a smile while Izuku got an idea that was obviously planted in his head, but he really wanted to make use of. So, while Kyoka talked over the phone, Izuku leaned forward and softly kissed her neck, making her flinch but also shiver from how good it felt. Izuku then proceeded to continue to lay kisses softly across Kyoka's exposed neck and collarbone, causing her to shiver and trip up on her words every so often while she spoke to Momo. Wait, are you here to... Okay, bye. Kyoka quickly hung up the phone before she tilted her neck a little, heated breaths escaping her mouth. Kyoka didn't want to say anything as her fingers went through Izuku's curly hair and her breathing got a little louder. The sensation of Izuku's kisses felt so good on her skin. Izuku. I need to go to Momo's. Almost sounding as if she didn't even want to go, Kyoka looked down at Izuku to see him slow down with the number of kisses he laid on her before completely pulling away. He'd lost the last bit of his artificial confidence, leaving him as a now completely blushing mess. Wait. Sorry, I got a little carried away there, Izuku stuttered out. Kyoka's hand traced along her neck while she slowly climbed off Izuku and got her black jacket. Don't get me in trouble with my parents and don't try doing anything stupid, please? Kyoka asked with a sad look in her eyes as she knew how reckless he was. I'll do my best, Izuku stated with a small laugh as Kyoka left to meet up with Momo. The second she left though, Izuku got up from the bed and walked over to the top half of his suit while he started talking to Kyosei. How's it going with the healing? Izuku asked as he reached out to his suit, which turned into a liquid form and crawled up his arm before completing his suit in a matter of seconds. Well, I've managed to force out that stuff that was stopping your healing factor, but it'll take about 10 minutes to get you back to 100% again, Kyosei explained while Izuku made his way to the window. Am I at least good to web swing? Izuku, no. Don't go after Dr. Connors. You were nearly killed from what he did to you, Kyosei stated in a serious tone. I just want to go to the lab. Izuku climbed out of the window and stretched his shoulders before leaping forward, going straight into a web swing. I didn't even tell you that you were in a condition to use your powers. You only worry about me when I'm about to do something stupid, so I figured that your worrying was a sign that I could do it, Izuku explained with a small smile as he continued to make his way to Dr. Connor's lab. It didn't take long for Izuku to arrive at the lab. He climbed down the hatch rather than jumping as he didn't exactly have the best feeling in his legs. Once at the main lab, Izuku saw that there was thankfully minimal damage to the equipment there, only glass beakers were smashed on the floor. So, what's the plan? Kyosei asked as he watched Izuku walk to one of the computers and set it to holographic and voice command before he spoke. Dr. Connors would want me to help him, so that's what we're going to do, Izuku stated as he deformed his mask. He also set up a master profile if anything went wrong, kinda like now, Izuku sighed out loud. Midoriya Izuku, passcode, Spider, Izuku said out loud before a few beeps went off in the room and a feminine voice spoke. Welcome Izuku, my name is Karen. How may I help? The artificial voice spoke, echoing around the room. Brilliant, I've already been replaced. A small giggle slipped out of Izuku's mouth when he heard Kyosei's joke but then continued with what he was planning. Karen, can you show me the formula Dr. Connors was working with? Izuku asked out loud but was then met with a holographic screen in front of his face. I believe that this will help. Izuku looked at it for a couple seconds before he pressed the play button and watched as it began to play. The first thing it showed was Dr. Connors sitting at his desk looking into the camera with a clear look of discomfort. Hello Izuku, I'm going to apologize for anything I may have done before you watch this. Anyway, I haven't got much time. After this recording, Karen should unlock all files on the computer. It should have a few prototype suits I was planning on making for you a couple weeks back. I believe in you, Izuku. After that last sentence, the screen automatically disappeared and in its place, files upon files of holographic documents and schematics appeared around Izuku, making him sigh out as he realized. This is going to take longer than I thought. Before anything though, Izuku saw a file marked F3D8AK and glanced at it before motioning it towards him and opening it up. A suit specifically designed to deal with energy or electricity-based quirks. That's actually a really cool idea. As he read out what he saw, Izuku smiled to himself. Seems pretty bulky if you ask me. Why not use a metal-based fabric as the conductor then use standard material for the rest of the suit? Kyosei questioned as he looked at the suit's bulky arms where the energy would be clearly transferred. No, that would be too risky for both of us. Copper wiring is a very good conductor, so perhaps that's a viable option. True, but it'll also shock us if not properly insulated. Good point, but that also brings up the question of whether or not we should have some form of amplifier to hit back twice as hard. Even then, I don't have the kind of knowledge to make a system this complex, Izuku mumbled as he kept looking the design over, trying to think of a possible way to make the suit work before Kyosei spoke up. I could help with that. We may be two separate minds, so to speak, but we're still connected. I could have you learn anything overnight if you needed me to. Then we've got a lot to learn, Izuku sighed out while he scratched the back of his head. To say that Kyoka was intimidated walking around the high-class part of Tokyo was quite an understatement. She was aware that Momo's family was high in status, but owning a whole building. It also didn't help that it took 5 minutes of convincing to get past the huge doorman, but she did finally arrive at Momo's door. Oh hey, Kyoka-san. I'm so glad you could make it. Momo greeted warmly as she opened the door for her, letting her see that it wasn't just her but Uraraka, Mina and Tsuyu were there as well. All we're missing is Toru-chan and we'll have all the girls in 1A, Kyoka said, thinking out loud. As if on cue, a now visible Hagakure walked up towards the door, confusing Momo. However, before a single question could even be asked, the blue-haired beauty concentrated for a few seconds before her body became completely invisible. A gasp left everyone's mouths as they almost instantly recognized who this was. Toru-chan. So, Deku-kun managed to make you visible after that injection? Mina asked after hearing Hagakure explain what happened with her and Izuku earlier that day. Wait, I don't know how he made it, but it worked. Hagakure smiled to herself as she remembered the kind gesture. That does bring us on to what I wanted to talk to you girls about, Momo said, now speaking up and earning the others' attention. I know for a fact that everyone in this room has, at the very least, a huge crush on Izuku. Am I right? Momo said, making every other girl in the room turn bright red and look down a little before they all quietly nodded. Okay, well this is where I explain Deku-kun's situation. Momo sighed as she did her curly-haired boyfriend a favor. She began by explaining what happened to him in regard to the symbiote and everything else that occurred as she felt the others needed to know. After Momo's long explanation, one by one the girls confessed the little moments they shared with Izuku. All of them felt bad due to the fact he was already with Momo, but after everything was explained they were left in an awkward silence that Uraraka eventually broke. So, what now? That question led the girls to look at each other before Mina spoke up as if a light bulb had just gone off above her head. What if we all just share him? Mina-chan, this is real life. We can't just become some sort of harem, just like that, Kyoka stated as she clicked her fingers on the last word. What I mean is, think of the situation we're in. We can't help our feelings and Deku-kun can't exactly control it either, so why don't we just accept it? Mina explained as she slowly swayed some of the other girls on the idea. But this kind of feels wrong. I mean, Momo-chan is with Deku-kun now, so I feel this is all her decision, Uraraka confessed while Tsuyu nodded in agreement. With a sly smirk on her face, Momo confessed, I don't mind. Honestly, I was kinda hoping something like this would happen when Deku-kun told me, but I didn't want to force you girls into it. She pulled out her phone, fingers poised to type. So, now it's all sorted, shall we tell him the good news? Back at the lab, both Izuku and Kaiosei were completely engrossed in what Dr. Connors left for them. Izuku was reading paper after paper on his cellular regeneration project while Kaiosei tried everything it could try and make the now-named feedback suit work. How's it looking over there? Kaiosei asked as its small tendrils tried design after design for the suit. Not good. Dr. Connor's understanding of cellular regeneration and biology is way beyond what I expected. I won't be able to figure out a form of cure until tomorrow. Setting aside a large set of files, Izuku turned around to look at Kaiosei. What about you? How's the suit coming along? The symbiote approached Izuku and reattached itself to the teen. I'm making very little progress. Oh yeah, your girlfriend is calling you. Just as a heads up, Kaiosei stated as it formed Izuku's phone in his hand. He pressed the accept button and brought the phone up to his ear. Hey Momo-chan. Nothing really, I was about to head out on patrol, but sure, I can swing round. No, that pun wasn't intentional. Okay, bye. Hanging up the phone with a bright red face, Izuku prepared to leave the lab but Kaiosei didn't form his suit. Kaiosei, what's up? Can you have a look in there? It's been bugging me for ages. What's in there? Kaiosei stated as he mentally indicated to a metal cabinet that Izuku recognized. This is just a cabinet holding other symbiote vials, whoa. Izuku attempted to explain, but the second he opened up the two metal doors, Kyosei forced many tendrils to spawn from his clothing, grabbing every last vial. Kyosei didn't say anything as the vials were opened up all at once, letting every little symbiote sample join with Kyosei. Thanks, now I can make my own form and you can keep your clothes at the same time, Kyosei simply stated while he now formed the black suit, leaving Izuku confused but willing enough to let it slide as he leapt out of the lab and went straight into a swing. Wanting to take his mind off everything with Dr. Connors and trying to make a new suit, Izuku decided to have a little more fun with his commute by running along walls, flipping and spinning a lot more than he normally did to help raise his adrenaline levels a little. It took roughly 10 minutes longer than usual, but Izuku made it to Momo's place. He used the momentum from his swinging to go straight through the open glass doors and into her living room. "What's you up?" Izuku asked with a long pause between his words as he noticed that it wasn't just Momo but every girl in his class, all staring at him with big smiles as his mask deformed. Hi everyone." Izuku nervously waved as his suit slowly turned into his casual attire while Momo, Uraraka and Mina all giggled at his nervousness. What's going on? Currently blushing as he stepped forward, Izuku glanced between each of the girls before his girlfriend stood up and walked towards him. "Well, I called them over to have a little chat about you and, well, we came to a conclusion I think you'll like." Now watching as Momo giggled, Izuku raised an eyebrow slightly before he heard a sentence that made his eyes become as wide as saucers. "We've decided that we're all gonna be your girlfriends." "What?" Elsewhere in the city, Inko heard a soft knock on her door. When she opened the door, she was greeted by a lovely smile and cheery voice that sounded forcefully innocent. "Hello, Mississippi." Not quite sure who the girl was, Inko smiled and assumed her son knew the blonde. "Oh, hello sweetie. I bet you're a friend of Izuku's, aren't you?" The blonde's smile turned into more of a knowing smirk while her red eyes almost beamed with joy. "Yes. Me and my dear Izuku are very close. Mind if I come in?"